The flame of life force burned hot in greed-possessed Meng Hao's eyes, as if a sea of fire existed therein. However, that sea of flames was being reduced as the fourth nirvana fruit in his forehead sucked it away. That nirvana fruit seemed like a bottomless pit. When Meng Hao had absorbed the fourth nirvana fruit before, he had only been able to endure for a brief moment before stopping. The nirvana fruit had emerged from him of its own volition. Had it not, he would have been sucked dry. Furthermore, every time he used it resulted in a period of weakness afterward, a time that had to be spent in recovery. That was the obstacle preventing him from stepping into the ancient realm. If he could not fully absorb that fourth nirvana fruit, then he would never be able to do so. However, this was something that couldn't be rushed. Each time he absorbed a nirvana fruit, it required a terrifying amount of life force. Furthermore, that amount increased with each nirvana fruit. By the time he had reached the fourth, the amount required was virtually impossible to describe. Unless he came across some sort of good fortune that could aid him, Meng Hao had been under the assumption that it would take a very, very long time before he could truly fuse with the fourth nirvana fruit. Although he wasn't very anxious about the matter, Greed, who was in possession of his body, was. Damn it! What is this thing? Greed growled, eyes wide. He was a stubborn person. All he had to do was let the fourth nirvana fruit pop out, and he would be in no danger. However, he was stubborn and proud, and almost refused to believe that he couldn't succeed in this situation. I refuse to believe that Greed, can't absorb some crappy Dao fruit thing like this. He gritted his teeth, and instead of undoing the seal he had created, he caused more of his life force essence to rumble through his body into the fourth nirvana fruit. Roar! If the fourth nirvana fruit were capable of feeling emotion, it would be screaming in joy. Previously, Meng Hao had been incapable of satiating its desires, and thus had never been able to maintain a fusion. But now, with the Greed's willing help, the fourth nirvana fruit was actually being absorbed. As soon as the process truly began, Greed's face flickered as about 10% of his life force essence was almost immediately absorbed. He hesitated, but then gritted his teeth. I refuse to believe. He drew fully on his life force essence, pouring it into the fourth nirvana fruit. He could already imagine what it would be like if he fully fused with this fruit. The body he had possessed would experience a cultivation-based breakthrough, and once that happened, shocking transformations would occur. Soon, 20% of Greed's life force essence had been absorbed. He shivered, and fear began to shine in his eyes, and yet he gritted his teeth. All the way to 30% and then 40%. When 40% of his life force essence was absorbed, the flame of life force in his eyes grew incomparably dim, and terror filled his eyes. As of this moment, whatever obsessive stubbornness he had was thrust to the very back of his mind. 40% of his life force essence still wasn't enough to fully absorb the fruit, leaving Greed so frightened that his face was pale. Without any further hesitation, he reached up to undo the seal on his forehead. Fudge! This fruit is too freaky. I'm done fooling around with it. Done. All right? Get out! Greed roared. He no longer wished to absorb the terrifying Dao fruit. He was scared, so he tried to force the fruit out, but the nirvana fruit was already more than half absorbed. How could it possibly just stop? Furthermore, although Greed's actions caused the fruit to pause momentarily, there was apparently some bizarre force that caused the nirvana fruit to resume sucking away at Greed's life force even more voraciously than before. No! Greed's eyes were wide, and suddenly, a sensation of crisis filled his heart, something that Greed couldn't accept. He could well imagine that if he continued, and the fruit completed the fusion process, then all of his life force could very well be sucked away. He would become the first person throughout all the years to actually be killed by the very body he had possessed. The mere thought of that left Greed petrified. His expression was one of astonishment as yet another 10% of his life force essence was rapidly sucked away. Fudge! What the hell is this thing? Greed shivered as he realized that only about half of his life force essence remained. His heart felt as if it were being sliced with a sharp blade, filling him with indescribable pain. After all, His life force essence was his most precious possession, and the entire foundation of why his soul could not be exterminated. Greed's eyes were crimson, and he was shaking violently as he sped through the necropolis. The flames in his eyes were very weak, and even showed signs that they might be extinguished soon. In his heart he felt deep regret that he had thought too much of himself, and looked down on this tiny fruit. But wait, there's still another way. The stronger this body is, the more it will help me. I'm gonna go for it. Gritting his teeth, greed flashed through the air in a gray streak. He moved with incredible speed, the lightning dancing around his head, ensuring that he could break through any wall that got in his path. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in another corridor, where two ancient realm cultivators were proceeding along cautiously. Before they could react, greed turned into a blur as he pounced on one of them. That cultivator let out a blood-curdling scream as his body withered. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into dust, and a white mist which instantly merged into Meng Hao's body and was then absorbed by the fourth nirvana fruit. The other cultivator was shocked, and immediately began to flee. Performing an incantation gesture, he unleashed divine abilities and magical items. And yet, they were completely useless against the gray blur that was greed. In the blink of an eye, he burst through them and latched onto the cultivator. Another miserable shriek could be heard as the cultivator's body withered away into dust. The white mist poured into Meng Hao, who then flickered, vanishing. When he appeared again, he was in yet another corridor, near another ancient realm cultivator who was speeding along. A moment later, a gray blur overwhelmed him. It was in this manner that greed's slaughter was carried out. He was a gray blur that sped about devouring and killing in the necropolis. No one who encountered him could escape. 1, 2, 3, 10, 15, 20. In a very short time, greed-possessed Meng Hao had slaughtered numerous cultivators in his attempt to fully absorb the fourth nirvana fruit. Even so, it could only reduce the speed with which his own life force essence was being sucked away. I need more life force, greed growled, on the verge of becoming unhinged. He began moving faster, killing faster, until finally, his divine sense picked up another of the Tao realm experts that had been pulled into the necropolis. He's next. Greed's eyes were sunken. He had killed a Tao realm expert already, and this would be his second. He burst through a nearby wall into a corridor, a bit behind a figure who was speeding along. Greed's entrance caused the man to turn and look back, his eyes flashing like lightning. It was an old man, one of the Two Essences Tao realm cultivators who had tried to interfere with Meng Hao outside of the necropolis. Meng Hao, he said. However, he almost immediately realized that something was off. Although Meng Hao had seemed strong before, it had been nothing more than that. Strength. Now, he seemed terrifying, superior in a way that caused the old man's heart to tremble with fear. Without the slightest hesitation, he fell back. Simultaneously, though, Meng Hao's body was compelled by greed to charge forward in attack. Damn it, how dare you run? The maddened greed's words were somewhat illogical, but inwardly, he was both irritated and afraid. In his fear of having his life completely sucked away, this Tao realm cultivator was essentially a surrogate to take his place in death. To see that surrogate running away left greed enraged. He increased his speed, making it impossible for the Tao realm cultivator to flee. Seeing this, the cultivator suddenly turned while performing an incantation gesture, a fierce glow rising up in his eyes. Lightning! He roared, causing numerous red lightning bolts to suddenly shoot out from his skin. They merged together into the image of a huge lightning bolt, which then exploded out, transforming into a rapidly expanding lightning globe. This old man was a decisive person, so he quickly bit his tongue and spit out some blood. Water, he roared. A red mist spread out from the blood, as if the blood and the water were being separated. What was left behind was only a drop of water, which was also essence formed from the old man's life force. That drop of water could contain entire worlds, and as the glow of lightning shone down on it, it began to emanate a seven-colored glow, within which numerous land masses could be seen. Instantly, that light shot toward greed, The flickering lightning swirled around the drop of water and then also shot toward Greed. Earlier, if Meng Hao had gone up against this old man's lightning and water essences, he would definitely have had to unleash the Paragon Bridge. But greed-possessed Meng Hao simply smiled. Then, he opened his mouth and actually consumed the drop of water. As he swallowed, a massive rumbling filled Meng Hao's body. As for the boundless lightning, he absorbed that too. Unexpectedly, it didn't hurt him at all, which caused the old man's eyes to go wide. Shocked, he was just about to flee when greed-controlled Meng Hao laughed viciously. "Now it's my turn. The wolf conquers all," Greed said, his voice strange and sinister. He lunged forward in the direction of the old man, mouth wide. As he breathed in, no force of absorption appeared, and yet the old man let out a miserable shriek. Rumbling could be heard as boundless white mist poured out of him toward Greed, who immediately sucked it in. It was a bizarre sight. The old man screamed as his body withered up. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a desiccated corpse, which then collapsed into ash. All of his life force had been consumed by greed. Thanks to the life force of the Tao realm cultivator, greed-possessed Meng Hao trembled. Suddenly, brilliant light began to shine out from his forehead. Although the fourth nirvana fruit was not completely absorbed, it had apparently reached a milestone in the process. Rumbling could be heard as the fourth nirvana fruit slowly began to rotate in place in addition to its absorption of life force. Next, the third nirvana fruit, as well as the second, and finally the first, all spun in unison, causing an ancient aura to erupt out of Meng Hao. That terrifying aura spread out, causing the entire necropolis to shake. That aura did not belong to greed, but rather the fourth nirvana fruit. As the fruits rotated, and the aura spread out, the power of an all-heaven Tao Immortal also rotated at its peak. Gradually, the ripples of the ancient realm began to radiate out from Meng Hao. Countless symbols appeared all over his skin, symbols that had apparently been hidden in his bloodline. Now they appeared all over him, causing an ancient, awe-inspiring aura to emanate out. Greed was trembling in excitement. "I bet, and it paid off big. This body is a huge treasure. With a body like this, I'm fully confident that I can eventually reach heaven trampling. I might not have fully absorbed this Tao fruit thing yet, but it won't be long before I will. A fleshly body comparable to the Tao realm, and a cultivation base even more powerful than before. It won't be long before this body erupts with completely extraordinary power." Greed took a deep breath. Currently, he only had about 30% of his life force essence left. However, to him, it was all worth it. That bridge, this exceptional bloodline, a powerful fleshly body, and a cultivation base with unlimited potential. This body is definitely worth it. Greed licked his lips, then threw his head back and laughed. "Once I get out of here, I'll find some god blood to get even more powerful, and then everyone who humiliated me in the past will find out that greed is back." Greed laughed, and as he did, a white-robed figure suddenly appeared in his mind, a figure which always filled him with resentment when he thought of him. "Just wait until I reach heaven trampling." Enlivened, Greed shot through the necropolis at top speed, sending his divine sense out to lock onto Xianxia. In another corridor in another part of the necropolis, Xianxia's eyes were wide, and his heart was uneasy. He could sense fluctuations off in the distance that left him completely unsettled. Muttering to himself, he increased his speed as he sent his divine sense out to scan a shrine hall in the center of the necropolis up ahead. By now, nearly 90% of the cultivators who had entered the necropolis were dead, most of them at the hands of greed. Some had already been wounded before entering. After being infected by the aura of death in the place, they were now at death's door. Meng Chen was one of those people. He currently lay in the dirt, his vision fading to black, his expression blank. His aura was growing weak, and his complexion was ashen as the aura of death caused his internal organs to slowly decay. Occasionally, black blood would ooze out of his mouth. Even his flesh was beginning to decay. By now, not even a Tao realm cultivator would be able to save him, the reason being that his soul was already dispersing. The aura of death slowly corroded his soul, and as it faded away, he slipped into death. He was dying, but that was not his wish. There were still many things he wanted to accomplish. He was the only member of his bloodline to have ever gone out into the world in recent years, and he had grand aspirations. He wanted to lead the members of his bloodline back to prominence, to restore his bloodline to its former glory. But now all he had were regrets. Suddenly, his lips quivered as he said, "Dad, Mom, I've been an unfilial son." His thoughts were somewhat muddled, and at the moment, he thought he could see the members of his bloodline and the hard lives they lived. He thought about many things. He thought about how excited everyone had been when they found out that he had shown the ability to cultivate. He thought about the oaths that he had sworn from the time he was young, and the first time he had left the ancestral lands. When he had set foot onto that merchant ship and received his orders from young Lord Da, he had gritted his teeth and complied, willing to pay any price for his bloodline and for his ambitions. But now all his humiliations and all his grand aspirations were nothing but memories. "If I die," Meng Chen murmured, "what will become of my little brothers and sisters? What will all my other relatives do?" Meng Chen's vision was growing blurry. Too much of his flesh was rotting away, and much of him was already being absorbed into the soil itself. His current location wasn't very far away from where greed-possessed Meng Hao was speeding along toward Xiandaozi's position. About 10 breaths of time passed, during which time Greed got closer and closer to Xiandaozi. At one point, when Greed passed by one particular side chamber, he suddenly stopped and looked inside. Approaching in his direction was Han Qinglei, who suddenly looked at him with an expression of delight. "Meng Hao!" Han Qinglei's anxiety suddenly lessened now that he had seen Meng Hao. He began to hurry over, but had only taken 3 or 4 steps when he suddenly stopped in place, his pupils constricting. "Meng Hao, what's wrong?" Han Qinglei could sense that something was off. There was a cold mercilessness within Meng Hao's eyes, as well as an avarice that he could tell was completely different from the Meng Hao he remembered. Although this Meng Hao and the other Meng Hao looked alike and their auras were the same, the different look in this one's eyes made Han Qinglei immediately begin to back up. Greed-possessed Meng Hao looked Han Qinglei up and down, then smiled viciously. "I can't believe there's another excellent fleshly body here. Except it's not quite as good as the one I already have. However, it's not good to waste. There's plenty of excellent life force to be sucked away." Grinning, Greed shot toward Han Qinglei. Han Qinglei's face fell. He was an intelligent person, and was able to detect enough clues to be suspicious. Then he heard Greed's words, and he understood everything. "Possession," he said, sucking in a breath. He immediately fled backward at top speed, performing a double-handed incantation gesture that caused a green cauldron to materialize. Rumbling could be heard as he continued to retreat back at top speed. Greed grinned viciously, and his right hand shot forward in a gray blur as he made to grab Han Qinglei. Han Qinglei's expression was one of hopelessness. Based on the level of his cultivation base, he was fundamentally no match at all for Greed. However, even in the moment that Greed's hand turned into a gray blur and was about to latch onto Han Qinglei, all of a sudden, it stopped moving, as if it were fighting back against Greed's consciousness. Greed's face fell, and he shot backward, grabbing his right hand hard with his left, a surprised and suspicious look in his eyes. Next, his eyes flickered as he examined his body. However, he could find no trace of a discarnate soul, which led him to only one conclusion. Damn it! There must still be tiny fragments of his soul left. However, the resistance was weak, and the soul fragments are acting on instinct alone. It seems Meng Hao and this person had some sort of friendship. With a cold harumph, he caused the qi and blood in his body to begin to burn, and even sent some of the lightning flame from the lightning cauldron to surround him, burning him from the outside in and then vice versa. After about 10 breaths of time passed, the flames dissipated, and Greed stopped burning his qi and blood. Feeling much better, he looked up in the direction of the fleeing Han Qinglei. He was about to give chase, when suddenly the force exerted by the 4th nirvana fruit grew stronger, as if it were intent on completing its fusion. Greed hesitated for a moment, then gave up on the idea of pursuing Han Qinglei. Instead, he flew in the direction of Xiandaozi. Currently, the most important thing was to complete the fusion with the Dao fruit in his forehead, and he was confident that after consuming Xiandaozi, he would be very close to just such a conclusion. As Xiandaozi and Greed both sped along, they gradually neared the exact same area. That area was none other than the huge temple in the middle of the necropolis. The necropolis was a vast construction, all of which was built around the temple in the middle. There were dozens of side chambers, all of which were connected by tunnels. The entire structure was arranged almost like a spell formation. Currently, Xiandaozi had just sped through one of the more than 10 entrances to the central temple, piercing through the air like lightning. As soon as he entered, he could sense a terrifying pressure that caused him to tremble. He took a deep breath and looked around, and as soon as he saw where he was, his pupils constricted. The central temple had 9 enormous stone columns that almost looked like spikes driven into the ground. In the very middle of those 9 stone columns was a raised platform, upon which could be seen a blue-robed figure sitting there cross-legged. It was a withered corpse that emanated a boundlessly ancient air, as if it had existed for countless years. There was absolutely no life force to be sensed on this corpse. It had been dead a long time. However, visible on its forehead was an astonishing flame, blue in color. From a distance, it almost looked like a sun, floating within which was a face. That face had its eyes closed, and shockingly, looked very similar to the corpse's face. Connecting the corpse to the platform were numerous iron chains. Furthermore, the giant pillars pulsed with fire that almost seemed to be refining the corpse. On the wall behind the corpse was a fresco. Astonishingly, it depicted a blue sun. That blue sun was incredibly realistic, and if you looked at it long enough, it would make you feel as if you were being roasted alive. Also within the area of the 9 pillars, on the left side of the corpse, a small shield could be seen lying on the ground. It was also blue and emanated a faint, flickering light. On the right side of the corpse was a bell. Small and a dark-colored, it didn't look very impressive. Scattered around were piles of other magical items. However, due to the passage of time, they were in various states of decomposition. Some were apparently still usable, but none of them attracted the attention of Dao Lord Xiandaozi. What caught his eye was the blue sun on the corpse's forehead, as well as the shield and bell. It was at this moment that, all of a sudden, Meng Hao came flying into the same area. Meng Hao! After seeing Meng Hao, Xiandaozi's eyes flickered with killing intent. He had paid a huge, bitter price for the chance to obtain Meng Hao's essence. After their initial encounter, he had pursued him into the 33 hells. Then he had experienced the bloody battle within the mists, and finally had been sucked into this necropolis. The incredible danger of it all left Xiandaozi filled with astonishment. "At long last we're in a place where no one can interfere," he said in a hoarse, ghastly voice filled with killing intent. "Nor can you escape. Therefore, this is where everything will come to a conclusion between us." However, as soon as greed-possessed Meng Hao entered the central temple, his eyes filled with mixed emotions and melancholy. It was almost as if he had forgotten about Xiandaozi and the 4th nirvana fruit. Instead, he stood there, staring at the withered corpse. "Exalted Celestial, see Dao," he murmured, expression complex and filled with numerous emotions. The C in the name represents 2 people. As for the Dao, the true meaning of the Taoist name given me was not Sea Dao, but Sea Dog. Greed seemed to be bitterly lost in the depths of his memories. Because of the profound ancientness of those memories, it was impossible for him to not emanate an incredibly ancient air. That ancientness caused Xiandaozi, who was in the middle of attacking, to suddenly stare in shock. He lurched to a stop, staring suspiciously, unable to determine what strange development had occurred, but deeply moved by the ancient aura radiating off of Meng Hao. Then he heard the words spoken by Greed, and his eyes widened. He suddenly remembered that, on the surface of the gravestone outside the necropolis was a name written down by none other than Paragon 9 Seals. It read, Paramitha, exalted celestial Sidao. Shockingly, greed was suppressed in this very location. Exalted celestial Sidao was actually one aspect of his soul. Years ago, he had split himself into two, one part of which remained in his fleshly body. As it had slowly withered away, that soul had condensed into the sun of an exalted celestial on his forehead. The other part had been hidden away in dormancy in the surrounding area, avoiding true death. In all the years since then, that aspect of his soul had attempted to free itself on many occasions, to escape. However, he had never been able to see any acceptable host, not even when cultivators came to this place from the outside world. He had tried on numerous occasions, but had never succeeded in possessing anyone. But then he had laid eyes on Meng Hao, which was the first time he had actually been able to see another cultivator. Greed sighed, an ancient sigh which echoed out in all directions. The entire temple seemed to fill with wind, and caused all light to grow unstable. The blue sun on the corpse's forehead suddenly flared to life. At the same time, the shield and the little bell on either side of the corpse began to tremble. The already intense pressure in the area grew stronger, explosively powerful, causing Xian Daozi to shiver. Only greed seemed completely unaffected. The cruel paragon 9 seals, greed murmured, traces of fear visible within his expression. He had a heaven-trampling fleshly body and a cultivation base half a step away from that same realm. What a pity he was the only one. If the immortal world had another paragon of the same level, the war might not have ended the way it did. Cruel. I never sensed it before, but now I can see the truth. He could have exterminated us all along, but instead, he created these 33 hells, not simply to suppress us, but to use the power of the mountain and sea realm to take the 33 of us, powerful peak experts, and refine us into pills. You wanted to pass us on to your successor, huh? You wanted to take 33 Tao divinities and exalted celestials, refine them into pills, and leave them behind for your successor. Greed took a deep breath. Shaken, his eyes began to shine with a bright light. Unfortunately, you could never have anticipated me escaping by splitting myself, nor could you predict that I would possess this body. I have no idea where your so-called successor is, but as for this grand gift you prepared for him, I'm going to take it now. With that, greed took a step forward. However, as soon as that step landed, Xiandaozi suddenly couldn't take the tension anymore and he howled, shooting toward the greed-possessed Meng Hao. Stop spouting mumbo-jumbo, Meng Hao. Today is the day you die. Flying at top speed, Xiandaozi closed in and waved his hand, causing essence and natural law to erupt out and bear down on Meng Hao. In this attack, Xiandaozi drew on all the power he could muster. Inwardly, all of the dangers of this place were weighing down on his heart, and also felt shaken by the words uttered just now by greed. Therefore, even as his essence and natural law shot out, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, causing 9 reptilian scales to fly out of his bag of holding. As soon as the scales appeared, a brutal aura exploded out, and the scales transformed into 9 scale dragons, each one fully 300 meters long. Thankfully, the temple was a large place, otherwise they wouldn't even have been able to move. As soon as they appeared, they roared and charged toward Meng Hao. Xiandaozi hadn't even finished that attack before he performed another incantation gesture and then waved his finger. His flesh and blood instantly withered, making him incredibly gaunt, yet simultaneously causing a mist of flesh and blood to transform into a blood sword. The sword droned like a blood dragon as it shot toward Meng Hao. Next, Xiandaozi performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing one magical symbol after another to appear. All of them were golden, and made popping sounds as they transformed into golden-armored celestial soldiers, which formed up and advanced on Meng Hao. Next, a strange light gleamed in Xiandaozi's eyes, and the killing intent within them swirled. Glaring coldly at Meng Hao, he began to mutter, then raised his right hand, which radiated a shocking black mist. The black mist swirled around, causing the air around him to distort. He really was going all out in this attack, doing everything possible to kill Meng Hao and end the fighting that had been dragging out between them. Greed-possessed Meng Hao's eyes flickered with a mysterious light, and he smiled viciously. He stopped walking toward the 9 stone columns, and instead turned and headed toward Xiandaozi. "You're the only Dao realm cultivator left? Well, just to make sure I don't run low on life force, I'll seal you before you die." As he took his first step, Xiandaozi's power of essence and natural law descended, enveloping him. But Greed simply opened his mouth and swallowed. The essence and natural law shuddered. It was as if Greed's mouth had turned into a black hole, and they were sucked in and completely consumed. Xiandaozi's eyes went wide, but before he could even react, the 9 scale dragons closed in. Greed took a second step, causing rumbling sounds to echo out, shaking the entire necropolis. The 9 scale dragons screamed miserably and shattered, transforming into white mist that Greed sucked in. He licked his lips, eyes shining as he smiled and said, "Lovely flavor." With that, he took a third step, waving his finger. The blood sword lurched to a halt and trembled in midair. Greed tapped on it, and it shattered, transforming into a blood mist which spread out in all directions. As for the incoming gold-armored celestial soldiers, they began to shake, and then fell into retreat. However, Greed waved his hand, shattering them and transforming them into a white mist which he then absorbed. The 4th nirvana fruit in his forehead was now significantly further along in its fusion process. "You're not Meng Hao," Xiandaozi exclaimed. "Who are you?" If he couldn't piece the clues together by now, then how could he have practiced cultivation to this level? Shock filled his face, and his scalp felt numb. How could he ever have imagined that all of his divine abilities and Taoist magics would be completely dismantled in an instant? The 2 sentences he had just uttered were completely involuntary. He had begun to guess at the truth when he saw the expression on Meng Hao's face when he looked at the withered corpse, and heard the words he had spoken. The terrifying possibility was something he almost couldn't believe. But now there was no denying it. "Of course I'm not Meng Hao," said Greed, voice cool and expression both arrogant and disdainful. "You can call me Exalted Celestial Sea-Dao, although I like my former name better." Greed. Xiandaozi's eyes filled with madness. His first reaction to encountering a terrifying entity such as this was to raise his right hand, which was now so enveloped in black mist that it was impossible to see with the naked eye. "Profound heaven's grand magic!" Xiandaozi roared. He lowered his hand, and suddenly, the image of an enormous palm appeared, completely black. It seemed illusory, but was in fact corporeal, and it shot toward Meng Hao with incredible speed, distorting natural law and affecting even heaven and earth as it sped along. A strange light appeared in Greed's eyes. He appeared to be somewhat surprised. However, when he opened his mouth and began to suck in a breath, the gigantic black hand began to shrink, transforming into a cyclone of wind that Greed then sucked in and swallowed. The sight caused Xiandaozi's heart to tremble, and he started to wonder if there was anything that this thing couldn't eat. He was already starting to edge backward, but there was nowhere to flee to in the huge temple. "What makes you think I would let you leave?" Greed asked, smiling. "I was the reason you people were sucked into this place. This is my necropolis and yours too." Even as Greed smiled, the surrounding walls began to rumble, and suddenly, the 10 entrances all collapsed. If it were just an ordinary physical collapse, that wouldn't be able to stop a cultivator from bursting through. But the ripples of a magical technique spread out, turning into a seal that kicked Xiandaozi back as soon as he got close. It was now impossible for him to flee. Xiandaozi's face fell, and his heart began to tremble. Greed stepped forward, and suddenly appeared in front of him. Xiandaozi's eyes widened as Greed pointed out with his finger and then tapped his chest. Xiandaozi screamed miserably as he shot backward. The spot Greed had just touched was now decaying, radiating a powerful aura of death. However, even as the decay spread, and the aura of death grew, his life force also increased dramatically. "Essence of life and death," Xiandaozi cried in shock. "Smart guy," Greed said, licking his lips, eyes shining mysteriously. "Seems like I shouldn't just eat you. Maybe a bit of soul-searching would help me to better understand the current state of the immortal world. Greed flashed toward Xiandaozi, closing in on him no matter how he tried to evade. Yet again, he waved his finger, tapping Xiandaozi's chest, causing it to decay and wither rapidly. Xiandaozi let out a miserable cry as his life force once again flourished explosively. His face was ashen, nearly despairing. He could sense the aura of death radiating off of Greed's finger. And yet, as that aura entered him, the destruction and death which followed actually stimulated his latent powers, causing the life force in his flesh and blood to flourish. The pain involved in such a technique was indescribable. Xiandaozi's eyes were crimson, and he immediately unleashed another divine ability, and yet, it was powerless against Greed. Tell me, what has occurred between you and Meng Hao? From the look of it, you don't really want to kill him, you want to get something from him. Greed moved with incredible speed, tapping his finger once, twice, 3 times. Xiandaozi's screams echoed out, incredibly shrill, as his body continued to wither. His chest, arms, head, every part of his body that Greed touched began to rot, and didn't ooze a single drop of blood. As he rotted, his life force grew stronger, causing him to shiver. In the blink of an eye, Greed once again tapped him, this time on the back. Xiandaozi's entire body was brimming with life force. Pain spread through his body, and he felt as if he were about to go mad. Knowing that he was about to die, he roared. Unexpectedly, he was choosing to self-detonate. However, in the moment that the power of self-detonation appeared, Greed viciously tapped down with his finger. Rumbling could be heard as the power of self-detonation was suppressed. By now, Xiandaozi's body was almost completely decayed everywhere. His clothes were gone, and he was radiating a rotten aura of death. He looked completely vicious as the rotting spread to his organs, and his bones, and his qi passageways. Everything was decomposing. He was an illustrious Tao Lord, a powerful expert in his realm, but even still he cried out, "Kill me! Kill me! I beg of you, kill me!" It wasn't that he didn't have a steadfast heart, or that his Tao was incomplete. Rather, this pain was something that a cultivator simply couldn't bear. "Tell me," Greed said, chuckling. "Tell me what you know. It'll make you feel good. Just so you know, you aren't the first cultivator from the immortal world to experience pain like this. Back in the war, lots of people were able to enjoy it." Greed's eyes gleamed with the thirst for blood. He was by no means a virtuous person to begin with, and when he saw the suffering Xiandaozi was going through, it made him feel wonderful. "The Tao Source!" Xiandaozi shrieked. "It was all for the Tao Source. When I fought Meng Hao, I saw him use a time-walking technique. It stirred my own essence, so I was sure that if I could absorb his time-walking technique, then it might give birth to a bit of Tao Source." As soon as the words left his mouth, Greed's pupils constricted, and his expression became unprecedentedly serious. Tao Source. That's a supreme realm comparable to heaven-trampling and boundless Tao. Greed was shaken, gasping. His eyes began to gleam with the light of wild joy. "I, Greed, have experienced countless good fortune in life. Whoever tries to kill me gets crushed by objects falling from the sky. Whatever places I go to turn out to be treasure houses. Anything that I want, I can get my hands on. This time, not only did I get a precious treasure of a fleshly body, I even got news about the Tao Source. Tao Source, the paramount realm of the immortal world. If I can get that, then I'll be that much more likely to succeed in cultivating the path of heaven trampling." Greed was incredibly excited, so much so that he lost interest in torturing Xiandaozi. No longer caring about Xiandaozi's terrifying rotting body, his hand shot out and latched onto the top of his head. "Soul Search." Greed licked his lips as he unleashed the magical technique, too anxious to wait for Xiandaozi to speak. He wanted to find the answers himself. Xiandaozi's body began to shake, and he screamed miserably. All of the intense pain before had come from within his own body, but this pain came from his soul. Popping sounds rang out from inside of him, and his eyes bulged. The pain he was enduring now was indescribable. Greed was panting as Xiandaozi's memories flitted by. He learned that the immortal world had fallen, and the mountain and sea realm had risen. He found out that 9 seals was dead, and how the 33 heavens existed. He learned many things that were different from when he had been alive. Eventually he reached the battle between Shen Daozi and Meng Hao, and as he stabbed into Shen Daozi's consciousness, it was as if he were re-experiencing Meng Hao's walking technique. When he saw it, Greed gaped in shock. For some reason, the technique looked very familiar to him, although he couldn't remember exactly where he had seen it. Instead of spending time considering the matter, he sank further into the sensation of how Shen Daozi's essence had stirred in that moment. The feeling left Greed completely excited. He was suddenly hit with an intense premonition that this was the key to heaven trampling. In his excitement, Greed wasn't even looking at Shen Daozi, who was currently hovering on the brink of death, screaming miserably. However, it was at this point that Shen Daozi's eyes suddenly glittered with an icy calmness that reached a terrifying level. Although he seemed to be screaming, he had actually split and compartmentalized his mind. Apparently, everything from before had been an act, and he had kept his killing intent deeply hidden. Suddenly, he spoke out in a completely calm voice. "I'm a Tao Lord. Getting killed in battle is fine, but I won't die in such utter humiliation." As his voice echoed out, Greed suddenly felt an intense sensation of crisis rise up within him. In that critical moment, Shen Daozi spread his arms wide and wrapped them around Greed, a look of contempt gleaming in his eyes. Profound Tao of heaven, one profound magic, across life and death. Essence arises, essence destroys. As Shen Daozi's archaic voice echoed out, he suddenly exploded, causing numerous chunks of rotting flesh and blood to spray out. His soul, his nascent divinity, his essences all collapsed. However, because of that collapse, his soul, nascent divinity, and essences were able to merge together and form a gigantic magical symbol. That magical symbol bore the semblance of the character Profound, and it shot toward Greed with incredible speed, then branded itself onto his chest. Greed howled and shot backward, blood spraying out of his mouth, his face ashen. The Profound character sank into his chest and then vanished, merging into him, searching for Greed's soul. Greed was shaking, and his face was flushed. Once again he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Roaring, he tried to suppress the character by waving his hand behind him in the direction of the 9 columns. Immediately, the shield and bell next to the withered corpse flew into the air and floated gently above him, emanating bright glows as they assisted Greed. Greed's essence of life force also flowed into operation as he used 10% of it to try to drive out Shen Daozi's dying attack. The result was that the Profound character was cleanly wiped away. However, Greed's life force essence had dwindled down to less than 20%. Panting, he looked at Shen Daozi's mangled blood and flesh, and then gritted his teeth. He had to admit that he had been careless, and had even been a bit arrogant. After taking over this fleshly body, he had virtually lost all sense of vigilance, and in that state of pride, he had overlooked the killing intent that could lurk in the heart of a hopelessly cornered Tao Lord. Now that he thought about it, the screams emanating out earlier due to the fleshly body pain had actually seemed a bit fake. Their entire purpose had been to lure Greed closer. In fact, the reason why Shen Daozi had even uttered the word Tao Source was to attract his attention and lure him into performing a soul search. Once Greed began the soul search, then Shen Daozi would have his chance to unleash that deadly magical technique. He was willing to die to try to strike me with a fatal blow. Greed took a deep breath, and vigilance once again burned to life within his eyes. He could sense that he only had 20% of his life force essence remaining. Suddenly, he spun to look at the withered corpse within the 9 pillars, and especially the blue sun. Finally, he smiled. Not very many people strike me with a deep impression, but this Shen Daozi was definitely one of them. However, he was a bit too childish. That magic wasn't capable of exterminating me. In fact, if that damn Tao fruit hadn't sucked away more than half of my life force essence, then I wouldn't even have needed to use 10% of it to wipe away the attack. Oh well, it's all over now. I'll undo the seal now and retrieve my exalted celestial son and absorb the other half of my soul. Then, I will no longer be half of a soul, but a full, complete soul. I can fight my way through each the other 32 hells and pick them clean one by one. By the time I leave this place, I might already be in heaven trampling. Even if the process isn't complete, I'll be at least half a step there. Licking his lips, Greed shot toward the 9 columns. Stopping in front of one, his eyes shone with anticipation as he stretched his hand out to push down onto the column, completely confident that he would be able to undo the first seal. "Open," he said, his voice echoing out. His hand turned into a gray blur as it closed in on the column. However, before he could actually touch it, when he was only an inch away, his hand suddenly stopped in place and began to tremble. Greed's eyes went wide with disbelief as he realized that a tiny face had suddenly appeared on his forehead. That face looked exactly like Meng Hao's. In fact, it was the real Meng Hao. Meng Hao's cool voice suddenly echoed out within Greed's mind and thoughts. "Thank you for helping me remold my body, for refining my magical items, for increasing my cultivation base, for helping me fuse with my 4th nirvana fruit, and for giving me such a precious life force essence. Oh, and thank you for taking care of all my enemies." "Impossible. This is impossible," cried Greed. "I already consumed your soul. I cleared out every part of your body with fire. It's virtually a completely new body. There can't be any remnant of your soul left. This is impossible." Greed was shaking. Although his words seemed to be those of disbelief, his sinister soul exploded out in an attempt to wipe and drive away any remnants of Meng Hao. "Nothing's impossible about it," Meng Hao replied. "I was hiding in the 3rd nirvana fruit and the paragon's blood. Come and check if you want." Almost in the same moment that Greed made his counterattack, and Meng Hao spoke, the 4th nirvana fruit suddenly erupted with an even more terrifying absorption force than it had ever shown before. Greed's soul trembled as his life force essence poured forth like a waterfall. "And no!" he shrieked miserably. 9 seals. It's 9 seals. 9 seals has schemed against me. That was because all along he had never been able to sense the tiny bit of Paragon 9 seal's blood. Apparently, it was simply impossible for him to see. Greed's soul let out a miserable shriek as he attempted to get out of Meng Hao's body. Unfortunately for him, the power exerted by the 4th nirvana fruit was completely shocking, causing his life force essence to rapidly vanish. To Greed, his life force essence was his most prized possession. It was what kept him alive, and the foundation of his soul, and was now also what made it impossible for him to escape Meng Hao's body. Finally, he let out a vicious howl and ceased any attempts to flee. Instead, he faced Meng Hao's soul and tried to consume it. He really had no other option than to risk it all in an attempt to fight for that tiny chance at life. However, even as he lunged, Meng Hao snorted coldly, and a blood-colored light shot out from within his 3rd nirvana fruit. That blood-colored light contained paragon power. Rumbling could be heard as it swept through Meng Hao's body, surging toward the trembling Greed, who screamed, "9 seals! 9 seals!" Greed was in a state of despair. By this point, how could he not understand that he had been set up by Paragon 9 seals? Years ago, he had assumed that his act of splitting his soul had gone completely undetected. The truth was that 9 seals had seen everything. Greed now knew why he had been unable to see anyone else throughout all the years, not even when cultivators came into the 33 hells to explore. He could sense them, to be sure, and even try to possess them. However, the result was inevitable failure, as if there wasn't even a host to enter. But then Meng Hao came along. Greed believed himself to have possessed him, but now he realized that it had all been a trap, a ruse to lead him into an even greater snare. 9 seals! Greed howled as his life force essence continued to be consumed by the 4th nirvana fruit. With Greed's help, the 4th nirvana fruit had already been more than half absorbed by Meng Hao. Thanks to its consumption of Greed, the process was becoming ever more complete. 80%, 85%, 90%. Booms echoed out that no one could hear except for Meng Hao and Greed. To them, they seemed loud enough to cause everything to tremble. As Greed's life force essence faded away, his struggling grew weaker and weaker. He was now lost in despair, thanks especially to the pressure of the paragon's blood. Soon, he was suppressed to the point where he couldn't fight back. He could only watch as his life force essence slipped away, consumed voraciously, and his soul fire slowly began to flicker out. Worst of all was that Meng Hao's fleshly body was far more powerful than before, like a rampart, such that the power exerted by the fourth nirvana fruit could grow boundlessly stronger without him needing to worry about the strain it would place on his body. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. I've been preparing for years. I endured the pain of splitting my soul apart, all to get free. I'm so close. So close. Greed's miserable shrieks echoed out within Meng Hao's mind. Meng Hao's body was shaking, and the image of 4 nirvana fruits appeared on his forehead, flickering brightly. An incredible power erupted from them, filling his body. As Greed himself was absorbed into the nirvana fruit, Meng Hao then acquired Greed's memories. They weren't completely intact, and there were many blurry areas, but they still left Meng Hao completely shocked. In addition to Greed's memories, he also acquired Xian Daozi's memories, which Greed had just soul-searched. Those images were fresh, and were quickly snatched up by Meng Hao. It was at this point that his 4th nirvana fruit reached a state of 90% absorption. As for Greed's life force essence, there was only a strand of it left. I remolded this body with my essence. I made it stronger. It's the same with the cultivation base. I even sealed the Dao fruit so it couldn't emerge. I was the one who refined his magical items. I spared no cost. I destroyed his enemies and turned them into life force which he absorbed. I refuse to accept this. That jinx overcame me so many years ago, and what's done is done. But now, Meng Hao does the same thing. Greed laughed bitterly as his aura dissipated. His struggles ceased, and he was completely blotted out by the paragon's blood inside of Meng Hao. At the same time, the corpse sitting cross-legged in the middle of the 9 stone columns suddenly trembled slightly. It wasn't that the corpse once again had life force, but rather, the blue sun on its forehead was vibrating, causing the entire body to tremble. As the last strand of Greed's life force essence was absorbed by the 4th nirvana fruit, as the last bit of Greed's soul was wiped out by the paragon's blood, Greed's screams were cut off. He had been completely and utterly refined. It was at that point that the blue sun on the corpse began to shine with radiant light. Then it suddenly dimmed. However, when that happened, a face became visible within the sun. Floating there was none other than Greed. His eyes had been closed, but now they snapped open, filled with madness as he glared at Meng Hao, revealing that wild, unyielding air. He even opened his mouth and howled noiselessly. His eyes were filled with venomous hatred toward Meng Hao and hatred toward Paragon 9 Seals, all of which had reached the pinnacle. He had given Meng Hao incredible good fortune, only to be consumed by him. Of course, it was only part of Greed's soul, not the entire thing. The rest existed within that blue sun. Back when he had been suppressed by Paragon 9 Seals, he had split his soul, with 1/2 remaining on the outside. That part had now been absorbed by Meng Hao, which constituted a grievous injury to Greed. In fact, not even the wounds inflicted on him by Paragon 9 Seals years ago had been as bad. Half of his soul meant that half of his life force essence was now gone as well. To Greed, that was like half of his life. Even as Greed's face howled noiselessly within the blue sun, Meng Hao trembled, and the glittering image of his 4th nirvana fruit appeared on his forehead. It was now almost completely absorbed. However, the key was the word almost, since it still lacked just a tiny, tiny bit before being completely absorbed. It was now at 99%. The last bit would need time, not any influx of life force. Based on what Meng Hao could sense, he was confident that it would take a few months at most before he was ready to break into the ancient realm. At the same time, he could sense from the rumblings of his cultivation base that he was far more powerful than he had been before. He was even confident that if he faced Dao Lord-level opponents, he would no longer only be able to fight them to a deadlock, but rather would be able to secure victory. Even more shocking was that the all-heaven Dao immortal blood inside of him was boiling, which affected the Fang clan back in the Ninth Mountain and Sea. On that day, the Tao seeds in many Fang clan cultivators sparked to life. There were even some whose blood awoke to the point of being in the initial stages of an all-heaven immortal. On that day, the overall power of the Fang clan increased by a whole level. On that day, the Fang clan was shaken, and all of the clan members were in shock. On that day, Fang Shoudao experienced a cultivation-based breakthrough. In one short day, the Fang clan grew far, far stronger. At the same time, on that day, countless members of the Fang clan could sense a distant, awe-inspiring aura surging up in the Eighth Mountain and Sea. That was Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes burst open, and they seemed to contain the stars hidden in their depths. If you looked closely, they seemed to house vortexes that could suck in the power of all types of divine sense. Even more shocking was that there was lightning dancing around him that came from none other than greed's essence of lightning. Meng Hao took a deep breath, and as a result, the entire aura of the necropolis seemed to begin to spin toward him. Meng Hao's eyes began to gleam with wild joy. He clenched his fists together and relished the sensation of power he felt from his body, which far, far exceeded that from before. He could sense the resilience of his bones, and how much more terrifyingly strong they were. His chi passageways were the same, and most importantly, his blood was too. Greed had paid an extremely heavy price to purify his blood, of which even a single drop now contained massive power. Right now, he didn't need to use his cultivation base to fight the Tao. He could use his fleshly body alone. In fact, there would surely be some powerful experts who would wish to refine his body into a Tao realm treasure if they could. Meng Hao began to laugh heartily. In his opinion, this Greed really was a good guy. In addition to what he had done with his fleshly body, he had increased his cultivation base, something that left Meng Hao smiling broadly. He rubbed his forehead, thinking about how much time he had saved with the fourth nirvana fruit thanks to Greed. Suddenly, he felt very appreciative. Were it not for the fact that Greed had forcefully sealed the fruit inside of him, even though he still could have taken his body back, his cultivation-based progress would not have been as incredible. "What a great fellow," Meng Hao said. Licking his lips, he smiled and smacked his bag of holding. Eyes shining brightly, he took a deep breath and took out the long spear which had been turned into a dragon, and the superimposed swords. When he swung the long spear, the dragon roared. The pressure it now exuded was over 10 times that of its previous power, as far as Meng Hao could tell in his initial estimate. As for the superimposed swords, the murderous aura they emitted was even greater than before. He suddenly regretted not leaving some more magical items sitting out in his bag of holding. If he had known things would end up like this, he definitely would have. Then he looked up at the lightning cauldron floating above his head, and his eyes gleamed. "Rich," he murmured. "This time I've really struck it rich. I wish I'd known earlier that lending out my body could lead to so many benefits. From now on I'll loan it out a bit more often." Then he looked over at the blue sun on the forehead of the corpse, and Greed's face therein. Greed looked like he was about to go mad from the sight of Meng Hao's glee regarding his fleshly body, his excitement regarding the transformations to his cultivation base, and his excitement at the items in his bag of holding. All of it was too much for Greed, who let out a miserable howl. His heart felt like it was breaking, and his regret was enormous. "Mine! All of that should be mine. I spared no cost to refine that body, and I wasted tons of essence to mold its cultivation base. And I was the only one who could unseal those magical items. Mine! All of that should rightly be mine." Greed wanted to weep, but had no tears to shed. He felt embarrassed, even humiliated. And yet that humiliation soon turned to indignation as he saw Meng Hao's delighted gaze shift from the lightning cauldron to the shield and the little bell. "Those are mine," Greed roared, his eyes wide. However, the sound of his voice couldn't leave that blue sun. Even if he roared louder, the only thing anyone might be able to see was the blue glow of the sun intensifying a bit. Meng Hao stared fixedly at the little shield, then took a deep breath. For some reason, he had the feeling that he could control it. Heart thumping, he sent out some divine will, and the shield twitched. A moment later, It appeared directly in front of him, radiating a scintillating light. Meng Hao gazed at the shield, contemplating how easy it had been to control it, almost as if it were connected to him. It made him realize that the result of consuming greed's life force essence wasn't simply a matter of completing his fourth nirvana fruit. He could sense that his control over the shield didn't come from himself, but rather the fourth nirvana fruit. It was similar to how he didn't directly control the paragon's blood inside of him, the third nirvana fruit did. However, the specifics weren't really important. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed as he next looked toward the bell. It flickered, then floated over to rest in Meng Hao's hand, emanating a feeling of extreme ancientness. Not only did you help me refine my body, you increased my cultivation base, fused my nirvana fruit, reforged my magical items, and even gave me some of your own treasures. Meng Hao sighed and looked over at the blue sun on the corpse's forehead, and Greed's face, which was currently screaming silently at him. Meng Hao cleared his throat and then clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Many thanks, Senior," he said. Then he put the shield and the bell away. Greed glared at him and truly wished to weep. After putting the items away, Meng Hao looked back up and saw Greed staring at him with madness and killing intent. All of a sudden, memories floated up in his mind that he had just acquired. When he was suppressed, he split his soul into two parts. The 33 hells are actually 33 medicinal pills left behind by Paragon 9 seals. Medicinal pills concocted by a powerful Dao realm expert could rightly be called Dao pills. If that's the case, then did I actually just consume half of a Dao pill? Meng Hao murmured, looking at Greed, and his eyes shone brightly. He licked his lips. He had no way of knowing, but when Greed saw the look on his face, he suddenly shivered. After standing there thinking for another moment, Meng Hao organized his thoughts. In addition to Greed's memories, he also had Xian Daozi's memories in his head too. From those memories, he was able to see Xian Daozi's final moments before his death. Although he and Xian Daozi had been trying to kill each other, when Meng Hao saw how he had died, he couldn't help but sigh emotionally. In the immortal world, cultivators with less than 3 essences are ordinary Dao realm cultivators. 3 essences earns you the right to be called Dao Lord, which is essentially the peak of the early Dao realm. After that are the Dao Sovereigns, who have up to 6 essences. They are essentially the mid-Dao realm. After that is the late Dao realm, which is the Paragon stage. 7 essences Paragons, 8 essences Paragons, and 9 essences Paragons. It seems that the Paragon stage is equivalent to Permitha's Exalted Celestial, which is likewise equivalent to Permitha's Dao Divinity. Furthermore, beyond Paragons, there is another legendary realm, the Dao Source. Meng Hao's eyes shone brightly as he realized why Xian Daozi had been so focused on killing him. Essence stirs only for the Dao Source. The Dao Source realm is similar to Heaven Trampling, which is likewise similar to the Boundless Dao. Meng Hao was unfamiliar with these two terms. After searching through some of Greed's memories, he understood. Exalted Celestials and Dao Divinities were cultivation-based terms used by the 2 powers that had been involved in the war with the immortal world. Dao Source. Dao Source. According to the information in Greed's memories, back in the day, Paragon 9 seals had a Dao Source fleshly body, but his cultivation base was only half a step into the Dao Source realm. So, he never counted as a true Dao Source cultivator. In that case, exactly how powerful is the Dao Source realm? If a Dao Source realm cultivator appeared in the mountain and sea realm, would it be enough to resolve the war between the 3 powers? Furthermore, might it be possible that there is an even more powerful realm beyond the Dao Source? Meng Hao was nearly overwhelmed by the mass of new information. After a long moment, he shook his head and cleared his thoughts. After looking over at the blue sun on the corpse's forehead again, his eyes glittered. Muttering to himself, he took another long moment to still his beating heart. My cultivation base isn't high enough to undo that seal and consume the rest of the Dao pill. Since that was the purpose of the creation of the 33 hells, then there's no need to get anxious about receiving all the benefits. Once I get into the Dao realm, I'll come back and get all the Dao pills in one fell swoop. Meng Hao stepped back, then waved his right sleeve, collecting all the other magical items which had been laying around in the area for countless years. After looking around one more time to make sure he hadn't missed anything, he turned and prepared to leave. Within the blue sun, Greed stared at Meng Hao, swearing that if he had a chance, he would definitely consume Meng Hao. However, just as Meng Hao was about to leave, he stopped in place, then smacked himself hard in the forehead. Greed gaped in shock, wondering whether or not Meng Hao was going crazy. Meng Hao appeared to be furious as he once again smacked himself. "Ah, Meng Hao, you fool, I know you're rich now, but you can never forget that money comes by saving up a bit at a time. Every time you don't earn some money, you're losing money. Plus, once you get it, you can't spend it frivolously. You got some amazing good fortune this time around, and earned quite a bit. But that doesn't mean you can be extravagant all of a sudden." Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself of the lessons he had been taught, then squatted down and tapped some of the floor tiles in the temple. Finally, he let out a long sigh. "I really was being negligent. These floor tiles might not be made from immortal jade, but they contain a dowel within them that makes them the perfect ingredient for forging magical items. Even one of them would fetch an incredible price on the outside." Eyes gleaming, he smacked his back of holding to produce a sword, which he edged into the corner of one of the tiles. A moment later, the sword snapped in half. "Wow, they're pretty tough." Licking his lips, Meng Hao produced the long dragon spear, stabbed it into the ground, and began to pry upward. Meanwhile, Greed looked on, astonished. A boom rang out as the floor tile flew up into the air. Meng Hao grabbed it and looked it over, whereupon a radiant smile appeared on his face. Eyes shining, he slapped his bag of holding, causing the parrot and meat jelly to fly out. "No jabbering," he said. "Let's clean this place out. Just don't touch those 9 pillars." With that, he went to work prying up the next tile. The parrot and meat jelly had just been about to launch into a debate, but were cut off by Meng Hao. They looked around, and suddenly their eyes began to shine brightly, and they immediately began to help Meng Hao pry up the floor tiles. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 10 pieces, 30 pieces, 100 pieces. Meng Hao was going mad, buzzing around like a tornado as he used the dragon spear to pry up one floor tile after another. Greed watched what was happening, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Meng Hao was using the very spear that he had paid such a heavy price to unseal, to run around like mad and pry up floor tiles. Greed suddenly shivered. By now, he realized that Meng Hao was definitely not to be trifled with. Absolutely, positively not to be trifled with. In fact, he was even more terrifying than the jinx that had sealed Greed here to begin with. That jinx was a killer, but this Meng Hao is more than that. He'll take everything down to the bones. Before Greed could even finish sighing, Meng Hao suddenly looked up at the walls, and his eyes shone. Hurrying over, he began to dismantle the frescoes piece by piece. Greed's eyelids twitched as he watched Meng Hao, and his heart was pounding. He had long since taken his own name to be an expression of his personality, but now he realized that compared to Meng Hao, he himself was an upstanding individual. It was at this point that Meng Hao's eyes flashed like lightning as he started looking around again, and his gaze met Greed's. Greed once again looked away, fearful that Meng Hao in his madness would go after him again. "Crazy! Crazy!" Greed murmured, gaping in shock. "This guy is absolutely crazy." The parrot and meat jelly were also collecting all of the items in the hall, with the exception of the 9 pillars. Greed stared around at the chaos. The once magnificent temple hall now looked as if it had been chewed up by a ravenous dog. It was completely bare, with only a few places left intact. Greed was shaking at how terrifying Meng Hao was. "I really did underestimate him. He doesn't just give up with the bones, he even scrapes up the dirt beneath the bones. He takes everything. This is the type of guy you can't trifle with. Never ever, ever. Now that I think about it, he should be named Greed." Greed took in a deep breath as Meng Hao once again seemed to be on the verge of leaving. However, it was at this point that Meng Hao turned and suddenly looked at him. Greed shivered in shock as Meng Hao once again slapped his forehead. "How could I have forgotten that?" Meng Hao said, sounding very angry at how dull he had become. He suddenly hurried over to where greed was located, and a carved stone screen had been erected, which depicted a sun. Meng Hao efficiently dismantled the screen and put it into his bag of holding. As he looked around the huge temple hall one more time, he tilted his head up and noticed the roof tiles, which he quickly helped himself to. Finally, he left with the meat jelly and Parrot. Greed watched Meng Hao leave, and then glanced around at the mess. Then he really did start to cry. In his estimation, his necropolis must now be the poorest of all 33. I really did underestimate him. Not even ravenous dogs could pick the place apart as cleanly and thoroughly as this. Meng Hao left, savoring sweet the flavor of his profits from the central temple. Eyes gleaming, he next focused on the surrounding side chambers. Of course, the meat jelly and Parrot hadn't originally cared much about wealth. The Parrot liked fur and feathers, whereas the meat jelly was inclined toward bullies. However, after being around Meng Hao for so long, he had started to rub off on them. Now, they were far more interested in money, which was quite a pleasing development as far as Meng Hao was concerned. Having assistants made the plundering process much smoother. The three of them were like locusts as they descended upon the next side chamber. Because they didn't have to worry about the magical seals like they did in the main hall, things were much easier, and they went right to work. The Parrot flew up toward the ceiling. The meat jelly handled miscellaneous objects, and as for Meng Hao, he felt that prying up the floor tiles and dismantling the wall decorations was right up his alley. In the end, it took barely a dozen breaths of time before the three of them left. The side chamber was completely empty, even emptier than the main hall. If Greed were here to see what was happening, his fear of Meng Hao would surely increase. Rich! I'm really rich, Meng Hao thought, his eyes shining as he madly cleared out another side chamber. It didn't take long before the group of three had swept through all of the side chambers. The Parrot and meat jelly were starting to feel tired, so Meng Hao put them back in his bulging bag of holding, which he then patted as he laughed heartily. Then he prepared to fly off and look for the exit. Meanwhile, Han Qinglei was just down the corridor, having just cautiously entered one of the side chambers. At first, he assumed that he had taken a wrong turn and come to a different place than he expected. But just as he was turning to leave, he suddenly gaped in shock at the emptiness around him and examined the area more closely. He looked down at the ground and saw no floor tiles, nor were there any frescoes on the wall. Every single object imaginable had been cleared out. Even the glowing pearl lights up above had been taken away. Han Qinglei gasped in astonishment. What happened? Who did this? Han Qinglei wasn't actually very familiar with Meng Hao. He only knew about how Meng Hao had acted in the windswept realm, so when he saw the shocking scene around him, he didn't think to connect it to Meng Hao. Taking a deep breath, he hurried on to the next side chamber, whereupon his face began to flicker with fear. After visiting several more side chambers, he realized that they had all been emptied out and were in complete disarray. Not too far off, on another side, Meng Hao suppressed his excitement at everything that had just happened, and was preparing to start searching for the exit. At the same time, he was considering how to escape from the Heaven God Alliance. At the most, it will take me a few months before I can break through to the Ancient Realm. For me, the Ancient Realm will be a mere stepping stone, and it should be just a quick succession of breakthroughs on my way to the Tao Realm. Meng Hao's eyes shone with anticipation. He had already spent far too much time in the Immortal Realm, and had progressed farther than virtually anyone else ever had. He had made thorough preparations, and was confident that he would be able to extinguish however many soul lamps he needed to. The only thing he wasn't sure about was how many soul lamps that would entail. The Tao Realm is the key to everything. Meng Hao took a deep breath and buried his anticipation deep in his heart. If I remember correctly, Han Qinglei is in this necropolis too. Meng Hao sent his divine sense out and quickly found Han Qinglei. Just when he was about to head in his direction, Meng Hao stopped in place. He had just noticed that in a corridor not too far off, a person was just about to become a corpse. It was none other than Meng Chen, someone from the Meng clan. Meng Hao scanned his face, and despite the thick aura of death which twisted it in a grotesque way, He could tell that it was the same young man he had noticed on the Meng clan's ship. Meng Hao remembered that when Patriarch Black Soul had pointed out that he came from the Ninth Mountain and Sea, it made him think about the Meng clan, and then look over at the expressions on the faces of the people on the ship. Few of them had any reaction when the Ninth Mountain and Sea was mentioned, but this young man, Meng Chen, had looked shocked. His expression had been one of mixed emotions, including anticipation and even nervousness. Meng Hao had noticed that, but at the moment he had been in a very deadly chase, with no time to consider the matter. However, in hindsight he was now convinced that this young man knew about the connection between the Meng clan and the Ninth Mountain and Xisfang clan. Meng Hao ignored Han Qinglei for the moment, and instead sped over to Meng Chen. He even used the lightning cauldron to bypass some walls, and appeared next to Meng Chen a moment later. Almost immediately, he was struck by the powerful aura of death emanating off of Meng Chen. The ground in the area had already absorbed his limbs, and was slowly assimilating the rest of him, to the point where only his head was still visible above the surface. His skin was bloated and black, covered with blue veins. However, he wasn't dead. He still had one breath of life left. Meng Hao knelt down next to him and placed his hand on Meng Chen's forehead. After a moment, a look of sadness passed over his face. Meng Chen's cultivation base was only in the immortal realm. The necropolis they were in was filled with an aura of death that even Dao realm experts would be leery of. However, Meng Chen was already completely infected, and should actually have died much sooner. However, a bit of his own aura remained, a bit that was fueled by his unyielding drive and will. The power of that desire transformed into something like a wisp of smoke from a lit incense stick, which kept Meng Chen afloat for just a bit longer. However, despite the fact that he hovered there between life and death, his soul was still dispersing, and his body was melting away. He would not be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation, and if Meng Hao hadn't come when he had, then it would only have been a few more hours before that final bit of his own aura was completely gone. Just what kind of obsession can drive a person to refuse to give in like this? Meng Hao murmured. He sighed, wishing that he could do something to save him, but knowing that it was impossible. Frowning sadly, he reached out and tapped Meng Chen's forehead, sending in a bit of life force. It wouldn't save him, but would give him a bit of lucidity and help him to express his dying wishes. Meng Chen shivered, and his bulging eyes opened. He didn't look at all handsome like he used to. However, Meng Hao's life force contained essence power, which caused Meng Chen's dispersing soul to temporarily solidify, and his previously fading eyes to grow clear. Unfortunately, Meng Hao knew that the brightness in his eyes was the flicker of lucidity that came moments before death. "If there's anything you'd like to say, you can tell me," Meng Hao said softly. Meng Chen looked at Meng Hao blankly for a moment, then realized who he was. Eyes filling with anticipation, he said, "Meng Hao." It was difficult for him to speak, and when he did, it was in fits and gasps. "I have an aunt named Mengli in the Ninth Mountain and Sea." His words hit Meng Hao like lightning, and he began to tremble. He looked at Meng Chen with wide eyes. Although he had guessed that this might be the reality of the situation, to hear Meng Chen say the words out loud caused waves of shock to beat at Meng Hao's mind. Instead of saying that Meng Hao had deep feelings for the Meng clan itself, it would be more accurate to say that he felt deep regard for his grandfather's bloodline. In the final analysis, the reason he wanted to go to the Meng clan in the first place was because of that bloodline. His true relatives were the members of that bloodline, not the Meng clan in general. Meng Hao began to pant from the realization that this Meng clan cultivator was actually one of his direct relatives. He once again tapped Meng Chen's forehead, giving him some more essence power. This time, knowing that Meng Chen was not just an ordinary member of the Meng clan, he gave as much power as was possible. It still wasn't enough to save him, but it was enough to cause his eyes to shine. "You know my aunt?" Meng Chen asked, looking at Meng Hao with intense anticipation. "She's my mother," Meng Hao replied softly. "My name is Meng Hao, but at the same time, Feng Meng Hao." When Meng Chen heard that, he shivered, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. He knew that his aunt had gone to the 9th mountain and sea to get married, and that her husband was surnamed Fong. So it's really you. Meng Chun still hadn't released his last breath of life. However, his eyes were growing dim, and the aura of death was overtaking him. Even with Meng Hao supporting him, any moment could be his last. Help the Meng clan, and help our bloodline rise to prominence. I'm Meng Chen, and I'm the only immortal realm cultivator in our bloodline. Help us rise to prominence. Meng Chun shivered, using all of the energy he had left to say the words, rise to prominence. After he did, black blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, and his eyes darkened. However, he still wasn't dead yet. He was holding on tenaciously, looking at Meng Hao, waiting for him to respond. Meng Hao's mind was trembling as he looked at Meng Chun, his own relative. After a moment, his eyes filled with determination, and he nodded. When Meng Chun saw that, and the determination written on Meng Hao's face, he smiled. The smile lasted only a moment, but based on the look in his eyes, Meng Hao could sense Meng Chen's unswerving obsession. The look faded away, and then his gaze stiffened. His eyes stopped moving. The flame of his life force had burned out. His body was now completely enveloped by an aura of death. Meng Chen was dead. Off to the side lay his bag of holding, the only thing that remained of him. Meng Hao was silent for a while, then he sighed. He was aware that his grandfather's bloodline was in decline, and that one of the main reasons was himself. It was the same with the Fong clan. If his 2 grandfathers hadn't gone missing while trying to save him, then his grandfather's bloodline definitely wouldn't be in such a poor situation. The only immortal realm cultivator in the bloodline? Meng Hao murmured, slowly standing up. He stamped his foot, dispersing the aura of death, and sending the soil scattering about to reveal Meng Chen's corpse, which he carefully picked up. All right, time to take you home, he said quietly, carefully placing Meng Chun into his bag of holding. He turned and began to slowly walk away. As he did, his appearance changed into that of Meng Chen. I'll take your place to fulfill your obsession, he said slowly. I will lead the bloodline into prominence in the Meng clan. Rise to prominence. What those words meant and what they represented was different now than what they had meant during his time in the Fong clan. Their rising to prominence involved he himself flying to great heights. Meng Hao was a member of the Fong clan, and the crown prince of the direct bloodline at that. His father had a profoundly high cultivation base, and Meng Hao also had the support of the direct bloodline elders. Because of that, rather than saying that he had helped the direct bloodline rise to prominence, it would be better to say that Meng Hao had been demonstrating his own worthiness. The situation in the Meng clan was different. Based on the level of his cultivation base, he could earn himself a high position within the Meng clan if he wanted to. However, unless he stayed with the Meng clan in the 8th mountain and sea forever, it would do no good. Once he left, the bloodline would be left waiting for his grandfather to return, and would be back in exactly the same position they had been in before Meng Hao had arrived. To rise to prominence with the Meng clan meant that the entire bloodline needed to rise, not just a single person. Meng Hao stood there, lost in deep and somber thought. Meng Chen's handful of words caused him to ponder the decline of his grandfather's bloodline, and the serious crisis they were now facing. The fact that they only had one immortal realm cultivator said a lot. It meant that the entire bloodline could be wiped away at virtually any time. In fact, no one else in the clan would care at all about Meng Chen's death, because it would have virtually no impact on the clan as a whole. But to his bloodline, it spelled out certain disaster. Their only immortal realm cultivator was dead. How did things come to this? Meng Hao thought. He truly didn't understand how, in less than 1,000 years, a once flourishing bloodline could experience such a decline. There was really only one possibility. All of the powerful experts died, leaving behind only widows and orphans. Meng Hao trembled where he stood, his eyes bloodshot and his heart twinging with pain. He could well imagine the current situation in the bloodline, and it filled his heart with deep guilt. He then silently made his way off into the distance, ignoring his plan to go find Han Qinglei. As of now, there was no need to rely on him to leave this place. Meng Hao would use Meng Chen's identity instead. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, rumbling sounds echoed out within the necropolis, and everything began to shake as a huge rift appeared. A terrifying power of expulsion also began to rise up. According to Greed's memories, that was the way to leave this place. There was a small spell formation aperture which, when powered by Greed's life force essence, would open the exit. As the rumbling echoed out, Meng Hao took advantage of the expulsion power to shoot out through the rift. He was followed by a shocked Han Qinglei, who quickly turned back to look at the rift leading back to the necropolis. He realized that the only people to be disgorged were himself and this other person from the Meng clan. Of all the other people, none emerged. Not even Meng Hao. This could only lead him to one conclusion. Dead? Impossible. Han Qinglei simply couldn't believe that Meng Hao had died inside. Suddenly, he thought back to the last moment in which he had seen Meng Hao, and how odd the situation had been. Han Qinglei suddenly had a very bad feeling. Sighing, he turned and looked at the world around him, which was once again wreathed in mists. Roars could be heard therein, as well as the sounds of cultivators unleashing magical techniques. He looked back at the Meng clan cultivator who had been ejected from the necropolis along with him. The reason he could so easily identify him as coming from the Meng clan was that all of the members of the Meng clan who had come to this place had Immortal realm cultivation bases, and currently Meng Hao had suppressed his cultivation base down to that very level. Everyone else died. How come he's still alive? Han Qinglei thought, eyes glittering. However, just as he was about to examine Meng Hao closer, an enraged roar echoed out. Hungry. So hungry. The sound was joined by the clank of iron chains. A moment later, a black iron chain shot out from the mists, causing mountains to crumble down below, and destroying a few cultivators who got in its way. The mist seethed, and soon, a giant became visible, around whose enormous belly were wrapped numerous iron chains. Several cultivators surrounded it, including Dao realm experts, all of whom were engaged in fierce battle. Even though the old man from the Heaven God Society had left after Meng Hao and the others had gotten sucked into the necropolis, obviously other cultivators had entered in search of good fortune. What is this thing? Han Qinglei gasped. Although the mists made things difficult to see, it was possible to discern that the giant was actually covered by countless whisker-like tentacles, some of which were wrapped around the iron chains and the rest of which flailed about in the air. It was a truly shocking sight. The creature was currently being besieged by numerous cultivators, many of whom appeared to be collecting the blood that dripped down from the tentacles surrounding the giant. Han Qinglei, who had just been distracted by all the figures in the mists, turned back only to find that the Meng clan cultivator was gone. He looked once more in the direction of the necropolis, then let out a long sigh and buried his suspicions in his heart, flying up into the air toward the exit. Concealed in the mists, Meng Hao watched Han Qinglei heading off. Keeping his head down, he followed along, waiting a bit after Han Qinglei actually left through the exit before flying toward it himself. It was not that he was on guard against Han Qinglei, who had actually come here to save him. The friendship he had shown was something that Meng Hao would remember. However, it wouldn't be very convenient to meet with him in his current identity. His speculations regarding what had happened to his grandfather's bloodline still weighed heavily on his heart. As Meng Hao flew up into the air toward the exit, someone spun out of control through the air toward him from off in the distance. It was an ancient realm cultivator, who had been attacking the giant and was now coughing up blood and had a very ashen face. Just now, the terrifying giant had swiped at him, and just the ripples of pressure from the blow had very nearly killed him. He was sent spinning tens of thousands of meters away, ending up right in front of Meng Hao. Meng Hao dodged to the side and then continued on his way up. The ancient realm cultivator was a middle-aged man, who wiped the blood off his mouth, glanced fearfully at the giant off in the distance, then looked at Meng Hao. Immortal realm? You actually dared to enter this place as an immortal realm cultivator? What sect are you from? The cultivator's eyes flashed as he flew forward to block Meng Hao's path. Screw off, Meng Hao said icily, not slowing down a bit. How dare you? the man said with a cold snort. "Are you looking to die?" As he shot toward Meng Hao, he reached out to grab him. Meng Hao frowned, eyes flickering with killing intent at the man's obvious ill designs. However, before the man could get close, massive rumbling sounds filled the air. The surrounding mists began to seethe and churn. At the same time, the besieged giant suddenly became completely clear to Meng Hao's eyes. It was fully 3,000 meters tall and had a belly that was so fat it seemed almost like a sphere, surrounded by writhing tentacles. Were it not for the fact that it had a head and 4 limbs, it might look like a globe. It held an enormous cudgel in its hand, which it waved about as it roared. Hungry, so hungry. Its left hand suddenly reached out and grabbed a cultivator, then popped him into its mouth. Blood oozed out as the giant chewed the man up and then swallowed him down. All the while, the other cultivators surrounding the giant were looking on. Meng Hao heard the miserable scream, and then watched as the man was swallowed down. Next, one of the giant's tentacles suddenly began to glow brightly, as if there were some sort of crystalline liquid flowing inside of it. Immediately, the other surrounding cultivators, even the Dao realm experts, began to attack that very tentacle. Booms rang out, and the tentacle shattered, causing numerous drops of crystalline fluid to scatter about, which the cultivators then snatched up. It was at this point that a cold voice suddenly rang out in Meng Hao's ear. "Did you see that? Now it's time for you to do me a favor. We're going to use your body to trade for some of that moon elixir." It was none other than the middle-aged man, whose hand shot out like lightning to grab Meng Hao. Meng Hao didn't even look back at him. He simply pointed his right index finger behind him and caused him to lurch to a stop, despite not even touching him. The man's eyes went wide with disbelief as he suddenly lost all control of his body and was rooted in place behind Meng Hao. Astonishment filled his eyes, and waves of shock filled his heart. Meng Hao looked back thoughtfully at the giant. Suddenly, massive rumbling filled the air as a powerful force of expulsion rose up from within the world, filling the lands. That force of expulsion began to push the cultivators up into the air. Simultaneously, the roiling mists formed into numerous vicious faces, which roared as they shot toward the crowds of cultivators up above. It was as if they were going to drive these people away. Most shocking of all was that the exit up above began to shrink, as if it were closing. Immediately, the cultivators began to shout and fly up into the air. "Let's go, the exit's closing. Get out of here." The 33 hells are only open for a limited time. They have an initial opening, a major opening, and a final opening. Each opening lasts longer than the last. Let's go, we'll have more chances later. From ancient times until now, anyone who has stayed behind after the exit closes has never been heard from again. It's too bad this gravesite is so barren. There was no mountain of weapons, and only one cultivator was buried here alongside the one who was suppressed. The voices of the crowd echoed as everyone flew up toward the exit. The giant was still roaring and attacking the crowds. The expulsion power grew more intense, and Meng Hao flashed toward the exit, dragging the middle-aged man along with him. As the crowds neared the exit and were about to leave, the giant all of a sudden looked at all of them, opened its mouth and roared a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roar. Its body swelled rapidly, and its tentacles extended rapidly. In the blink of an eye, you couldn't see its head or its limbs. It looked like a giant, 30,000-meter sphere. The shocked cultivators watched as over 10,000 tentacles shot up into the air like lightning. Many of the cultivators were too slow, and were caught by them, after which rift-like mouths opened up on the tentacles and swallowed them down. Everyone was in a pandemonium. By now, the exit was only about 30% of its original size. Everyone shot toward it as fast as possible, speeding out of the exit. As for the tentacles, they didn't dare to follow, and instead began to attack other people who hadn't escaped yet. One tentacle shot toward Meng Hao, but as it neared, his hand made a grasping motion. Instantly, the middle-aged cultivator's face flickered with fear and despair as Meng Hao tossed him out to the tentacle. It immediately consumed him, after which Meng Hao calmly stepped through the exit. As he did, he looked back at the huge 30,000-meter spheroid giant and its writhing tentacles, as well as the ferocious visages formed by the mist. Then he left. Outside the exit, the starry sky was pitch black and stretched out in all directions. When Meng Hao emerged, he could see the other brightly shining rifts, out of which other cultivators were emerging. Quite a number of cultivators of the Heaven God Alliance had entered the 33 Hells. Of the few remaining who were emerging now, some looked alarmed, whereas others looked delighted. Obviously, those were the people who had acquired something valuable inside. As for those cultivators, their fellow sect members quickly converged around them and escorted them away. Other people didn't look very happy about that, but after considering the matter, decided not to fight over the spoils. Meng Hao mixed in with the crowds as they left the area of the 33 Hells, eavesdropping on their conversations as he did. It's shut now, so the initial opening is over. The next time they open, more of the grave sites will be available. The 33 Hells will open 3 times in a row, and the period between the openings isn't that long. Soon it will be time for the second opening, and in the end, the third. I can't wait for the final opening, the third. Supposedly lots of sects acquire precious treasures and Taoist magics then. The level of danger always increases with each opening, though. Just now, not too many people died, but in the second opening, probably half of the people who go in won't make it out. As for the third opening, only the truly lucky can survive. Meng Hao's eyes glittered, but his expression remained the same. He followed everyone as they flew along. His cultivation base wasn't very high at the moment, only in the Immortal realm, which put him at the bottom of the pack. However, he wasn't the only Immortal realm cultivator. There were a handful of others, ensuring that he didn't stick out too much. He went along, maintaining a certain speed that ensured that he fell behind. The group was led by Dao realm experts, and eventually broke out from the region of the 33 Hells. Eventually that included Meng Hao. As he emerged, bright light shone into his eyes. The starry sky here glittered resplendently, which was a stark contrast to the pitch black near the 33 Hells. Meng Hao looked around and saw that the area surrounding the 33 Hells was packed tight with thousands of floating battleships. There were even floating palaces which had been erected, which belonged to various sects in the Heaven God Alliance. As the cultivators flew out of the 33 Hells and went in the directions of their sects, Meng Hao looked around at the various ships until he found the one belonging to the Meng clan. The young lord and his Dao protector were there, examining everyone exiting the 33 Hells, looking for the members of the Meng clan that had gone in. Meng Hao's eyes glittered coldly as he caused his face to grow pale, and put a look on his face that made it seem like he had just escaped with his life. Then he lurched along as if injured as he headed toward the Meng clan ship. At first, it was quite a chaotic scene as everyone headed toward their various sects, but things quickly started to quiet down. Meng Hao slowly neared the Meng clan ship, and finally, the young lord caught sight of him. The young lord immediately looked delighted, but the Dao protector behind him frowned and looked off into the distance. Seeing that no more members of the Meng clan had emerged, he sighed. Soon, the ship's shields were lowered, and Meng Hao boarded. He immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered off to the side, supporting himself on a handrail before managing to stand in place. "How come you're the only one who came back?" shouted the Dao protector. "What happened to everyone else?" Among the other members of the young lord's retinue present were a few people who were his longtime servants. One was a middle-aged cultivator, a butler who had recently been berating him and now looked very surprised to see Meng Chen alive. After all, of all the clan members who had gone into the 33 Hells, Meng Chen's cultivation base had been the weakest. And yet now, he was the only one to return. On the other side of the ship was the young man from the Han clan and his Dao protector. The young man stood there looking at Meng Hao, his sinister eyes glittering with a strange light as he slowly licked his lips. "I never thought that this guy would actually make it out alive," the young man murmured. "Seems he's pretty lucky." As he looked Meng Hao up and down, his eyes gleamed. His Dao protector didn't say anything. He knew what that gaze meant, and he was aware that this clan's young lord had rekindled an interest in this Meng clan cultivator. In response to the shouting Dao protector, Meng Hao's face paled, and he began to tremble. Sounding very bitter, He wheezed, "Dead. All dead." Meng Hao wasn't familiar with Meng Chen's manner of speaking, so he didn't say much, only a few words. He coughed up some more blood and swayed as if he were on the verge of toppling over unconscious. But then he looked over at the Meng clan's young lord, and his heart thumped. "Dead?" The Tao Protector yelled again. "How come everyone else is dead, and you came back alive? What happened in there? Tell me." Meng Hao ignored the old Tao Protector and then slapped his bag of holding to produce a silver trident, which he held aloft. "Meng Chun has accomplished his mission," Meng Hao declared. "I nearly died, but I managed to bring this treasure out. This was the magical item that everyone died to get." The young lord's eyes gleamed. Striding forward, he grabbed the silver trident, tested it out a bit, and then an expression of delight filled his face. Then he looked at Meng Chun, grabbed his bag of holding and rifled through it, then handed it back. "Not bad, Meng Chen. This will count as a bit of meritorious service for you." The young lord held the trident in hand, looking more and more pleased, until he finally laughed out loud. "Now that I've gotten my hands on a precious treasure, I can go back to the clan and be lavished with praise by the patriarch." Meng Hao swayed back and forth, just barely managing to clasp hands, bow deeply and say, "This does not count as Meng Chen's meritorious service alone. All of the clan members worked hard to get this trident. Of course, most important was that this was all part of the young lord's master plan. That was the only way we successfully got our hands on the treasure." The young lord gaped at him for a moment, then clapped him on the shoulder and laughed loudly. "Excellent, excellent," the young lord said, clearly in a good mood. "Since you've made some contributions, I'll give you a reward too. You can get treated in the sick bay for 3 days. Men, take him away." Men immediately came forward to lead Meng Hao to the sick bay. The old Tao Protector frowned. Although he didn't suspect Meng Hao of anything, he was considering how difficult it was going to be to explain the situation when he got back to the sect. Although he didn't take time to think about how differently Meng Hao had been acting, the middle-aged cultivator off to the side who had had some dealings with Meng Chun seemed very surprised. As for the young man from the Han clan, his eyes were glued to Meng Hao and began to shine even more brightly than before. Time passed. After the 3 days were up, Meng Hao went to his cabin on the ship to practice cultivation. He posted a notice on the door that he was in healing, and nobody disturbed him. After all, few people paid attention to Meng Chun. As far as life on the ship went, Meng Chen didn't have any friends. During his time in the sick bay, Meng Hao had already sent his divine sense out to cover the entire ship. If he wanted to, he could kill everyone on board with a single thought, even the Tao Protector. After observing things for a while, including conversations between the ordinary clan members, the interactions of the young Lord Mengda with his Tao Protector, and the perverse fetishes of the young man from the Han clan which caused Meng Hao to frown, he was gradually able to come to an understanding the type of tough life Meng Chen had experienced on the ship. He had also experienced certain humiliations. Because of all that, there was no one here he could be considered very familiar with the exception, perhaps, of the middle-aged butler. That was the one person who had appeared to be surprised by Meng Hao showing up. Meng Hao could tell after observing the man throughout these 3 days that although he appeared to be on familiar terms with Meng Chen, he harbored ill intentions. Finally, one night when the man was in a meditative trance, Meng Hao sent some divine will in his direction and quietly sent his mind into chaos, killing him silently. The man's death caused a bit of a commotion among the Meng clan, but the Tao Protector's investigations indicated that the man had passed away due to an incident during cultivation, leading to widespread sighing. The matter was quickly forgotten, and the Meng clan ship continued to fly through the Heaven God Alliance. It was as they neared one of the exit planets that Meng Hao left the sickbay and returned to Meng Chen's room, where he began to practice meditation. Because of the death of Patriarch Black Soul, and the other people Meng Hao had killed, the bounty on his head wasn't very enticing for the Heaven God Alliance anymore. Add in the fact that the 33 hells had opened, and it ensured that few people were even talking about Meng Hao anymore. The only people who were searching for him were disciples from some of the sects whose patriarchs Meng Hao had killed. Therefore, it was much easier to get around the previously locked-down Heaven God Alliance. Most of the exits and teleportation portals were unsealed, and other than inspections performed there, not much else was happening regarding the search. Many people assumed that Meng Hao had simply died within the 33 Hells. In fact, not even the Heaven God Society issued any orders regarding what to do about him. Because of all that, it was a simple matter for the Meng clan's ship to pass through the exit planet and reach the area outside the Heaven God Alliance. When that happened, Meng Hao opened his eyes. He could sense the change in the starry sky and walked out of his cabin onto the deck of the ship, where he stared back at the Heaven God Alliance, sighing. He hadn't been in the 8th mountain and sea for very long, but he had already experienced many things. He had exterminated the Black Soul Society, been put on the wanted list by the Heaven God Alliance, had fulfilled his long-time wish of taking the imperial examinations again, had encountered the Taoist priest of the righteous noble sect, had learned the seal the heavens incantation, had entered the 33 Hells, had killed Tao lords, had been possessed by greed, had acquired an entire body's worth of good fortune, and had taken the place of Meng Chan on this ship. After I get to the Meng clan, I'm definitely going to do some incredible things. Meng Hao smiled, and his eyes glittered. It was at this point that the languid voice of a man suddenly spoke out behind him. You're going to be spending the night with me. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. He didn't seem to be surprised at all by the voice he had just heard. He turned around slowly and found the young man from the Han clan leaning up against the bulkhead. The young man was looking at Meng Hao with a strange gleam in his eye, almost as if he were teasing him. It was a look of derision, and at the same time titillation. His glittering eyes almost seemed capable of piercing through Meng Hao's garments to stare at his entire body. In fact, as he stared, he even started to pant. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. Although he didn't have access to Meng Chen's memories, his divine sense had been enveloping the ship for days now, and he knew that this young man enjoyed backdoor action and had even humiliated Meng Chan in the past. I love that look in your eye, the young man said, panting. I'm not waiting until tonight. He began walking toward Meng Hao, lifting his hand up as if to grab him. At the same time, the young man's Tao protector could just barely be seen behind him. Apparently, he was used to turning a blind eye to the young man's behavior. Currently, he simply closed his eyes. Meng Hao smiled, and although it was an icy smile, to the young man from the Han clan, it was the most beautiful and enchanting smile he had ever seen. You should be happy, the young man growled. I usually only take people once, but I want you a second time. As his hand latched onto Meng Hao's shoulder, he licked his lips. He was just about to stick his hand into his robe when Meng Hao's own hand shot up like lightning and grabbed the young man by the neck. He squeezed softly, and the young man began to shake. Gaping, his face began to turn purple, and his eyes bulged, filled with an expression of disbelief and shock. As soon as the Tao protector saw what was happening, his face flickered. Before he could even move though, Meng Hao looked at him. One look, one gaze. The man felt as if the heavens were crushing down on him through that gaze. It was like the bright glow of a precious treasure, and it stabbed all the way into the man's mind, where it became crashing lightning. The Tao protector didn't even have the time to scream. He shook violently, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. He was instantly blinded, and then blood began to ooze out of his orifices. His chi passageways were shattered and his bones crushed. Then he flopped over, twitched a few times, and rapidly withered up into ash, which then faded away. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The only thing that remained of him was some white mist, which Meng Hao quickly absorbed. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. He had subconsciously drawn on the power of the 4th nirvana fruit with that single glance, and had not expected it to be so powerful. The young man from the Han clan was gaping in shock and trembling. The look in his eyes as he stared at Meng Hao was one of complete terror and astonishment, and were it not for the fact that Meng Hao's hand was clamped onto his throat, he would be screaming. He had always thought of himself as being quite resourceful, but in this moment of hopelessness, no amount of plans or scheming could do anything about the incredible power of the person he was facing. He simply had no way out. If by this point he didn't realize that the person in front of him wasn't Meng Chen, then he didn't deserve to think of himself as being resourceful. In fact, because of the murderous aura coming off of Meng Hao, he was actually able to guess at who he was. The fear in the young man's eyes betrayed his feelings, and within his eyes, a pleading look could be seen. "There is no enmity between us, and I'm not a murderer," Meng Hao said coolly. "I wouldn't kill you just because you said something that offended me." However, Meng Hao's words didn't make the young man feel any better, and in fact, he was even more incredibly terrified than before, and the look in his eye grew more pleading. "You seem to be an intelligent person, so presumably you know a bit about karma," Meng Hao continued. "Meng Chen hated you, and I'm here to help him. Since you like backdoor action." Meng Hao smiled. His hand turned into a gray blur which passed into the young man's body. Suddenly, the young man began to sprout fur. The fur grew thick and luxuriant, and eventually covered his entire body. In the end, he didn't even look human any long, but rather, more like a trembling animal. Finally, Meng Hao put him into his bag of holding, next to the parrot. With that, Meng Hao waved his sleeve, causing all the evidence to vanish. As for the young man's background and identity in the Han clan, Meng Hao knew all about it but didn't care. He could exterminate the Heaven God Alliance's Black Soul Society, and then cause chaos within their borders. Why would he possibly care about some young lord of the Han clan? Actually, in terms of status, the young Han clan cultivator didn't come close to being as high as Meng Hao. Waving his sleeve, Meng Hao walked back into the ship, where he sat down cross-legged in his cabin. Soon, the young lord of the Meng clan discovered that the young man from the Han clan had gone missing. However, no one worried that he was in any sort of danger. They assumed he had simply left of his own volition. Time passed. Eventually, Meng Hao came to find out that Meng De was one of 9 young lords of the Meng clan, and that he was ranked toward the bottom. Although the position itself was high, the chances of him inheriting the leadership of the clan were relatively remote. His reason for going out traveling on his own had not been because of orders from the clan. No, it had been Meng De's idea all along. In his opinion, the cultivation resources available in the clan were insufficient. Therefore, he decided to travel to the Heaven God Alliance, purchase some goods that were restricted and not easy to find outside, then take them to some of the trading outposts in the 8th Mountain and Sea. He planned to use the subsequent profits to support his extravagant lifestyle. That was why he was on this merchant ship. As for his bodyguards, like Meng Chen, they were all clan members who nobody else really cared about, who had been forced into service to Meng De. From Meng Hao's perspective, he was nothing more than a brainless idiot born into power. Even Fong Shibak in the Fong clan outclassed him in all aspects. Meng Hao almost couldn't believe that, with his position as a young lord, he was relying on these kinds of methods to try to make money. Were Meng Hao in his situation with status like that, he could think of countless ways to turn a profit without having to go on some trading journey. At the same time, Meng Hao couldn't help but feel sorry for Meng De in his idiocy. Meng Hao had also taken advantage of his time on board to carefully soul-search some of the members of the Meng clan. He learned that his grandfather's bloodline truly was extremely down and out. It was so bad that they had been driven out of the Meng clan ancestral mansion, and were forced to live on the borders of the clan. Even some vassals had higher statuses than them. Virtually everyone in the bloodline was mortal. Of the few dozen cultivators they did have, most were in the spirit realm. Meng Chen had been the only one with latent talent outstanding enough to make a cultivation-based breakthrough. By offering worship to an ancestral object, he had been able to acquire the power of a false immortal. As for the rest of the spirit realm cultivators in the bloodline, they didn't get picked on too much in the clan, but that was because, despite their names being on the clan genealogies, they were on the verge of being completely disowned. To many other members of the Meng clan, they were nothing more than servants. Actually, there was some truth to that. The several dozen spirit realm members of the bloodline had become very low-ranking retainers to the clan's young lords and ladies. As for why such a powerful bloodline could fall so far in less than 1,000 years, that was a question that Meng Hao could not find an answer to in the memories that he had searched. However, there was one thing he became certain of. His grandfather's bloodline really was nothing more than orphans and widows now. All of the senior members of the clan were either dead or had crippled cultivation bases, making them useless. Furthermore, when it came to males, there were very few. If Meng Hao didn't take Meng Chen's place, then in another 100 years, his grandfather's bloodline might be fully wiped out, and then there would be no more bloodline. The mere thought of that caused Meng Hao's heart to twinge with pain. Even more so, it made him wonder how exactly it came to be that all the powerful experts were wiped out. Who did such a thing? It would be very, very difficult for a bloodline like that to rise to prominence. Even Meng Hao wasn't sure exactly how to go about it. He might be able to personally intervene to support the bloodline, and could even prop this branch of the Meng clan up by using his hexes to manipulate a large number of clan members to serve under this branch. However, he would surely meet resistance, and given the strength of the rest of the clan, he would be forced to enact a purge by blood. If a blood purge occurred, and then another clan came along to fight the weakened Meng clan, then it wouldn't be impossible for the entire clan to be wiped out. Of course, all of that was mere supposition. Most importantly of all, Meng Hao knew that true war was coming, and that was no internal conflict within the mountain and sea realm, but rather the 33 heavens and the other two powers that were crushing down over them. Because of that, he couldn't stay in the Meng clan for long. Therefore, he was now considering taking his grandfather's bloodline away to the Fang clan. All of these thoughts swirled about in his mind, but as he was mulling it over, he continued to observe the situation. The ship went from one bazaar to another, selling all the goods from the Heaven God Alliance. After each transaction, Meng Da excitedly squandered the profits by purchasing all sorts of things that Meng Hao felt to be completely useless. Meng Hao watched it all coldly. His main interest at the moment was finding out whether or not the Meng clan had been weakened so much in the 8th mountain and see that people existed who would dare to lift a hand to one of their 9 young lords, Meng Da. If no one did, it would show that the Meng clan was still threatening despite their fall from power. In that case, Meng Hao might be willing to resort to a blood purge to restore the position of his grandfather's bloodline. However, if someone did make a move, then it would show that the Meng clan was a wilting flower. In that case, a blood purge would only ensure the eventual destruction of his grandfather's bloodline. Therefore, he decided to perform a little test. In one of the bazaars, he personally walked around and flaunted some wealth. After ensuring that he had attracted some attention, he made sure everyone realized that he was with Meng Da. A few days passed, and the ship finally finished its trading route and began to head back toward the Meng clan. Meng Hao was in his cabin, sitting there cross-legged, when suddenly he opened his eyes. Off the distance, he saw 9 black-robed men. Their faces were covered, but their eyes flickered with greed and malice. They're covering their faces, which means they're scared, he thought. However, they still dare to commit robbery. It seems that their fear doesn't run too deep. 1 cultivation base in the great circle of the ancient realm. 1 mid-ancient realm. 2 early ancient realm. 5 at the peak of the immortal realm. A group like this would be taken seriously wherever they went. They could be overlords. In fact, in the 9th mountain and sea, they could occupy an entire asteroid bazaar. They might even be able to start a sect. It wouldn't be impossible. Meng Hao looked them over a bit more closely. The most important thing to find out is whether or not they're rogue cultivators. That's the first thing. Second, are they from the Meng clan? Third, are they concealing their faces because they're worried about people using magic to see what happened here? Or do they simply not plan to kill anyone? Do they not dare to kill anyone? Meng Hao's expression was calm and thoughtful. He was definitely not the young scholar he had been years ago, who knew nothing of the world beyond the imperial examinations. The path of cultivation was a brutal one. Back in the 9th mountain and sea, he had the Fang clan backing him up. But in the 8th mountain and sea, he was on his own. Add in the fact that his grandfather's bloodline needed his care, and his help to rise to prominence. It resulted in his heart growing colder and more vicious than ever. The parrot was perched on his shoulder, apparently savoring some wonderful memory. Occasionally it would look at Meng Hao out of the corner of its eye. It could sense the changes in him, faint as they were, and knew that the pressures of the world were altering him. The meat jelly was flopped in front of him, stretching lazily. The mastiff, who was back to being tiny again, would occasionally bat the meat jelly around with its paws. Overall, the two of them were having a great time playing around. After a long moment passed, the 9 black-robed men gave each other knowing looks and then began to perform incantation gestures. Instantly, a shield spread out, cutting off the entire area from communication with the outside world. Killing intent then flickered in their eyes as they transformed into 9 beams of light that shot toward the Meng clan ship. Meng Hao closed his eyes. A few breaths of time passed, after which Meng Da's Dao protector, who was sitting there cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. Looking very nervous, he suddenly burst out of his cabin and looked off into the distance. Ambush! Protect the young lord! Although he was shouting, he kept his voice constrained so that it didn't travel beyond the ship. Immediately, all of the members of the Meng clan on board burst into activity. A moment later, a protective shield glittered into place, covering the ship. Meng Da rushed out, trembling and ashen-faced, followed by more than a dozen other clan members. They all stood there nervously, not a one of them bothering to notice whether Meng Hao was present or not. Everyone was looking at the 9 beams of light which were streaking in their direction. The cultivator in the lead position had a cultivation base at the great circle of the ancient realm, which was the same as Meng Da's Dao protector. As for the cultivators following him, those with immortal realm cultivation bases were less impressive, but the 2 early ancient realm experts caused the Meng clan cultivators' faces to fall. Other than Meng Da's Dao protector, who was in the great circle of the ancient realm, everyone else was in the immortal realm except for 2 who happened to be in the early ancient realm. That put the number of ancient realm cultivators on their side at 1 less than the enemy. The one they were missing was someone to counter the mid-ancient realm enemy. One person could sometimes have a huge effect on a battle like this, and even determine the final outcome. Are they just passing by? Meng Da asked in a low voice, trembling in obvious fear. They must be. How could they possibly have the gall to attack the Meng clan? Young lord, these people are not just passing by, the old Dao protector said, frowning. He looked at Meng Da and sighed inwardly. That's impossible, Meng Da screeched. How dare they? How dare they show such disrespect to the Meng clan? When I get back, I'm definitely going to report this to the Grand Elder, and he'll exterminate their entire clan. Oh, shut up, the old Dao protector said, clearly annoyed. He had already attempted to make contact with the Meng clan several times, unsuccessfully. He knew that communications had been interfered with and was inwardly feeling quite bitter. Waving his sleeve, he caused the ship to send shining lights up into the air, forming an enormous Meng character mung. Greetings, friends, the old Dao protector called out, sounding quite tough. This ship belongs to the Meng clan. Please clear the way. He knew the consequences that could result from showing weakness, so he bolstered his words with his cultivation base, causing them to echo out with the power of the great circle of the ancient realm. The 9 incoming figures didn't even pause. Their eyes flickered with killing intent as they closed in on the ship. As they did, they performed incantations, then waved their fingers, causing the void around them to distort as a huge battle axe materialized. The battle axe radiated a bloody, murderous aura that filled the entire area. It suddenly slashed down toward the Meng clan ship, causing a boom to ring out when it slammed into the shield. Cracking sounds could be heard from the shield as fissures spread out. Cracking sounds which echoed like death knells into the ears of the members of the Meng clan. Meng Da was shaking, and his face was the picture of terror. The other clan members behind them had looks of despair on their faces, and even his Dao protector was shaken by how terrifying this combined attack was. A huge boom rang out as the ship's shield exploded into fragments that swept over everything. Several Meng clan cultivators screamed out in agony as the shrapnel from the shield shredded them to bits. At the same time, the black-robed men gazed down with killing intent as their leader charged toward the old Dao protector. In the blink of an eye, the two were engaged in deadly combat, causing booms to ring out, along with the ripples of magical combat. The 2 early ancient realm cultivators immediately attacked their counterparts among the Meng clan, who had no choice but to fight back. Soon, All four were locked in deadly fighting, blasting out with magical techniques, causing booms to ring out. The 5 enemy cultivators at the peak of the Immortal realm immediately attacked the rest of the Meng clan cultivators. Instantly, a slaughter was underway, and miserable shrieks rang out all over the ship. As for the final black-robed man, the one in the mid-ancient realm, he hovered above the ship, looking coldly at the shivering, terrified Mengda. "What are you doing?" Mengda shrieked. "I'll give you anything you want. You can't kill me. I'm a young lord of the Meng clan. If anything bad happens here, it won't matter where you run to in the 8th mountain and sea, you'll be dead. The Meng clan might be in decline, but we still have our prestige. If it's money you're after, you can have it." Mengda quickly produced a bag of holding, which he tossed out. The decisiveness with which he did so caused Meng Hao's expression to flicker, and he suddenly started paying a bit closer attention to Mengda. "So, he's not completely useless after all," he murmured. Looking back at the black-robed men, his eyes flickered. By this point, he could tell that the 9 of them were no rogue cultivators. Rogue cultivators couldn't attack with such fluid unity, or have this kind of combination divine ability. Furthermore, the magical techniques and items they were using all seemed similar. If they're not rogue cultivators, that means the Meng clan is still powerful enough to be threatening. However, if there are sects willing to try to rob the Meng clan, it shows that however threatening they are, it's beginning to be insufficient. Meng Hao frowned. The more he learned about the Meng clan, the more he realized how difficult of a task faced him. It was at this point that the blood-curdling screams ringing out on the ship began to fade away. Other than Mengda, everyone else was dead. Out in the starry sky, the Meng clan's 2 early ancient realm cultivators exchanged ashen glances, then began to flee. Before they could get very far, though, the mid-ancient realm cultivator in the black robes let out a cold snort, then stepped out in pursuit. Moments later, 2 screams rang out into the void. Shortly thereafter, the black-robed man returned, a head held in each hand, which he then tossed down onto the ship. The battle between the 2 cultivators in the great circle of the ancient realm was reaching a head. Mengda's Tao protector suddenly roared, "Haven't you people done enough killing? Look, the treasure is right there. Just take it. Why are you actually killing us?" Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, the black-robed man up above performed an incantation gesture, once again summoning the battle axe. The Tao protector's face fell and, despite his injuries, he began to retreat. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he transformed into a beam of light as he attempted to escape. His mission was to protect Mengda, but when it came down to his own survival, he would always place himself first. However, before he could even move, someone flickered into being behind him, someone that not even Meng Hao had noticed until the moment before he made his entrance. The Tao protector, on the other hand, hadn't noticed at all. As soon as the person appeared, his finger slashed out, stabbing into the back of the Tao protector's head. A pop could be heard, and a tremor ran through the old man. Then his head exploded, and his nascent divinity was shattered. Black flames engulfed his body, rapidly burning him up. Within the space of a few breaths of time, he was completely transformed into ash. The other black-robed men immediately stopped what they were doing and clasped hands in respect. This new figure was fully 3 meters tall, clad in a voluminous black robe. A white mask covered his face, a mask that was decorated with countless eyes and was terrifying in appearance. He looked coldly at the other 9 black-robed men, and then stepped forward onto the ship without saying another word. Meng Hao still sat in his cabin, watching everything that was happening. Now, his face looked very serious. He got a strange feeling from these people, especially the cloaking techniques they used, which were something he had never encountered before. However, he was still confident that he could crush them in a fight. From the look of it, they aren't here to plunder, he thought. Looking at the black-robed men, his eyes suddenly began to shine. As for Mengda, he was trembling visibly, backing up and panting at the same time. It was at this point that the black-robed man in the great circle of the ancient realm slowly lowered his cowl to reveal his face. Shockingly, his face looked exactly like the dead Tao protectors, One by one, the other black-robed men began to reveal their faces, which looked exactly like the various dead members of the Meng clan. You! Mengda's face was ashen. Even if he were more of an idiot than he already was, he would be able to tell what was going on. He continued to back up, shaken, terrified as he continued to try to make contact with the Meng clan. However, his efforts were in vain. Meng Hao remained seated in his cabin, watching what was happening through narrowed eyes. Frowning, he turned his attention to the man in the mask. "Well now, how much do we want to bet that this guy has Mengda's face?" he murmured. In almost exactly the same moment, the man with the mask of eyes slowly reached up and removed his mask. Just as Meng Hao guessed, his face, down to the tiniest detail, looked exactly like Mengda's. They were exactly the same. Mengda's eyes went wide, and he stopped in place, pointing a quivering finger at the black-robed man. His expression was one of intense fear, and then he began to laugh bitterly with the realization that he was going to die. "Kill him," said the man with Mengda's face, his voice cool. "Clean everything up. We're going back to the Meng clan." Even the man's voice sounded exactly like Mengda's. As the words left his mouth, one of the other cultivators who had changed his appearance to look like one of Mengda's retinue smiled and reached out to end Mengda's life. However, it was in that very moment that a sigh rang out, filling the starry sky. The man with Mengda's face looked shocked, and as did the other cultivators, who immediately began looking around vigilantly. "Whoever's out there with these parlor tricks, show your face," said the fake Mengda. His divine sense spread out, and the aura of the Tao realm suddenly exploded out. Although he only had one essence, to Mengda, that was thoroughly terrifying. That sigh came from Meng Hao, of course. He had no choice but to act. If he allowed these people to kill Mengda, infiltrating the Meng clan would become vastly more difficult. Obviously, they wouldn't just let him join up with them, and if he killed them all and went back to the Meng clan alone, it would be very difficult to explain. Obviously, people would suspect him of being complicit in the events. Meng Hao's main goal was to free his grandfather's bloodline, which first entailed getting into the Meng clan, then understanding the situation as a whole before finally making a decision on what to do. "This is so annoying," Meng Hao thought, shaking his head. He took a step out, eyes flashing, and as he did, his face transformed. When he appeared out in the starry sky outside, no one could tell that he had just emerged from within the ship. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air, right in front of the black-robed men. The man with Mengda's face backed up, eyes widening. "Kill him," he ordered. The other 9 black-robed men were scared, but they immediately complied, erupting with cultivation-based power. Performing incantation gestures, they caused that murderous battle axe to appear, which then slashed down toward Meng Hao. Mengda shrank back into a corner, watching with nervous excitement. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. Now that every aspect of his cultivation base had been raised by greed, he didn't even attack, he just looked at the descending weapon. Then, instead of evading, he raised his finger and flicked the axe. He did not use any divine ability or magical technique. He relied only on the power of his fleshly body. As soon as his finger touched the battle axe, a boom rang out. The black-robed men had vicious expressions on their faces. They were completely confident in their joint attack power. When they combined forces to use this Taoist magic, it was so powerful that it could shake the quasi-Tao realm. The only downside was that they could only use it a limited number of times. Even still, it had been praised by a Tao realm expert in the past, leaving these 9 men completely confident. However, their faces were now frozen in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief and awe. 3 of them even cried out in alarm. "This? Impossible!" To their astonishment, when Meng Hao's finger made contact with the axe, Meng Hao wasn't shaken at all, nor did his expression change. A rumbling boom rang out, as well as numerous cracking sounds. Those sounds all came from the battle axe. The combined Taoist magic of these 9 individuals, a magical battle axe that filled them with complete confidence, was covered with cracks by its mere contact with Meng Hao's finger. The cracks spread out, growing more dense, covering the entire battle axe, until it shattered. The backlash hit the 9 cultivators, causing blood to spray out of their mouths. Then they looked at Meng Hao with unprecedented terror and shock. Even the man with Meng Da's face couldn't stop his eyes from widening. Not even a white line appeared on Meng Hao's index finger. His fleshly body had become so powerful that this battle axe had absolutely no chance of affecting him even a tiny bit. Meng Hao smiled slightly, quite pleased with the power of his fleshly body. He looked up at the 9 cultivators, eyes flickering with killing intent. Then he suddenly vanished, whereupon the minds of all 9 men exploded with a sensation of life-or-death crisis. Without the slightest hesitation, they began to flee. However, they were not qualified to do any such thing in front of Meng Hao. He appeared in front of the man in the great circle of the ancient realm and casually bumped into him with his body. A boom rang out as his simple blow slammed into the man, causing blood to spray out of his mouth, whereupon his body exploded. His nascent divinity didn't even have a chance to escape, and was also destroyed. That was from bumping into him. The man with Meng Da's face was astonished. Scalp numb, he fell back, transforming into a flickering shadow as he tried to escape. However, Meng Hao simply let out a harumph. The sound transformed into an explosive shockwave that rocked the starry sky. A tempest whipped up, sweeping across everything. 8 of the fleeing black-robed men were shredded to pieces, including their bones, organs, and nascent divinities. There was no need to mention their fleshly bodies. Popping sounds could be heard as they were transformed into a bloody mist that spread out into the starry sky. "Tao Lord!" cried the man with Meng Da's face. Although he had already guessed at how terrifyingly powerful Meng Hao was, to see the destructive result of Meng Hao's single snort left him without any further doubts. No matter what Meng Hao actually looked like, his battle prowess was something that only a Tao Lord could unleash. The man's heart was trembling. He had never imagined that upon just beginning his mission, he would suddenly run into a terrifying Tao Lord. After all, in the mountain and sea realm, Tao Lords were mighty figures who could affect the entire realm with the stamp of a foot. Tao Lords were only one step away from being Tao Sovereigns, who were qualified to vie for the position of Mountain and Sea Lord. The black-robed man stared with wild eyes. He was already a blur as he attempted to flee. In the blink of an eye, he was gone, and the shockwave of Meng Hao's sound attack passed by the position he had just occupied. When he reappeared, he was far off in the distance. Without even looking over his shoulder, he began to flee. What a strange essence, Meng Hao thought, intrigued. He took a step forward and vanished. When he reappeared, he was right behind the fleeing man. Meng Hao reached out and made a grasping motion, using the star-plucking magic. Instantly, a shocking gravitational force rumbled into being, spreading out through the starry sky as Meng Hao's hand turned into a black hole. The void distorted, countless motes of dust sped toward him, and fissures spread out. The black-robed man's mind was rumbling, and his astonishment reached a peak as he flew back toward Meng Hao, his body completely beyond his own control. The sensation of deadly crisis in his mind caused him to hold nothing back as he unleashed all of his essence power to break free from Meng Hao's grasp. Suddenly, ghost images sprang up around him. A boom rang out as hundreds of black-robed figures suddenly began to pour out, all of whom fled in different directions. The only thing left behind in Meng Hao's hand was a piece of skin. "Clones?" Meng Hao murmured, looking around at all the fleeing figures. His eyes began to shine. These were obviously clones, and the sheer number involved piqued Meng Hao's interest. He was also shocked. Given his current cultivation base, not even Tao Lords were a match for him, and yet this one Essence Tao realm cultivator had eluded him twice now. Of course, some of that was because Meng Hao had not utilized a powerful divine ability. By now, he was at the point where even a casual attack on his part was something that a one Essence Tao realm cultivator couldn't easily avoid. Although Meng Hao was surprised, the man in the black robe was already frightened to death. He had risked everything just to escape those 2 times, and even still, the backlash had left him seriously injured. That was especially true of his final move of splitting into hundreds of clones, which seriously damaged his essence. Damn it, he's no ordinary Tao Lord. He must be at the peak of the Tao Lord realm. We've kept track of how many Tao Lords there are in the 8th mountain and sea, and he's not one of them. Even as the man fled in terror, Meng Hao's eyes gleamed with a gray glow. He suddenly cried out, causing a huge wolf's head to appear behind him. This was one of greed's magical techniques, although in Meng Hao's hands it was more wolf-like and less greed-focused. The wolf appeared in the middle of the starry sky, radiating bloody murder, completely domineering as it opened its mouth wide and began to inhale. Ryua Yuumblel. The entire starry sky trembled and began to shatter, converging on Meng Hao at the center. It was as if everything in the area, including the natural laws and the energy of heaven and earth, were now being sucked in by Meng Hao. The hundreds of clones screamed as they were swept up and then began to explode. In the blink of an eye, countless showers of blood filled the starry sky. In the end, there was only one figure that didn't explode, which then spun toward Meng Hao, who grabbed him by the neck, sealed him, and tossed him into his bag of holding. A mighty Tao realm cultivator was treated like a baby chicken. Meng Hao could sense how powerful he was after being remolded by greed. He was now in a state far more powerful than a Tao Lord. Once I push open the door of the ancient realm, I'll be even more powerful. Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and he turned to look back at the Meng clan ship off in the distance, and Meng Da, who was gaping at him wide-eyed. Gradually, Meng Hao faded away. The entire starry sky was completely silent. Meng Da's face was ashen as he stared blankly out into the starry sky. Then he looked around at the corpses on the ship. Fear still lingered within him, and grief was now welling up. Despite his age, this was his first time experiencing anything like this. Because of the terror and confusion in his heart, he didn't notice at all that because of Meng Hao's interference, whatever had been blocking communications had already been broken, allowing connection to the outside world once again. Meng Da began to weep, but then suddenly recalled something. After looking around at the corpses, he rushed back into the ship. It had just occurred to him that apparently there was another survivor on board. As of this moment, anyone left alive with him on board was like a relative. Before charging into the ship, Meng Da really didn't have much of a notion as to who Meng Chun was at all. The main thing he remembered was that, of all the clan members who had entered the 33 Hells, he had been the only one to come out alive. He had also offered up an ancient magical item which had pleased Meng Da quite a bit. Because of that, Meng Chun did stick out slightly within his memories. But now he was filled with an intense hope that nothing had happened to Meng Chun. He didn't want to be the only living person left on the ship. When he thought about the deadly ordeal he had just been through, he was left trembling. He might be an idiot, but he wasn't so stupid that he was beyond redemption. Despite being a silk pants, he was still able to think for himself. As a cultivator, he was merely average, but because of the prestige of his bloodline, he had become a young lord. However, even that hadn't been his choice. He had been given no options in the matter. Right now, he wasn't thinking about his status at all. When people have brushes with death, status is usually the last thing they think about. He just wanted someone from his clan to be there with him, someone who could share the burden of this terrifying experience. Meng Da found Meng Hao lying unconscious at the very bottom of the ship. He hurried forward, and when he confirmed that he was unconscious and not dead, Meng Da was elated. He didn't spend much time considering why Meng Hao was alive when everyone else was dead. He assumed it was because his cultivation base was so low and had thus simply been swept aside by the divine sense of the black-robed men. Either they didn't care about him or had planned to kill him later. Regardless of the reason, Meng Chen wasn't dead. Meng Da excitedly pulled out some medicinal pills. Normally, he was very stingy when it came to medicinal pills, but in this case he poured them all into Meng Hao's mouth. "Don't die, Meng Chun," he said, tears streaming down his face. "There's only the two of us now, you can't die." Picking him up in his arms, he carried him back to the main deck. There, he used the power of his own cultivation base to slowly get the boat to limp along. He tried over and over again to make contact with the clan, but despite the barrier having been removed, his messages weren't going through for some reason. Eventually, Meng Hao woke up. When he did, Meng Da approached excitedly. suddenly overwhelmed with feelings of familial connection. He immediately began to recount everything that had occurred, and before long, Mengda started feeling as if he and Mengchun were friends. Time passed. In Mengda's mind, the two of them were relying on each other to survive. They took turns steering, cautiously sending the ship in the direction of the Meng clan, fearful of running into anyone they couldn't afford to provoke. Mengda had never experienced any dangerous situations like this before in his life. He would frequently pull out a jade slip to try to make contact, but it never worked, so he had no choice but to spend his time with Meng Hao, fearfully flying through space. They continued to chat to bide the time, and it eventually got to the point where Mengda didn't hold anything back. He talked with Meng Hao about the clan, and about everything else. He even began to give Meng Hao advice. Meng Chen, your cultivation base is too weak. That won't do. Once we get back to the clan, I'll have them give you some techniques and medicinal pills. You need to get your cultivation base higher, at least to the peak of the Immortal realm. Don't worry, in the future, you can count on me for everything. Hey, when do you think we'll get home? Why can't we make contact with the clan? It hasn't worked this entire time. On one particular day as he piloted the ship, Mengda suddenly thought of something. He looked over at Meng Hao, who was sitting there cross-legged, and suddenly asked, "Oh right, Meng Chun, I just thought of something. The first time I saw you, your face was as smooth as a baby's. But the next time, your nose was busted and you had all those scars. You don't know what happened?" Meng Hao replied coolly. By this point, they had been drifting in space for almost a month. Because of Meng Hao's vast experience in life, the two of them had reached a state in which Meng Hao actually occupied the superior position. Although he didn't speak much, whenever he did, Mengda paid earnest attention to whatever Meng Hao said. Mengda was the young lord, but if anyone who didn't know them could watch them interact, they would assume that Meng Hao was actually the young lord. Huh? No, what happened? Mengda replied, sounding shocked. Meng Hao looked at him and could see that he really had no idea. From this, it was apparent that it was the butler who had arranged for Meng Chun to wait upon the young lord from the Han clan, and not Mengda. The butler had clearly been acting on his own. Meng Hao shook his head and didn't say anything more. Mengda scratched his head and thought for a while, but really couldn't think of anything that had happened on the ship. However, he could also sense that Meng Hao had perhaps been on the receiving end of some sort of abuse. Meng Chun, I used to be kind of a nasty person. Well, back then we didn't know each other. Don't worry. From now on, whatever Mengda has also belongs to you. Mengda slapped his chest and looked proudly at Meng Hao. For some reason, Mengda had come to care a lot about what Meng Hao thought of him. Meng Hao smiled slightly. His view of things had changed a bit too in recent days. He could see that although Mengda was a silk pants and occasionally acted like an idiot, he wasn't completely beyond redemption. 2 months later, Mengda's continued efforts to contact the clan finally paid off. Mengda was suddenly very excited, as he was finally able to report back and explain everything that had occurred. A day later, Meng Hao could see 5 beams of light approaching from off in the distance. In the lead position was an old man with white hair. He looked threatening without being angry, and his cultivation base was in the Tao realm. Although he only had one essence, it was still the Tao realm. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he stood there next to Mengda. Behind the old man were 3 men and a woman. The woman was middle-aged, but had maintained her appearance well and was pretty. However, her brow was furrowed as she flew along, and when she caught sight of Mengda and the terrible condition he was in, she began to cry. Immediately, she rushed forward and hugged him. "Mom, I'm fine," he said, although he was also weeping. Everything that had happened recently had far exceeded his capacity to accept. Without Meng Hao there to help him, he wasn't sure how he would have coped. "Dear, you poor thing," his mother said, tousling his hair. There was something different about this version of Mengda. He had lost some of that boisterous silk pants air and gained a bit of maturity. Although his mother was happy about that, her heart still hurt. Of the 3 men who had come with the old Tao realm expert, one was in the late ancient realm, just a hair away from the Great Circle. He and Mengda looked quite alike, and after looking Mengda over, he embraced him. "Dad," Mengda said, sobbing. The other two men fanned out and began to inspect the ship, occasionally taking note of the things they observed. As for the old Dao realm expert, he looked softly at Mengda, then glanced over at Meng Hao, his gaze quite intimidating. "When the master is humiliated, the servants are executed," the old man said coolly. "Considering you managed to successfully keep him alive, you'll be permitted to say some final words." One of the cultivators inspecting the ship turned toward Meng Hao and began to walk in his direction, face stony. Meng Hao frowned and sighed inwardly. He had overlooked the matter of face. The more people who learned about what had occurred on the ship, the worse it would be for the Meng clan. He might be a member of the clan, but in this situation, the simplest way to handle the situation would be to eliminate him as a witness. However, it was at this point that Mengda struggled out of his father's embrace and leaped in front of Meng Hao. Looking pleadingly toward the old Dao realm cultivator, he said, "Grandpa, this is my brother." The old man looked at Meng Hao silently. As far as the other cultivator, he didn't stop walking, and in fact reached out to grab Meng Hao. Seeing what was happening, Mengda urgently cried out, "He saved my life. If you kill him, I'll kill myself." With that, he placed his hand threateningly on top of his own head and glared decisively at his grandfather. Meng Hao stared in shock, as did Mengda's grandfather. The cultivator reaching out toward Meng Hao stopped in his tracks. As for Mengda's parents, they were equally astonished. As far as they could remember, Mengda usually acted like a silk pants in public, but was always very compliant around them. Although they weren't too happy about that, there was little to be done about it. But now, Mengda suddenly was losing his temper in front of their patriarch, and even uttering threats. This actually caused his parents to be very happy. The old man looked closely at Mengda and the decisiveness in his eyes. He knew his grandson well, and was aware that he had always had a weak personality. In fact, this was the first time he had ever acted like this. After a moment passed, the old man suddenly laughed. "All right, it seems you've learned that you should protect your followers, even standing up to me to do it. You've grown up." The old man swished his sleeve, sending away the cultivator who had been advancing on Meng Hao. Next, the old man looked at Meng Hao and said, "Daer has a lot of weaknesses, but he also has unique strengths. He was willing to defy me for your sake, so in the future, take good care of yourself." With a final look at Meng Hao, the old man turned and took control of the ship, sending it flying through the starry sky toward the Meng clan. Rumbling could be heard as it transformed into a beam of light that shot forward at a speed far beyond what it had been traveling at before. Soon it vanished. 2 days later, the ship pierced through the starry sky into the area controlled by the Meng clan. From a distance, the Meng clan looked like a huge continent floating out in the middle of the sky. There were mountains and seas visible, as well as numerous cities. It was even possible to see living creatures that had multiplied over generations and were now everywhere. It emanated brilliant light and powerful ripples, and attached to the main continent were 8 smaller continents. Each of those lands was filled with imposing buildings and structures, all of which formed an enormous spell formation. This was the Meng clan. In the very middle of the central continent could be seen an enormous statue. Strangest of all was that the statue's face had been scraped clean and had no facial features. Even still, it radiated intense power in all directions. As soon as Meng Hao felt that pressure, he was inwardly shocked. "Feels like a Dao sovereign. No, wait, that's the chi flow of the mountains and seas." Meng Hao was completely shocked to be able to sense the chi flow of the mountain and sea realm here, and it suddenly caused him to recall the fact that the mountain and sea lord of the 8th mountain and sea was supposed to be from the Meng clan. However, after arriving in the 8th mountain and sea, everything he had heard and seen seemed to indicate the contrary, as if his memories were incorrect. Meng Hao had been confused by that from the beginning, especially after hearing that the lord of the 8th mountain and sea was called Heaven God. From then on, he had begun to speculate about the situation. Heaven God has no surname attached to it. Eyes flickering, he looked at the statue, sensing the chi flow of the mountain and sea realm. That was something that no one other than him could detect. Based on the fact that the statue's face had been scraped off, Meng Hao got the feeling that there was some secret connection between Heaven God and the Meng clan in the past. "We're home," Meng Da shouted. "Finally, we're home. Meng Chun, we're home." Meng Da stood next to Meng Hao, looking excitedly at the Meng clan continent and taking in a deep breath. From the look on his face, it was as if he suddenly had a new lease on life. "Home," Meng Hao murmured. When he thought about the members of his grandfather's bloodline, his eyes flickered and turned to focus on one of the 8 smaller continents attached to the larger one. According to the soul-searching he had performed on the Meng clan cultivators on the ship, his grandfather's bloodline was on the smallest continent among the 8. Soon, the ship landed on the central continent, in the huge city that surrounded the statue. That was also the location of the Meng clan ancestral mansion. Meng Da flew out, to where hundreds of Meng clan cultivators were all waiting to receive him. Once he appeared, they clasped hands, bowed and said, "We offer respectful greetings, 9th young lord." Of course, Meng Da was the 9th young lord, and almost as soon as he heard that greeting, he seemed to revert to his old silk pants self. He nodded slightly as people clustered around him to escort him off into the distance. His father and mother had long since departed, and just as Meng Da was about to leave, he seemed to remember Meng Chun and turned. He looked at Meng Hao with a smile, then waved his hand, sending a jade pendant flying out. Meng Hao caught it, after which Meng Da spoke in a loud voice, "I'll come looking for you in a few days." Meng Hao hefted the jade pendant and smiled. At first, nobody in the area had paid the slightest attention to him, but after Meng Da gave him the jade pendant, people began to take notice of him, and their eyes glittered. Meng Hao didn't care about all of that. He disembarked from the ship, and then looked around at all the buildings. The entire place was unfamiliar, and the architecture was much more flowing and unconstrained than the Fong clan. It was completely domineering, though. As for the ancestral mansion, it was constructed in a circular shape, and gave off a sophisticated, courtly air. Numerous cultivators could be seen in the ancestral city as Meng Hao walked down the streets, and he quickly noticed that most of them were in the spirit realm. Immortal realm cultivators were less common. For every 100 people he saw, only a handful were immortals. There were no shops in the area, nor were there any inns. In fact, it would probably be more appropriate to call this place the outskirts of the ancestral mansion, rather than a separate city. However, it was so incredibly large that it was actually called a city. It was divided into certain districts just like the Fong clan was. There were the districts in the east, west, south and north, within which were huge courtyard residences where important clan members from the various bloodlines resided. There was no central district, nor was there a mausoleum, which might be expected. However, Meng Hao could sense 5 unique auras inside the huge statue itself. Those auras were clearly auras of the Tao realm. However, of those 5 auras, 2 were very dim, almost on the point of being extinguished. The other 3 were much more vigorous, with one of them belonging to Meng Da's grandfather. 5 Tao realm cultivators. 3 have flourishing auras, 2 of them being 1 essence and 1 2 essences. Of the weak auras, there's 1 Tao Lord and another, who I can't ascertain. However, from what I can tell, that aura is on the verge of being extinguished. Meng Hao looked away from the statue, eyes flickering as he sent his divine sense spreading out even further. It only took a moment for his divine sense to fill the entire ancestral mansion, and for all the living beings therein to appear in his mind. He glanced back at the statue, surprised that none of the 5 cultivators inside had detected his divine sense, nor activated any of the Meng clan's defenses. Meng Hao then thoughtfully began to retract his divine sense and head in the direction of the continent where his grandfather's bloodline resided. However, in almost the same moment that he made to leave, he suddenly stopped in place. There was a scene playing out somewhere nearby that he could see within his divine sense, which he then focused on. An older woman could be seen in a courtyard residence, face ashen as she pleaded with a cold, arrogant, middle-aged man. A younger woman lay at the man's feet, covered with bruises and wounds. Her right hand was clenched tightly around something, and her face was deathly pale as the middle-aged man kicked her viciously over and over again. "Big bro, stop," the older woman pleaded. "Meng Ru is just worried about her bloodline relative. That's why she stole the medicinal pill." "Big bro. She's only a servant," the man spat. "And she actually dared to steal a medicinal pill. It doesn't matter why she did it. She deserves to die. If I don't beat her to death, then how could she serve as an example to others?" The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with killing intent as he reached down and grabbed the young woman by the hair. She was pretty, but had a red birthmark on her face, which the man seemed disgusted by. "You're not bad except for that birthmark. How nauseating. Big bro, Ruer's older cousin, is in the Immortal realm. He's one of the 9th young lord's bodyguards. All she took was a medicinal pill. You don't have to go so far." The older woman continued to plead anxiously, occasionally glancing down at the younger woman, who lay there, blood oozing out of her mouth. The older woman had to weigh to know that, even as the words left her mouth, Meng Hao was actually only one street away in the ancestral mansion. A tremor ran through him, and he turned, his expression icy. He had already heard that most of the members of his grandfather's bloodline were stationed in the houses of other clan members, where they worked as servants in exchange for cultivation resources. As of this moment, Meng Hao was certain that the young woman he was seeing with his divine sense was a member of his grandfather's bloodline, a younger bloodline cousin of Meng Chun. Meng Hao didn't hesitate for even a moment. He took a step forward and vanished, his action undetectable even by the 5 patriarchs. Back in the courtyard residence, the middle-aged man began to laugh coldly in response to the words just spoken to him. "Her older cousin? You mean that pretty boy Meng what's his name? Meng Chen, right? You think a bodyguard deserves to get face from me?" The man knelt down and grabbed Meng Ru's hand. Expression icy, he began to break her fingers one by one. She trembled from the pain, but gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound. Soon, the medicinal pill in her hand was revealed, which was already dissolving because of the blood that had oozed onto it. The middle-aged man grabbed it and threw into a nearby pond. Meng Ru's eyes went wide. She hadn't shed a single tear before this moment, not even when her fingers were being broken. But now that she saw the medicinal pill dissolving in the pond water, tears began to flow down her face. "Ah, what's this? Crying?" The man laughed and reached down as if to wipe away the tears. Before he could touch her face, though, a hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed his own hand. The man stared in shock, then let out a shriek as he saw Meng Hao standing there next to the young Meng Ru. Without even thinking about it, he took a step backward. "Meng Chun, how dare you?" Although the man had been frightened, after realizing who it was, he seemed to regain his courage. With a shout, he unleashed his cultivation base, which was only in the Dao-seeking stage. "Big bro," Meng Ru said, slowly looking up. When she laid eyes on Meng Hao, she began to weep and shake from the humiliation she had just endured. "Get your hands off me, Meng Chun," the middle-aged man said. "Damn it, what gall you have. If you dare to hurt me, I'll tell my big bro, and he'll wipe out your entire bloodline. Apparently you've forgotten that I'm also surnamed Meng. Or is that you don't consider us to be part of the Meng clan anymore?" Meng Hao had put some thought into the current miserable state of his grandfather's bloodline, but to see what was actually happening made him feel like a knife was slicing away at his heart. Meng Hao suddenly clenched his hand down, causing cracking and popping sounds to ring out. The middle-aged man screamed as Meng Hao crushed his hand into a bloody pulp. Terror washed through him, but even as the scream left his mouth, Meng Hao patted his back. That motion caused more cracking sounds to echo out as each and every last bone in the man's body was shattered into powder. Without a skeleton to hold him up, the man collapsed into a pile of twitching flesh. No more sounds came out of his mouth. His current state was one of pain that far exceeded that of death. The woman standing off to the side was so frightened that her jaw dropped. The suddenness of what had occurred left her in a state of disbelief. As for Meng Ru, she was also staring in shock. "Big bro," she murmured as Meng Hao helped her to her feet. He placed his hand over hers, healing her broken fingers and injured internal organs. As she regained lucidity, she began to pant as she suddenly recalled something. Grasping Meng Hao's forearm, she said, "Big bro, hurry. We have to get back. It's grandmother. She's dying. Grandmother. Grandma Meng." A tremor ran through Meng Hao. Without the slightest hesitation, he picked Meng Ru up in his arms and flew off into the distance. When he left, the older woman who remained behind in the courtyard finally screamed, which attracted the attention of other clan members. When they arrived, they saw the boneless middle-aged man lying there, and they gasped. "Who did this? This is a cruelty worse than death." Meng Hao was enraged, but Meng Ru's words caused his heart to tremble. It was impossible to describe what they meant to him. After all, Meng Chen's grandmother was his grandma Meng as well. His grandpa Fong and grandpa Meng had gone missing, and his grandma Fong had long since passed away. To suddenly find out that his grandma Meng was still alive caused his heart to begin to pound, and he wished he could be at her side instantly. However, he hadn't lost his ability to think straight, so although he sped as fast as possible in her direction, he also concealed himself so that no one could detect his presence. He soon appeared in the air outside of the ancestral mansion, and then sped off into the distance with Meng Ru. Meng Ru was in the nascent soul stage, so to her, her older cousin Meng Chen, who was in the immortal realm, was the most promising and important person in the bloodline. He had an incredible cultivation base, and was in fact the hope of the entire bloodline. Although Meng Ru didn't understand the vast gap between the immortal realm and the ancient realm, in her mind, the speed with which they were traveling was something that should come naturally to someone like her cousin. In fact, to her, Meng Chun was the heaven of their bloodline. If anyone could have observed what was happening, they would be shocked. In the space of a few breaths of time, he took Meng Ru across the starry sky to appear directly on the continent where his grandfather's bloodline resided. He didn't need any directions from Meng Ru to know where to go. He flew across the continent, sending his divine sense spreading out until he found a village on the border which almost seemed like a city of mortals. There, he identified a mansion which appeared to be filled with quite a few grieving people. In the instant that his divine sense touched the place, he noticed one room, in which he sensed an aura that had to be a blood relative. "Grandma Meng," he thought, trembling. He had never even imagined that his grandmother would still be alive, so at the moment, his heart was pounding in the same way that Meng Chen's would have were he here. With Meng Ru in tow, he shot toward the village and then appeared inside the mansion. Almost immediately, cries of astonishment could be heard in response to his arrival. As he looked around, he noticed that, of the dozens of people in the residence, all were women. Not a single man was present. "It's Chunner. Chunner's back. Big bro." Almost immediately, everyone began to get excited, and their eyes turned red as tears welled up. Meng Hao glanced at everyone, but there was no time to examine them closely. He instantly walked toward the room where his grandmother was located. The other clan members stepped back, making a path for him as he sped forward like the wind. As soon as he entered the room, he saw an old woman lying on a wooden pallet. Next to the old woman sat two old men, who seemed to be wheezing and in pain, as if it were difficult to even just be sitting up straight. They were very old, as if they had lived for countless years, and their auras were very weak. It even seemed a struggle for them to keep their eyes open, as if they were staying alive by sheer force of willpower. There were also 3 middle-aged women in the room. They had clearly been beauties when they were young, but had been ravaged by the passing of years, and were also very weak. They also seemed to be hanging on by sheer force of willpower. As for the woman on the pallet, she was completely covered with wrinkles, and seemed profoundly ancient. She radiated the stench of decay, and was withered to the point of being little more than skin and bones. Her aura was so weak that it seemed as if she might die at any moment. However, despite that frail aura, the old woman had a certain strength to her. The wrinkles on her forehead seemed to bear testimony to all of the pressure she had lived with throughout the years. As soon as Meng Hao laid eyes on her, he trembled and walked forward. This was his grandma Meng, and the mere sight of her caused tears to spill down his cheeks. His heart hurt as he examined her body, finding more than a dozen internal injuries. Furthermore, her chi passageways were completely withered. As soon as he entered the room, the three middle-aged women turned to look at him. "Channer, you're back," one of them said. Their gazes were kind, and they did their best to hide the grief in their expressions. But Meng Hao wasn't Meng Chan, and as such, he could see it. As for the two old men in the seats, they struggled to keep their eyes open as they looked at Meng Hao with kind gazes. Meng Hao wasn't sure who all these people were, but after laying eyes on the old men, he could guess. He also had his speculations about who the three middle-aged women were. He immediately dropped to his knees and kowtowed, knocking his head onto the ground. Then he got back to his feet and approached his grandma Meng, who lay there with her eyes closed. Meng Hao reached out and placed his hand onto her arm, then sent some of his life force surging into her. However, almost as soon as it entered her, it immediately dispersed. That caused a gleam of shock and anger to flicker deep in his eyes. He quickly sent some divine sense into his grandmother, and was shocked to find that hidden inside her body were 9 black spikes. They were buried deep within her flesh, and even stabbed into her soul. Those 9 nails were preventing Meng Hao's life force from entering his grandmother's body. Even more infuriating to Meng Hao was that inside his grandmother, he could detect poison. It was a unique poison designed to corrode the cultivation base and eat away at her life force. Any other person would probably be dead already, but Meng Hao's grandmother was hanging on tenaciously, presumably because her cultivation base had been so profound. Meng Hao pulled his hand back, eyes flashing. Next, his right hand performed an incantation gesture, and then he rapidly pushed down on her body 9 times. Each time he pushed down, he did so in the location of one of the black spikes. When he was finished, his grandmother shivered, after which he performed another incantation gesture, and then pushed his hand down onto the pressure point beneath her nose, pouring more life force into her. When the 3 middle-aged women saw what was happening, their eyes began to shine brightly, and they seemed surprised. However, they didn't seem to be suspicious about what was happening. In contrast, the 2 old men who were sitting there in seeming discomfort suddenly trembled, and they stared at Meng Hao with wide, disbelieving eyes. As Meng Hao's life force slowly flowed into his grandmother, the aura of death and rot that had previously filled her suddenly dissipated a bit. Before, her soul fire had been on the brink of being extinguished, but now it burned a bit more brightly than before. Even her complexion looked a bit better. Meng Hao pulled his hand back. He didn't dare to pour in too much life force. His grandmother was already on the verge of dying, so if he wasn't careful, he could easily push her over that edge. However, he was still confident that with a bit of care, she would be able to recover fully. After he pulled his hand back, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a medicinal pill, which he then placed in her mouth. Finally, he stood up and looked over at the 2 old men, who were clearly very shocked. If he wasn't mistaken, these 2 old men would be the blood brothers of his grandpa Meng, making them his granduncles. Apparently, they and his grandma Meng were the only surviving members of the senior generation. As for the 3 middle-aged women, the fact that they were here in this room and not outside indicated to Meng Hao that they were the beloved partners of his uncles, the blood brothers of his mother. It was at this point that Meng Hao was shocked to find that the 3 women, as well as his 2 granduncles, all had 9 spikes buried inside their bodies. The main difference was that the spikes inside the women were silver and not black. Meng Hao quietly produced some medicinal pills, which he respectfully handed to his 2 granduncles. The 2 old men looked at him. Although they were so weak that it seemed even a mortal could kill them, it was possible to see the power and dignity that still existed in their eyes as they looked at Meng Hao. Gradually, their gazes turned kind. Opening their mouths, they consumed the medicinal pills and then closed their eyes. Meng Hao clasped hands and bowed, then turned to leave. As he did, the 3 middle-aged women watched him with puzzled looks. After leaving the room, Meng Hao's face darkened. He looked over the dozen or so younger women outside, which included Meng Ru. "What happened here?" he asked in a gravely voice. His words almost immediately seemed to calm the surrounding bloodline clan members. It was the Su clan. They pushed things too far. They kidnapped Meng Han, and then sent people here to say that we had to send them grandmother's corpse to get her back. The Su clan has gone too far. They've bullied us for years, but we're surnamed Meng. We're actual members of the Meng clan. They're just a vassal clan who was given land on this continent by the clan. What right do they have to bully us like this? It wasn't even the direct bloodline of the Su clan that did this, just one of their auxiliary branches. Just what are they thinking? 27 members of our bloodline have already died at their hands over the years, and all in vain. Nobody speaks up for us at all. And this time, they actually threatened grandmother, who has protected us for all these years. I'm here to help Grandma Meng and defend the clan on Meng Chen's behalf. Meng Hao murmured to himself, I'll continue to do the protecting around here. He sent his divine will out, and then began to walk forward, quickly vanishing. When he reappeared, he was in midair, looking down at the continent below. It only took a moment for his divine sense to locate the auxiliary branch of the Su clan that had just been mentioned. It wasn't too far away, located in a good-sized city that resembled the Meng clan ancestral mansion, meaning that it wasn't a true city, but rather a clan stronghold. At the main gate of the city was a sign with one large character. Su. Quite a few clan members inhabited the city, and most were mortal. There appeared to be only a dozen or so cultivators, virtually all of them in the spirit realm. There was only one old man who was in the immortal realm. Even counting him, no one in the city counted as anything more than ants to Meng Hao. Fury burning in his heart, he stepped forward and was inside the Su clan's ancestral mansion. No one detected his presence, and as he went along, he didn't hurt the mortals, but he crippled the spirit meridians that would allow them to practice cultivation. As for the cultivators, it didn't matter what they were doing at the moment. They simply exploded into clouds of gore. As for the old man in the immortal realm, his head exploded even as he sat cross-legged in meditation. All of the cultivators died. Meng Hao left, taking an unconscious youth with him, a young man who was covered with wounds as if from torture. Despite the injuries, his jaw was clenched shut, as if to indicate that he hadn't begged for mercy even once. Killing only this handful of people didn't abate Meng Hao's fury in the least. Sending his divine sense out, he found another of the Su clan's auxiliary branches, and headed in that direction next. 1, 2, 3. Meng Hao went to a total of 16 auxiliary branches. Not a single cultivator saw his face there. All of them exploded. With that, Meng Hao eyed the Su clan ancestral mansion in the center of the entire content. He snorted coldly and was preparing to go exterminate the entire clan when, all of a sudden, his expression flickered, and he looked back in the direction of his grandfather's bloodline. He could sense that his grandma Meng had awakened. Meng Hao silently turned and headed back to the clan residence. When he arrived, he handed over the unconscious youth he had just rescued, then straightened his clothes and headed toward his grandmother's room. He didn't immediately enter, but instead clasped hands and bowed deeply, then stood there with his head lowered. After a long moment, the door opened, and the 3 middle-aged women filed out, glancing at him with curious expressions as they walked past. Then, an ancient voice spoke from within the room. Come. Meng Hao bowed once more, then entered, closing the door behind him. When he looked up, he saw his grandma Meng sitting in a chair, her complexion much improved. She seemed weaker than a mortal, but at the same time, solemn and filled with an indescribable dignity. Her eyes were dim, but when her gaze settled on someone it seemed to be filled with a certain might. On either side of her sat the 2 old men, who were also much improved. They were staring at Meng Hao without the slightest expressions on their faces. The first person to speak was his grandmother. She looked at him and slowly asked, "Who are you?" Her voice was not backed by the power of her cultivation base, but seemed to inherently contain something that caused the natural laws in the area to fluctuate. Anyone who heard her voice would be affected by the mysterious pressure it contained. "Greetings, Grandma Meng. Greetings, granduncles. I am Meng Hao." Meng Hao then dropped to his knees and began to kowtow. The Ultimers were visibly moved when they realized that he had used the forms of address for maternal relatives. You? Meng Hao's grandmother gaped in shock. Something clicked in her mind, and an expression of disbelief could then be seen. Meng Hao rose to his feet, and as he did, his facial features transformed from Meng Chen's into his own. Then he produced a jade slip from his bag of holding, which he respectfully handed over to his grandmother. Next, he sent some cultivation base power into the jade slip, which then projected a screen into the air. On that screen was the face of a woman, none other than Meng Hao's mother. Then, as the three oldtimers looked on, he bit the tip of his finger and dropped a bit of blood onto the jade slip. The jade slip absorbed it, turning blood red in the process. This jade slip had been given to Meng Hao before parting ways with his mother. She had told him that if he ever encountered any relatives from her side of the family, he could use it to prove his identity. Meng Hao's grandmother began shaking, and the two old men on either side of her looked incredibly excited. In fact, there had been few times in their entire lives in which they had been this excited. You're Lear's son. Fong Meng Hao. His grandmother stared at him, breath coming in ragged pants. Suddenly, a tremor ran through her, as if something had just occurred to her. Is your mother well? Meng Hao immediately stepped forward and offered his arm to his grandmother to support her. Grandma Meng, my mother is in the 9th mountain and sea, safe and healthy. As long as she's safe and healthy, that's what's important. His grandmother murmured, tears rolling down her cheeks. She raised a trembling hand to stroke Meng Hao's cheek, her eyes shining with kindness. You're such a good kid. Why are you here? Where's Meng Chen? Meng Hao sighed and then gave a simple recounting of how he had come to the 8th mountain and sea, and then the circumstances in which he met Meng Chen. When his grandmother and granduncles heard about how he had exterminated the Black Soul Society and then slaughtered Tao Lords and other such powerful experts, their eyes went wide. Then they heard about Meng Chen's final words, and their eyes dimmed. Chen'er was also such a good kid. After a moment of silence, Meng Hao looked at the oldtimers and asked, Grandma Meng, granduncles, I very much want to know what happened here. Why is our bloodline in such decline? What are those black spikes inside of you? And also, who poisoned you? Where is everyone else of the senior generation? They exchanged silent glances for a moment, and then one of Meng Hao's granduncles sighed and began to explain. After your grandpa Meng went to the 9th mountain and sea, he never returned. All the news we got was that it had to do with you, and that he went missing along with your grandpa Fong. Your grandfather's disappearance affected the clan a bit, but not fatally. Back then, there were 7 of us brothers including your grandfather plus many sons and grandsons. Although none of us were in the Tao realm, there were many in the ancient realm. We decided not to contend for the place of clan chief, assuming that doing so would prevent conflict within the clan. How could we have ever imagined that everything would change overnight? Although news about what happened in the clan that night never spread, that was the moment the Meng clan fell from the height of their power. Mysterious cultivators invaded, and were joined by traitors within the clan. A huge battle was fought and 2 of our Tao realm patriarchs were killed. 2 others were seriously injured and still haven't recovered. Vast numbers of ancient realm cultivators died, and virtually all of the Immortal realm clan members were slaughtered. Our bloodline narrowly managed to escape to this place. However, when we got here, there were 9 mysterious experts waiting, apparently specifically for us. All of our other brothers died, and most of your uncles were killed. The only people left were the women and children. Those 9 mysterious experts wanted to completely wipe out our bloodline, and the slaughter they carried out on us was far more severe than towards any of the auxiliary bloodlines. It almost seemed like their attack on the Meng clan was targeting us specifically. In the critical moment, just when it seemed we would be exterminated, the ancestral statue began to glow and emanated a powerful pressure. It turned into a voice which shouted at the 9 mysterious experts, telling them to be gone. Before they could be driven away, they didn't hesitate for even a moment to kill themselves in order to transform into 9 spikes. The spikes multiplied and then stabbed into our bodies, sealing our cultivation bases. From that day on, the Meng clan in general was in decline, and our bloodline lost all of its cultivators. We wanted to return to the ancestral mansion, but it had already been occupied by other bloodlines. None other than the current 9 bloodlines of the Meng clan. We were forced to settle down here and try to restore our cultivation bases. However, the only result was that we got weaker day by day. More people died, and soon we were barely able to hold on to life, not willing to even close our eyes lest we die. The 2 uncles of yours who survived could only look on in misery as the older generation was bullied, humiliated, and left gasping for life. After listening to the story, Meng Hao stood there silently for a moment. The explanation given was simple, and he could easily imagine how tragic the entire affair had been. Grandma Meng, I think your injuries will recover, given some time. Suddenly, he thought of something and continued. Those 9 mysterious men, did they by any chance happen to have a combined magical technique that summoned a battle axe? Almost immediately, his grandmother and granduncles looked at him with a start, shivering. They did use such a magical technique, his grandmother replied. However, they didn't summon 1 battle axe, they summoned 3. You've seen such a thing before. Meng Hao then recounted what had happened en route back to the Meng clan, which resulted in the 3 Ultimers' faces flickering. So, they're coming back, huh? He grandmother said. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Meng Hao couldn't hold back from asking, Grandma Meng, those mysterious black-robed men? Is there any chance? You know where they come from? The 3 old-timers didn't respond at first. Finally, his grandmother sighed and said, The 7th mountain and sea. As soon as the words entered Meng Hao's ears, a tremor ran through him. He looked at his grandmother, and the serious expression on her face, and his thoughts raced. Finally, everything turned into 4 words. Mountain and sea war, he said slowly. The 3 Ultimers maintained their silence. Meng Hao's mind trembled. As soon as he thought about the prospect of war between the various mountains and seas, he said, Grandma Meng, granduncles, the Fong clan in the 9th mountain and sea has become very powerful. Seniors, I can take all of you to the 9th mountain and sea and give you a chance to rise to prominence there. However, his grandmother said, your intentions are good, but the Meng clan is our home. We won't give up on it. As for his 2 granduncles, their voices were filled with decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron as they said, We were born here, and will die here. Meng Hao said nothing more. Clasping hands and bowing, he once again transformed into Meng Chun. Just before leaving, he calmly said, Grandma Meng, if there really is a mountain and sea war, I'll do my best to protect you. But if I can't, please take my advice. Leave this place, and wait for the right opportunity to stage a comeback. Meng Hao then walked out of the room and looked around at the various bloodline clan members in the mansion. Then he waved his hand, and massive rumbling echoed out as the entire bloodline ancestral mansion and the land around it were carved away from the landmass within which it sat. Meng Hao cut away a vast, 30,000-meter area, after which he slapped his bag of holding, causing one piece of immortal jade after another to fly out. Organizing them in midair, Meng Hao performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, causing the vast quantity of immortal jade to shoot down toward the land. Each piece that touched the ground shattered, causing boundless immortal chi to spill out like rain. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was filled with a shocking amount of dense immortal chi. Meng Hao then raised his hand and made a grasping motion. Rumbling could be heard as the entire vast area was sealed, ensuring that none of the immortal chi could dissipate. This also made the entire area occupied by his bloodline become like a paradise for immortals. To cultivators, practicing cultivation in places like this had vast, indescribable benefits. Meditating here for a day was like spending a month in the outside world. However, Meng Hao still wasn't satisfied. He smacked his bag of holding again, producing even more immortal jade. As that jade shattered, the quality of the immortal chi grew even more profound. Now, meditating here for a day was like spending 2 months outside. The surrounding bloodline clan members were completely shocked. The 3 old-timers in the room, plus the 3 middle-aged women, all gasped and looked at Meng Hao in astonishment. Then Meng Hao's grandmother and granduncles recalled what he had said about exterminating Patriarch Black Soul and killing the other Dao realm experts, and were completely convinced of the truth of the matter. There were 2 other nearby rooms that suddenly opened, and 2 men walked out. Although they didn't seem very old, their skin was withered and sallow, and their eyes were dim, making them seem very ancient. They were skinny and weak, and even smelled of alcohol, as if they hadn't seen the light of day for many days. Currently, they were staring dumbfounded at the immortal Qi. These 2 men were Meng Hao's uncles, the only surviving second-generation members of the bloodline. Meng Ru, Meng Hao said calmly, a cold gleam in his eyes. Go find all of the members of our bloodline who serve in other households. Tell them to come home. If anyone tries to stop you, tell me immediately. The appearance of cultivators from the 7th mountain and sea indicated that a mountain and sea war was brewing. That completely changed Meng Hao's plans. He would no longer lead his grandfather's bloodline to prominence from the shadows. There simply wasn't time for that. His new decision was to take center stage, to make a loud proclamation that no one could dare to provoke this bloodline. The time had come to make a name. Meng Ru nodded excitedly in response to Meng Hao's words. Meng Hao then smacked his bag of holding, and the mastiff flew out. It threw its head back and roared, transforming into a beam of red light that carried Meng Ru off into the distance. With the mastiff to protect her, no one would be able to cause trouble for Meng Ru as she went about accomplishing her task. Meng Hao looked around the bloodline mansion, at his excited relatives, and then took a deep breath. A brilliant gleam then appeared in his eyes. Time was of the essence, and since he was going to help the bloodline rise to prominence, he would do it in spectacular fashion. Meng Ru and the mastiff flew to the central continent of the Meng clan and called back the bloodline members who had had no other choice but to follow the orders of the other 9 bloodlines. Meanwhile, the shocking deaths of all of the cultivators in the Su clan's various auxiliary headquarters had caused quite a stir among the Su clan's powerful experts in their ancestral mansion. Everyone was in a rage, and finally, an ancient voice echoed out from within the Su clan ancestral mansion. The bedraggled bloodline thinks it can recover its former glory? Find the culprit and execute him. If anyone gets in your way, execute them too. Don't forget that the old cripples there can't do anything to you. The voice crashed like lightning, causing colors to flash in the sky and the lands to quake. Instantly, dozens of beams of light shot out, followed by hundreds of other figures, all of which headed toward the location of Grandpa Meng's bloodline. The Su clan was so enraged with the bloodline that there was no need to speak words. They decided to attack immediately, and the murderous aura they emanated was incredibly intense. At the same time, back in the central ancestral mansion of the Meng clan, another enraged shout could be heard coming from the courtyard, where Meng Hao had crushed the Dao-seeking cultivator's bones, turning him into a pile of mush. 3 old men could be seen there, their faces grim and their eyes burning with fury. Behind them were 10 other clan members, all radiating intense killing intent. "What gall?" said one of the 3 old men. "Their bloodline is weak to the point of dissipating. Who needs them? Now they're just intentionally provoking calamity. Men, come with me. We're going to crush this rebellion immediately." With that, the old man flicked his sleeve and then flew up into the air, followed by numerous fellow clan members. All of them transformed into beams of colorful light that shot off in the direction of Grandpa Meng's bloodline. It took only a moment for vast proverbial winds to surge, giving rise to waves in the dead brackish water that was the declining Meng clan. And it was all because of Meng Hao. As those things occurred, Meng Hao sat cross-legged on a boulder in the bloodline mansion, surrounded by other members of the bloodline. They all looked very excited, and were in the middle of practicing various breathing exercises. The vast majority were female, and as they practiced cultivation, their cultivation bases slowly improved. The person sitting closest to Meng Hao was a young man, the very same one he had just saved, Meng Han. He occasionally looked over at Meng Hao, his eyes filled with adoration and zeal. The truth was that he wasn't the only one. Virtually everyone in the mansion looked at Meng Hao in the same way. The zeal they felt burned in their eyes. They finally had hope. This person that they were looking at had a cultivation base vastly greater than theirs. After years and years, he was the first person to ever successfully enter the immortal realm. In the practice of cultivation, you must pass through the 4 realms: spirit, immortal, ancient, Tao. Each realm bestows you with different types of power, and are all subdivided into smaller stages. It might seem complicated, but you must proceed forward one step at a time. The further along the path you tread, the more and more powerful you will become. The spirit realm is divided into the stages of chi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit severing, Tao seeking, and immortal ascension. I can see that most of you are in the core formation stage. Not many of you are in the nascent soul stage, and it seems you have no spirit severing cultivators. Meng Hao spoke quietly, but his voice seemed to be filled with a strange power. As it echoed about the bloodline mansion, all of his bloodline relatives listened attentively. Some of his bloodline relatives couldn't hold back from pointing out, "Big bro Meng-chan, don't forget that Big Sis Chower is in the spirit-severing stage, and Big Sis Yoon is too. Big Sis Hong is in Tao seeking." Meng Hao nodded and continued. Core formation focuses on forming an inner core. You can use that core to coalesce your own pure chi, which, after enough time passes, can be used to give birth to your nascent soul. When I was in the core formation stage, I used the 5 elements as my foundation, making a 5 elements gold core, which then became my 5 elements nascent soul. The true meaning of spirit severing lies, not in the spirit but in the severing. There are 3 severings which are also Daos. 3 severings, 3 Daos. Afterward, you must seek answers inwardly to take the next step, Tao seeking. As far as immortal ascension is concerned, it is actually simple. None of you really need to worry about it. You can simply imitate your ancestors and become false immortals. Meng Hao's voice echoed out as he expounded upon the meaning of the spirit realm, explaining it in detail to his bloodline clan members. They listened as if intoxicated. Many areas which they had formerly found very confusing were now explained clearly. Furthermore, Meng Hao's explanation was far deeper and more profound than any explanation they had received in the past. Meng Hao's voice also contained that strange power, something that gradually caused a type of seed to appear within the bodies of his bloodline relatives. It was a Tao seed, not the bloodline of an all-heaven Tao immortal, but rather, Meng Hao's accumulated enlightenment regarding cultivation, his experiences within the spirit realm. It was a spirit seed. Meng Hao had a foundation in the spirit realm that was as rare as a phoenix feather or a qilin horn in the mountain and sea realm. It would be no exaggeration to say that his understanding of the spirit realm exceeded that of any other person. No one had accumulated so much in that realm, and no one had prepared more thoroughly to become a true immortal. He had shaken the entire 9th mountain and sea. Because of that, his understanding and his explanation carried profound, indescribable meaning for all of his fellow clan members. In addition to all that, the rich immortal chi in the area vastly exceeded normal spiritual energy. The result was that the majority of his bloodline relatives were all sinking deeper and deeper into enlightenment. Meng Hao's grandmother and granduncles stared in shock at what was happening, and then excitement began to build up on their faces. Meng Hao's 2 uncles had faces flushed with excitement, not only because of what was happening to all the members of the junior generation, but also because the immortal chi was helping them to revert from their crippled states. The 3 middle-aged women were experiencing something similar. Apparently, all of the bloodline relatives around Meng Hao were slowly transforming. Meng Hao looked around at everyone in their states of enlightenment, until finally his gaze came to fall upon the young man Meng Han, whom he had rescued from the Su clan. From what Meng Hao could tell, he had better latent talent than anyone else present, and although his cultivation base was merely in the core formation stage, he was clearly on the verge of a breakthrough. A smile broke out on Meng Hao's face. He was now confident that within a few short years, his grandfather's bloodline should be able to achieve grandeur once again, which caused excitement to stir within his heart. It was at this point that he suddenly looked up into the sky, and a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. He waved his right hand, causing a cloud of black pods to fly out from within his bag of holding. They immediately flew off into the distance, radiating murderous auras. As they flew along, popping sounds could be heard as they transformed into black imps, whose gaping maws were filled with razor-sharp teeth. Screamed the black pod imps as they shot off into the distance. Currently, outside of the 30,000-meter area Meng Hao had already set aside, hundreds of cultivators were flying around, radiating murderous auras and killing intent. The dozen or so in the lead had cultivation bases in the ancient realm, although the strongest of the bunch was only in the mid-ancient realm. However, a group like this was not something to be underestimated, and comprised about half of the entire power base of the Su clan. About 30% of the group was in the Immortal realm and the rest were in the Spirit realm. After all, the Su clan was one of 8 subsidiary clans within the Meng clan, which meant that it would be impossible for them to reach a terrifyingly powerful level. Even still, they had many powerful cultivators. What they could see was a huge area filled with dense mist, and they could sense that within that mist was some invisible barrier. That barrier caused the eyes of the mid-ancient realm cultivator from the Su clan to widen. He gasped, and his heart began to pound. He had to ask himself if even he could breach that barrier, and as he looked closer, he realized that the mist inside was immortal chi. So much immortal chi. It's so dense it's manifested physically. It's like this area is another world, like an immortal world. But who could possibly do this? Although he was shocked, few of his fellow clan members noticed any of these clues, and their murderous aura boiled just as strongly as before. Tempers provoked, some of the Su clan cultivators began to shout out in rage. Anyone from the Meng clan in the area had better get out here right now. It all happened too quickly for the mid-ancient realm cultivator to stop, and his face flickered as, all of a sudden, a grating sound rang out from the mist. Following the sound was a huge group of black-colored imps, moving as fast as lightning. Each one of those imps was radiating pressure equivalent to the mid-ancient realm. It's run! Get out of here! The mid-ancient realm cultivator's scalp was numb. Although he had never encountered these black pod imps before, he could tell how terrifying they were, and it filled his heart with an indescribable sense of deadly crisis. He immediately fell back, to the shock of his fellow clan members. Unfortunately for them, they didn't react quickly enough, and were quickly pounced upon by the black pod imps. Apparently, the imps had no inclination to possess any of these people. They simply bored into their bodies and began to chew them up. Miserable screams instantly began to ring out from the mouths of the Su clan cultivators. A huge commotion was underway as more than 100 out of the group of hundreds began to scream. Then their bodies exploded into clouds of gore and blood. As for the others present, their faces drained of blood, and they immediately began to flee. In the blink of an eye, the black pod imps shot out from within the gore, vicious expressions on their faces as they went on the attack again. Miserable shrieks rang out as another 100 or so cultivators were slaughtered. The black pod imps were like Yamas from hell, out to collect lives. Not even the Su clan cultivators in the ancient realm were capable of fleeing. No matter how they tried to fight back, they ended up screaming, and their bodies withered rapidly as the black pod imps scraped them clean from the inside out. The strongest of their number, the mid-ancient realm old man, bellowed in rage as he unleashed divine abilities and magical items to defend himself. However, it did no good. Soon, one of the black pod imps bored into him. He screamed miserably and then exploded. The gory scene lasted for some time. Hundreds of cultivators died, and the air was awash with the reek of blood. As for the black pod imps, they grinned cruelly and let out fearsome howls. Finally, they formed back together into a black cloud that vanished back into the mist. Nascent soul, nascent soul. The soul aspect is physical, and as for the nascent part of the term, it relates to the spiritual. Therefore, because what you are currently absorbing via breathing techniques is immortal chi, which far exceeds ordinary spiritual energy, theoretically speaking, you should be able to pass through the nascent soul stage much more quickly. Meng Hao's voice was quiet as he continued to expound upon his understanding of the spirit realm. He had just used a vast quantity of immortal jade to create a huge area for the exclusive purpose of allowing these several dozen people to absorb immortal chi. In the entire mountain and sea realm, few people could accomplish such a thing. In fact, the only ones who could would be the mountain and sea lords. Even large sects who could afford it would not, primarily because it wouldn't be worth it. Sects always had numerous competing factions who were generally concerned with their own interests and thus wouldn't agree to such a huge expenditure. Meng Hao might love money, and had always dreamed of being rich. However, sentiment and honor were important things to him, and no amount of money could be more valuable to him than family. Therefore, he didn't think twice about the pain that usually came with spending money. As long as his grandfather's bloodline could rise to prominence again, it would all be worth it. As he continued to deliver his sermon, there were some in the audience who experienced cultivation-based breakthroughs. At the same time, rumbling sounds could be heard. A strange gleam could be seen in Meng Hao's eyes, and he wore a slight smile as the black pod imps came flying back. After circling around in the air a few times, they began to drop bags of holding down toward the ground. Soon, there were so many it seemed like it was raining. The women in the Bloodline mansion stared with wide eyes as all of this happened. Meng Hao's expression was very somber as he looked back at all the women and continued to speak. You must all remember that we cultivators must never waste cultivation resources. If you venture out and see something but don't pick it up, then it's the same as losing it. That's our maxim, and the most important principle we must keep in our hearts. Don't waste money. Don't live luxuriously. If you have a chance to profit, then don't miss out on a single spirit stone. The entire audience was completely focused on Meng Hao, eyes burning with zealous adoration. As soon as the women heard his words, they fixed them in their minds. Apparently, their personalities were even affected, and gradually, their eyes began to shine brightly. Meng Hao was pleased with the look he saw in their eyes, although he didn't take the time to think of what the consequences would be of having an entire group of people molded after himself. In any case, he truly felt that this group was becoming much more to his liking. As for the three old-timers, they were watching with wide eyes, as were Meng Hao's two uncles. This, said one of Meng Hao's granduncles. He's so much like little Lily, Meng Hao's grandmother said with a wry smile. After a moment of thought, she allowed things to continue on as they were. With him here, the Meng clan will definitely need to change things up a bit. Outside in the courtyard, Meng Hao waved his hand, sending the bags of holding flying out to hover in front of the other clan members, until each one had several. All right, you hang on to these bags of holding. I'm heading out for a bit to get you some more cultivation resources. With that, Meng Hao rose to his feet, took a step forward, and vanished. When he reappeared, he was out in the mists. The black pod imps flew around him, looking very friendly. Meng Hao waved his sleeve to collect them up, then took another step, vanishing and reappearing high up in the sky. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes as he looked toward the center of the continent. And the Su clan. He had originally planned to exterminate the entire clan, but then his grandmother had woken up, which had caused a slight delay. However, moments ago when the black pod imps wiped out the cultivators outside the mist, Meng Hao had been watching closely. Anyone who has a beef with my grandfather's bloodline also has a beef with me, he said coolly. Then he transformed into a beam of light which shot rumbling off toward the Su clan. Deep in the heart of the Su clan's ancestral mansion, within a hidden chamber, a red-haired old man sat there cross-legged. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and he shivered. A terrible feeling had just risen up in his heart, as if a huge disaster were heading his way. His cultivation base was far beyond the great circle of the ancient realm, and was already half a step into the Tao realm. In fact, he could make his attempt to complete that step at any time. However, he was very similar to Guru Heavencloud, who Meng Hao had encountered in the asteroid field back in the Ninth Mountain and Sea, and didn't have the confidence to try to make the attempt. Therefore, it would really be less accurate to say that he could break through to the Tao realm whenever he wished, and more accurate to say that he could force his way into the quasi-Tao realm at any moment. This man was Su Yushan, leader of the Su clan. His cultivation base was why he was the clan leader, and also the reason why the Su clan had been able to become a vassal clan and occupy one of the continents in the Meng clan. What's going on? Could it be that bloodline of the Meng clan? The red-haired old man's eyes flickered, and he frowned. Impossible. That bloodline has declined to the point where it's almost gone. In fact, that's why I was stationed here, to keep an eye on them and to make sure that, instead of being wiped out in an instant, they slowly fade away into nothing. In a few hundred years, that mission will be accomplished. After sitting there in thought for a moment, his face suddenly flickered. Without the slightest hesitation or forethought, the man crushed a jade slip and then vanished. The moment he vanished was the exact same moment that a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering boom caused everything to shake violently. An enormous hand was descending from above, fully 30,000 meters wide, so realistic you could see the palm lines on it. It descended with such incredible speed that flames burst out all over it, racing down to scorch the earth. As it descended, it caused numerous pagodas within the Su clan ancestral mansion to crumble under the pressure. Buildings collapsed, bursting into flames, and the cultivators in the Su clan ancestral mansion looked up in shock. It was as if doomsday had arrived for them. What is that? An ambush. There's that hand. Who does it belong to? Heavens! The cultivators in the Su clan ancestral mansion were completely shocked and began to tremble from the explosive will of extermination which weighed down on them. In the blink of an eye, the hand slammed down onto the ancestral mansion, crushing countless buildings and sending a huge shockwave out in all directions. The lands quaked as if they were being struck by lightning, and the entire Su clan was instantly transformed into ruins, replaced by the image of an enormous handprint. Flames raged everywhere, burning everything to a pitch-black crisp. Despite all of that, there actually weren't very many cultivators who died. Meng Hao wasn't a cold-blooded killer, and based on the level of his cultivation base, the divine sense laced within the palm enabled him to detect exactly who within the Su clan harbored evil designs toward his grandfather's bloodline. Those hostile cultivators were all killed, causing blood-curdling screams to ring out from within the sea of flames. As for the other cultivators, the flames merely sealed their cultivation bases, but didn't harm them physically. The land still shook violently, though, and the enormous handprint in the ground was shocking to the extreme. Within the ruins that filled the palm print, the Su clan patriarch blurred back into existence. As soon as he did, he coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. Face ashen, he looked around at the surviving clan members, and then at the ruins. Then he threw his head back and howled viciously. As he looked up, he could see Meng Hao floating there in the air, radiating intense coldness. Considering what he had done with a single palm strike, he was clearly a terrifying individual. The Su clan patriarch chuckled bitterly and asked, "Who are you?" At the same time, he didn't hesitate to begin a cultivation-based breakthrough. "I'm Meng Chun," Meng Hao replied coldly. Meng Hao didn't want to drag the Meng clan into his problems with the Heaven God Alliance, and therefore, he chose not to use his identity as Meng Hao. The Su clan patriarch laughed bitterly. He didn't believe Meng Hao at all, but that didn't matter. His cultivation base shot up explosively, and clouds began to form in the air as Dao Realm heavenly tribulation began to descend. Meng Hao's eyes flickered in the face of the descending Dao Realm heavenly tribulation. He then waved his right index finger, which caused the air to distort, and wave-like ripples to spread out. Gradually the ripples transformed into an enormous wolf, completely domineering, which howled as it charged the Su clan patriarch. It was on him in the blink of an eye, before the heavenly tribulation could arrive. The Su clan patriarch fought back viciously, but couldn't stop himself from being swallowed up in a single gulp by the gigantic wolf. The heavenly tribulation, having lost its target, immediately began to fade away, and the path which had appeared vanished. Meng Hao waved his sleeve. Ignoring everything down below, he turned and vanished. Time passed. Around evening, more beams of light appeared above the lands near Meng Hao's grandfather's bloodline. These people looked different than the Su clan cultivators, and were in fact from the Meng clan. They were from the 7th of the 9 bloodlines of the Meng clan, which was a powerful group. However, only a few of their number had come, One was in the great circle of the ancient realm, one in the late ancient realm, two in the mid-ancient realm, four in the early ancient realm, and several dozen were immortals. A force like that was a powerful one indeed. Unless a Dao realm expert showed up, they could wage an entire war on their own. Currently, the old man in the lead was flying along, enraged and bursting with killing intent. As the group flew along, colors flashed in the sky and the winds screamed. Suddenly, the old man's furious voice could be heard ringing out. Su Yushan, get out here right now. The booming voice echoed back and forth, making it sound almost like numerous voices were shouting. A huge wind blasted across the lands, sweeping away the clouds in the sky and shaking everything. The old man hovered in midair arrogantly. In his view, the ideal way of handling this situation was to call out the leader of the vassal clan that was guarding this place and have him extinguish the rebellious bloodline that was on its last legs. The old man's voice rang out in all directions, and yet no response could be heard, causing him to frown. He sent his divine sense out, and when it reached the Su clan ancestral mansion at the center of the continent, a tremor ran through him, and he gasped, an expression of intense disbelief filling his face. This, he immediately shot off through the air. Behind him, the other members of the Meng clan slowly began to reveal their own shock as the ancient realm cultivators sent their divine sense out and realized what had happened. Dozens of them shot through the air toward the Su clan, where the old man in the leadership position was hovering in midair above the ancestral mansion, looking down at the enormous palm print and the ruins that filled it. After a moment, he closed his eyes as he focused on sensing the area. Then his eyes snapped open. The aura of Dao tribulation appeared here. But I didn't sense any tribulation earlier. That indicates that the tribulation vanished before it even started. It also means that Su Yushan was killed before his cultivation base broke through. Other than a Dao realm expert, the only other person who could do something like that would be a quasi-Dao cultivator. The old man took a deep breath and scanned the ruins. Then he waved his hand, causing one of the living Su clan cultivators to fly up into the air. The old man didn't ask any questions. He was the type of person who didn't trust what people told him with regard to important matters like this. He only trusted his own soul-searching. It took but a brief moment before he saw Meng Hao and the enormous palm destroying the Su clan. Then, he heard Meng Hao call himself Meng Chen. Meng Chen? The old man's eyes went wide, and he began to breathe heavily. Actually, the reason he had rushed over here in such domineering fashion was because of Meng Chen. Now that he understood the terrifying nature of the person he had come for, the old man began to shiver. Knowing that he had narrowly avoided certain calamity, the old man immediately turned to leave. The other members of the Meng clan were looking around in shock. Then they noticed the old man leaving, and they began to ask questions. "Elder, where are we going now?" "Where else?" replied the flustered old man. "Home. We're going home immediately." The old man couldn't help but look back at the palm-shaped crater once more. He shivered, already petrified of Meng Chen, even though he had never even seen him face to face. Based on what he knew about Meng Chen, he was sure that this terrifying cultivation base could not belong to him. In his judgment, Meng Chen had most likely been possessed or replaced or something of the like. In either case, he himself didn't qualify to tangle with whoever Meng Chen really was. A person with a cultivation base like that could kill him as easily as flipping over his hand. Someone such as that was a person he couldn't afford to provoke, and thus, it was without any further hesitation that he sped off as fast as possible. The other cultivators exchanged dismayed glances, then hurried to leave. The old man's sudden flight was just now beginning to fill their hearts with fear. Feeling as if some hidden force were behind them about to attack, they started going faster and faster until they were fleeing at top speed. The group had burst onto the scene with a towering murderous aura, and yet before they had even seen Meng Hao with their own eyes, they fled, crestfallen and terrified. As they left, Meng Hao was sitting cross-legged in the Bloodline Mansion, watching them hurry off, a cold smile on his face. Their quick reaction had saved them. Had they dared show any evil designs, he wouldn't have hesitated to wipe out their entire bloodline. Regarding the matter of wiping out bloodlines, Meng Hao had already consulted with his grandmother and granduncles. According to them, the third, fourth, and fifth bloodlines were important, but as for the other 5, they could be done away with at will. Seeing the complicated expressions in the old-timer's eyes, Meng Hao had simply said, "I'll handle things, but let's wait until your cultivation bases are recovered before deciding exactly how." Time passed. Meng Hao gave sermons on the Tao, but spent most of his time using his own cultivation base to assist his grandmother and the others in their recovery. The more he understood about the framework created by the 9 needles, the more he realized that they couldn't be removed casually, not without risking the lives of the people who were affected. He needed more time to fully understand them, and his grandmother and the others also needed more time to strengthen their bodies. Only then further action could be taken. One afternoon a few days later, as Meng Hao was giving a sermon on the Tao, he suddenly stopped talking and looked up. A blood-colored light could be seen up in the air, which was the mastiff. On its back could be seen Meng Ru, as well as about 10 other young women. Some of those women looked excited, others appeared to be torn, and some were confused. Their return instantly caused a big commotion in the mansion. As for the young women, when they sensed the immortal qi, they were astonished. Meng Ru immediately found Meng Hao, clasped hands and bowed. She looked a bit sad, and even hesitant, as if she weren't sure of how to express herself. After a long moment, she gritted her teeth and began to speak. "Big bro Meng Chun, I wasn't able to bring everyone back. There were, 3 sisters who chose to stay with their masters. There were also 2 whose masters refused to free them. I was worried about making a mistake, so I didn't dare to ask Big Bro Mastiff to attack." Apparently, Meng Ru felt a lot of respect toward the Mastiff, and actually viewed it as a cultivator and not an animal. 3 of them refused to return? Meng Hao asked calmly. He wasn't too surprised about this. There weren't many people left in his grandfather's bloodline, so it was only natural that there would be some people who didn't wish to remain, and would try to strike out on their own. It was at this point that the door suddenly opened, and Grandma Meng walked out without a single person supporting her. "Since they chose not to return, then they shall remain cut off for all eternity." All of the bloodline clan members present immediately bowed their heads respectfully. Meng Hao quickly rose to his feet and clasped hands. "Channer," Grandma Meng said calmly, "go bring back the final 2 who were prevented from returning." After her recent days of recuperation, she was in much better spirits than before, and her eyes glittered with determination. She had long since become the pillar of the bloodline, and it had only been when her body had begun to weaken that she had begun to lose control. Now that she had recovered, she once again radiated the air of a family leader. Furthermore, she was aware of the situation between Meng Hao and the Heaven God Alliance, and was also wary of getting the clan involved. Therefore, she declined to address him as Hauer, and instead used Meng Chen's name. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. Seeing his grandmother like this left him feeling quite relieved. At the very least, with her back in control of the bloodline, the task of helping it rise to prominence didn't fall on his shoulders alone. "What if I meet opposition?" Meng Hao asked. "Kill them," Grandma Meng replied immediately. Although her words were not spoken loudly, they resounded like thunder in the ears of all present. At the same time, a murderous aura began to radiate from her, something which had remained buried inside of her for too long. "We've been away for too long," said another voice. "It's time to remind the Meng clan who exactly we are." Meng Hao's 2 granduncles emerged from the room. They were no longer confined to their chairs, and although they looked very weak, they were clearly in much better condition than before. All of the surrounding bloodline clan members were now looking excitedly at Grandma Meng. "Your command shall be carried out," Meng Hao said, clasping hands and bowing. Then he turned, leaving the Mastiff to protect the bloodline clan members, but taking Meng Ru with him. A moment later, the 2 of them had vanished. Grandma Meng and Meng Hao's 2 granduncles watched them leave, and their eyes burned with faith and anticipation for the future. Even as Meng Hao was working hard to help his grandfather's bloodline rise to prominence, someone appeared in the starry sky of the 8th mountain and sea. It was a handsome young man who strolled along wearing a violet robe. He was currently looking off into the distance at the Meng clan. "I can sense that you're there," the young man said, smiling. He was none other than Ji Dongyang. Meanwhile, a huge turtle was floating in another part of the starry sky of the 8th mountain and sea, snoring as he napped. On his back was a huge continent, filled with all forms of life. Suddenly, the turtle's eyes snapped open as he awoke from slumber. His eyes shone like bright lanterns as he looked out into the darkness of the starry sky. "Damn it, I just had a nightmare," the turtle muttered. "I dreamed about that little bastard Meng Hao tracking me down in the 8th mountain and sea. Ha ha ha. What a hilarious dream. It's totally impossible. There's no way that little punk could find me here. Damn it. Why would I have a dream like that? It's a bad sign, an ill omen. I can't believe I dreamed about being his mount." That huge turtle was none other than Patriarch Reliance, who truly was frightened of Meng Hao. He let out a roar, then glanced around shiftily for a moment. Then he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Strangely, there appeared to be mysterious figures nearby Patriarch Reliance, figures he didn't notice, who were apparently keeping track of his current location. Something else was happening at around this same time in the 7th mountain and sea. All of the sects there, as well as all the clans, were mobilizing. Gradually, an enormous military force was being organized, virtually without number. In the lead position of that enormous army floated a sizable mountain peak, the very tip of which emanated powerful ripples. Just barely visible on that mountain peak was a person sitting cross-legged, looking toward the 8th mountain, eyes gleaming. The figure then began to speak softly in an ancient voice. "I don't really want this war, but there's no choice in the matter. It is my mission. Perhaps I'm not the only one either. It's not a betrayal. After all, there is nothing to betray. And yet, why do I feel so much pain in my heart?" The terrifying army was filled with millions upon millions of cultivators, organized in formation so that they resembled an ancient, enormous dragon. They radiated intense murderous auras as they began to march closer and closer to the 8th mountain and sea. As the army from the 7th mountain and sea was picking up speed, Meng Hao was back in the 8th mountain and sea. He was also being tracked by shadowy figures who occasionally materialized and then vanished. Apparently, they were watching him and keeping track of his location. There had not been any wars between the mountains and seas for many years, but it seemed one was about to break out now. There were even various entities above in the 33 heavens who were using special techniques to observe the mountain and sea realm without being detected. They were looking down at the 8th mountain and sea, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Meanwhile, outside of the 33 heavens, out in the boundless expanse, two forces were approaching from different directions, and they were growing inexorably closer. Apparently, war was nigh. Meng Hao and Meng Ru were speeding along through midair when all of a sudden, an intense feeling of alarm rose up inside Meng Hao, causing his face to flicker. Before he could react, the parrot's shrill voice could suddenly be heard in his mind. "They're coming. Coming, I tell you. They're close, I can sense them. Damn it. They're moving a lot faster than I anticipated. Meng Hao, they're almost here." The parrot sounded anxious, even terrified. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. He knew exactly who the parrot was talking about, and it caused him to slowly lift his head up to look up into the sky. It was almost as if he could see out into the vast expanse beyond the 33 heavens. "Well then, I guess I need to hurry up," he said softly. Off to the side, Meng Ru gaped in shock. "Big bro Meng Chun, what did you say?" "Oh, nothing," he replied, shaking his head as he continued to lead Meng Ru through the starry sky toward the Meng clan's central continent. He passed through the protective spell formations without triggering any of them, and proceeded directly toward the ancestral mansion. "The two sisters we're going after are Big Sis Choer and Big Sis Meng Fei," Meng Ru said quietly. "Their latent talent is better than mine, and their cultivation bases are higher. I managed to meet them and pass the news about what was happening, but I was prevented from taking them away. If it weren't for Big Bro Mastiff, I might have been detained as well. They're both in the hands of cultivators from the first bloodline. When she looked at Meng Hao, it was almost worshipfully. In her mind, once Meng Chen arrived on the scene, all their problems would be solved. Meanwhile, in the East District of the Meng clan's ancestral mansion, there was a huge temple surrounded by 9 pillars. Beneath each of those pillars was a furnace. Those burning furnaces were causing the 9 pillars to slowly heat up. Bound to the pillars were 9 young women, all of whom had ashen faces and were trembling. They looked terrified and were pleading for their lives, except for 2 who, although they were not spectacularly beautiful, were charming and pretty. Those 2 had their jaws clenched. Despite the increasing temperature of the pillars they were tied to, they refused to utter any pleading words. Sitting in the middle of the pillars and furnaces was an old man, who was currently performing double-handed incantation gestures and sending sealing marks out toward the furnaces, which were causing the furnaces to burn even more fiercely. Surrounding the entire area was an audience of young men. The audience was clearly split into 2 groups, one of which clustered around a young man in a green robes, and the second group around another young man in a yellow robe. Clearly, the 2 of them had very high statuses, and currently, their eyes were fixed upon the old man in the middle of all the columns. They were also turning deaf ears to the pleading cries of the young women. After a moment passed, the young man in the green robe suddenly asked, "What are we betting on this time?" "I bet that this time, Grandmaster Song's pill refining will result in her and her all becoming young beauty pills." As the young man in the yellow robe spoke, his eyes glittered as he singled out 3 young women among the 9. 2 of those young women were those who refused to plead for their lives. After a moment of thought, the young man in the green robe replied, "You made your choice pretty quickly. Well, in that case, I say that those 3 will fail to become pills." Then the 2 young men exchanged an icy glance. It was at about this time that rumbling sounds could be heard as Grandmaster Song's eyes suddenly flared with light. He waved both hands forcefully out into the air, causing the 9 furnaces to blaze with fire. The pillars instantly grew hotter, and in the blink of an eye, 9 flaming threads shot out of the fires toward the 9 young women. Terrified screams of desperation rang out from the mouths of 7 of the young women. As for the other 2, they were trembling and clearly terrified, but still refused to make even a single sound. However, their hearts were clearly filled with regret. When Meng Ru had told them about what was happening back in their bloodline mansion, they had instantly wanted to return, but now it seemed that would be impossible. Sighing inwardly, they exchanged glances, then slowly closed their eyes as the flaming threads closed in on them. "Become pills!" Grandmaster Song threw his head back and roared, rising to his feet and throwing his hands into the air. Strange light shone out from his eyes, and yet, even as the words left his mouth, an enraged snort suddenly echoed through the air like thunder. Cold words also rang out. "You're the one who should become a pill." As the icy words reverberated back and forth, cracking sounds could be heard as the ground froze over. The 9 furnaces trembled, and their flames winked out. Next, the furnaces actually exploded, and cracks began to spread out across the pillars, which then shattered. The 9 young women could now move. As soon as their feet touched the ground, they began to flee, except for the 2 who had refused to beg for their lives, who looked up into the air, excited expressions on their faces. The crimson threads attached to the columns almost seemed to be self-aware, and were trying to flee in fear. However, before they could get very far, a powerful force sucked them back, twisting them together into what looked like a white medicinal pill, which came to rest in the hand of a young man who had suddenly appeared in the air up above. He waved his arm, sending the white medicinal pill flying toward Grandmaster Song's forehead. As it flew through the air, it crumbled, then fused into Grandmaster Song, who trembled and let out a miserable shriek. His body instantly burst into flames, and was burned into ash all the way to the bone. What was left behind was a red medicinal pill. The young man who had just arrived was none other than Meng Hao, followed by Meng Ru. Meng Ru was staring at the 2 steadfast young women, tears pouring down her cheeks. She quickly flew over and stood in front of them protectively. This sudden development left all the bystanders completely shocked. As they edged backward, the 2 young men's faces darkened. What gall! How dare you kill Grandmaster Song? Men, kill these people. Bring me his head. In response to their orders, the crowd of cultivators surrounding them flew into the air toward Meng Hao. What kind of clan are you? Meng Hao said quietly, his eyes blazing with icy killing intent. Refining people into pills for pleasure? You completely lack any humanity whatsoever. What is the point of leaving any of you behind? Meng Hao's eyes were as cold as ice, but inwardly he was sighing. For a clan to decline in power was acceptable, but for the morals of its people to degenerate was sickening. Leaving them alive was truly pointless. By means of illustration, you could say that his grandfather's bloodline had fallen into dire straits and was now at a point of extreme weakness, consisting of the elderly, the frail, the ill, and the crippled. The younger generation was forced into servitude, and the older generation was sick and decrepit. However, its soul was still present, and the heart was strong. They still stuck together like a family, and as such would one day be able to rise to prominence again. It was possible to sense that spirit within Meng Ru, Meng Chen, and the other two young women from just now. They all clung stubbornly to their hope for the future. However, when it came to the rest of the so-called Meng clan, Meng Hao felt quite disappointed. Even scum like these can be called young lords? Meng Hao shook his head. During his entire life, starting in the 9th Mountain and Sea and then in his short time in the 8th Mountain and Sea, he had seen all sorts of chosen, including young lords and sect princes. However, he had never seen people like he was seeing now in the Meng clan. When dealing with such malignant rot, there's only one option: amputate. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent as the Meng clan cultivators attacked him. He waved his right finger, causing rumbling to fill the air and ripples to spread out in all directions. The ripples filled the area in the blink of an eye, and any cultivators they touched, regardless of their cultivation base, instantly exploded into ash. The ripples spread, shaking everything, turning everything into dust. The two incredulous young lords didn't even qualify to try to flee. In the briefest of moments, they were inundated by the ripples. Of course, life-saving magic flared to life in the form of shields as they tried to defend against the ripples. However, they were completely useless. All they did was to buy a few breaths' worth of time. Then the shields collapsed. The eyes of the two young men widened with disbelief, and then bangs could be heard as they were transformed into ash as well. All of the cultivators behind them were also transformed into dust. Soon the only people left were Meng Hao, the Meng clan girls, and the other young women. Everyone else was gone. Everything happened so quickly that the young women could only gape in astonishment and stand there trembling and panting. As for Meng Ru, even if she were a stupid person who knew little about the immortal realm, she would still be able to understand that the power unleashed by Meng Qin just now was definitely not that of an immortal. As for the other two young women from the same bloodline, their eyes were even wider. Their cultivation bases were significantly higher than Meng Ru's, so they could pick up on even more of the clues. They looked over at Meng Hao, trembling with awe and reverence. Meng Ru hesitated for a moment and then said, "Big bro Meng Chun, you?" Before she could finish, one of her older cousins held out a hand to stop her from speaking. Meng Hao looked at the three young women and nodded, his gaze gentle. Then he looked off into the distance, and once again his expression turned icy and somber. Suddenly, a powerful aura began to roil out from him, filling the area, causing the sky to dim and the lands to quake. The surrounding buildings and structures seemed incapable of withstanding the pressure, and soon creaking sounds could be heard. Then, the creaking turned into rumbling as one building after another began to collapse. It was at this point that, from two different locations, a group of a few dozen beams of bright light each began to shoot toward them from off in the distance. Roaring shouts echoed out, filled with fury and killing intent. "Who are you that dares to get out of line in the Meng clan? Are you looking to die?" The two enraged shouts echoed out like thunder, causing two powerful shockwaves to speed toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao stood there looking coldly at the incoming cultivators. The highest cultivation base among them was merely in the great circle of the ancient realm, and the others were far from that. You people don't even bother to determine who is in the right and who is in the wrong, he said coolly. Leaving you alive would also be pointless. He took a step forward, vanishing. When he reappeared, he was right in front of the lead cultivator, a middle-aged man in extravagant clothing. The man's eyes were red with rage, but the instant Meng Hao appeared in front of him, he began to shake, and his anger instantly faded half away into shock. He had no idea what sort of technique Meng Hao had used to vanish and then reappear, but that was actually of secondary importance. Most important was the fact that he could sense a boundless power radiating off of Meng Hao. In fact, it was far more intense than the pressure that he would feel when standing in front of a patriarch. The man gasped and blurted, "You?" The killing intent in Meng Hao's eyes caused the man's scalp to tingle so hard it felt like it would explode. He began to fall back, looking completely shocked by the terrifying power he sensed. "You're too slow," Meng Hao said, shaking his head and simultaneously waving his sleeve. A massive tempest sprang out, transforming into a tornado that connected the sky and the land. It was so conspicuous that anyone in the Meng clan would be able to see it. It swept toward the middle-aged man and the cultivators behind him, moving with such incredible speed that they were incapable of fleeing. They struggled and fought back, but it only took a moment for the tornado to sweep over them, after which miserable screams rang out. It was as if a gigantic hand were using a huge brush to paint the entire tornado bright red. The entire Meng clan was completely shaken. Numerous cultivators were pulled out of their meditative trances, and after looking up, many of them immediately shot up into the air with expressions of astonishment on their faces. An ambush! Another clan is invading! An enemy clan is attacking! Damn it! Why didn't the clan's grand spell formation activate? Cries of alarm spread out, and the entire clan began to stir. There were also 9 figures who began to fly toward the tornado from 9 different directions. They were followed by even more figures, and as their cultivation base power surged out, it transformed into a spell formation. Instead of flying directly to the tornado, they began to circle around it. Soon colors flashed in the sky as the cultivators formed a massive vortex which thoroughly enveloped the area where Meng Hao was standing. Meng Ru was trembling in shock, as were the other 2 young Meng clan women. As for Meng Hao, he looked down at them from up in the air and smiled slightly. That smile seemed to contain the power to completely ease their hearts, and the fear the 3 young women felt instantly faded away. Meng Hao turned, completely ignoring the 9 cultivators leading the formation, and all the others who were following them. Meng Hao looked off into the distance at one particular cultivator who had stopped in place and wasn't moving. He was an old man, and when Meng Hao's gaze fell upon him, he gasped and began to tremble, then started to back up. Even as he took a step back, though, Meng Hao waved his hand. A second tornado sprang into being, sweeping through the crowds toward the old man, provoking numerous blood-curdling screams. The old man had a powerful cultivation base, but it didn't matter. Nor did it matter what divine abilities and magical items he unleashed. He was still consumed by the wind. Moments later, the second tornado was also stained blood red. Meng Hao hovered in midair, looking around coldly. The 2 tornadoes whipped nearby, and if you looked at them long enough, it almost seemed as if 2 vicious wolves were lurking inside of them, peering out voraciously. "Let's go," Meng Hao said calmly. He would not wipe out entire bloodlines this day. He would simply comply with Grandma Meng's orders to bring the girls back. Furthermore, he could sense that although the clan's defensive spell formation hadn't been activated originally, the slaughter he had just carried out was causing rumbling sounds to rise up. There were also ripples beginning to spread, and within them, Meng Hao could sense a terrifying power. That power was definitely the Meng clan's grand defensive spell formation. As soon as Meng Hao spoke, he took a step forward, and the 3 young women followed him anxiously. Before they could get very far, though, 9 beams of light began to close in on them. "Don't even dream about leaving," roared one of the 9. In response, Meng Hao looked back at the man. This man was a clan elder with a cultivation base in the great circle of the ancient realm, very close to the Dao realm. However, he suddenly stopped in place, as though a powerful hand had clasped him by the throat. Face flickering with shock, he fell back, then turned ashen as he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. One gaze seriously injured an elder, which caused everyone else to gasp. They could sense how terrifying Meng Hao was, but they could never have imagined that he was this terrifying. Dao realm, whispered the elder in a shaky voice. Completely ignoring the 9 cultivators, Meng Hao continued on his way, followed by Meng Ru and the other 2 young women, who were incredibly excited. When they looked at Meng Hao, it was with complete enthusiasm and ardor. To them, Meng Hao was a towering mountain of their bloodline, someone who no amount of wind or rain could ever budge. The 9 cultivators didn't dare to try to stop him. The massive vortex spell formation also stopped in place, and the cultivators who were powering it parted to make a path for Meng Hao, looks of astonishment on their faces. As for Meng Hao, his expression was calm as he proceeded through. Everything was extremely quiet. On the ground, numerous members of the Meng clan stood outside of their houses and other buildings, looking up into the sky at what was happening, completely shocked. Meng De was there in a temple, looking up at Meng Hao with an expression of utter disbelief. In another location in the Meng clan, there were 3 other young women who were now looking at Meng Hao, Meng Ru, and the other young women of the bloodlines. These other 3 had complex expressions on their faces, and they almost looked as if they were being stabbed in the heart. They were the bloodline relatives who had chosen not to return, and had instead opted to remain as servants to other clan members. They had forsaken their bloodline, and therefore, their bloodline had cast them off. It was at this point that, all of a sudden, an intense light exploded out from the enormous statue in the middle of the Meng clan ancestral mansion. "State your name." As the voice echoed out, the light shining out from the statue transformed into pressure that spread out, then converged onto Meng Hao. Rumbling filled the air, colors flashed, wind screamed. As Dao realm pressure descended from above, natural laws retreated and dissipated, until the only thing present was the Dao realm pressure. The members of the Meng clan looked on with wide eyes. The 9 cultivators in the great circle of the ancient realm clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Patriarch." The cultivators in the vortex did the same, excited expressions on their faces. "Greetings, Patriarch." Down below, all of the Meng clan cultivators who had stepped out of the various houses and buildings, even the servants and cultivators with other surnames, all bowed deeply and joined their voices to cry out, "Greetings, Patriarch." Meng Ru and the other girls' faces fell. They might have complete trust in Meng Hao, but deep down inside, any patriarch represented the most supreme and paramount power of the clan, and they were existences that were so far above them that even if they gazed upwards they would never be able to catch a glimpse of one. The entire Meng clan was completely shaken. Within that enormous statue were 9 hidden chambers, 4 of which were empty. The other 5 were occupied by cultivators sitting cross-legged in meditation. The person who had just spoken was the figure in the 8th chamber, who now sat there with eyes open and a serious look on his face. He was not the patriarch from the 9th bloodline, the one that Meng Hao had previously encountered face to face. This was the patriarch of the 8th bloodline. Considering that the cultivators who had just been killed were members of his bloodline, he had no choice but to make an appearance. Meng Hao stopped in place and turned to look at the statue behind him, without even sparing a glance at the heaven-shaking, earth-shattering pressure descending toward him. Then he began to speak, his voice cool. The words he uttered were the type that anyone would think were wildly egotistical and arrogant. "I bet you don't even have the balls to try and fight me." His voice was calm, but echoed out in all directions, instantly arousing the ire of the other members of the Meng clan. "What incredible gall! Are you looking to die? You overestimate yourself." Numerous shouts of rage echoed out within the central continent. The cultivators of the Meng clan had to admit that Meng Hao was powerful to a terrifying degree. But in their minds, if he tried to fight one of their patriarchs, he would be defeated with a single blow. That was the type of faith exercised in the clan patriarchs by all clan members, both young and old. Even Meng Ru and the other 2 young women were extremely nervous as they stood there next to Meng Hao, and the panic was visible on their faces. In sharp contrast to all that was the object of the clan members' veneration, the patriarch sitting there in the 8th chamber, whose expression changed drastically. At the same time that Meng Hao spoke, the patriarch was able to detect fluctuations that only someone in the Tao realm would be able to feel. Those fluctuations filled the patriarch with a sense of intense terror, and he knew that even if he went all out with every scrap of power he could muster, it wouldn't do any good. The sensation he got was that he was like a tiny firefly, and Meng Hao was a burning torch. Impossible. What cultivation base does he have? The old man's eyes were wide. Moments ago, he had been on the verge of stepping out in person, but now he was hesitating. In the end, he didn't dare to emerge and in fact, couldn't even think of words to say in response. Meng Hao's expression was calm as he looked coolly at the statue for a moment before turning and heading off with Meng Ru and the other young women. The only reason he was backing down was because he didn't feel like making complete enemies of everyone in the Meng clan. This is the Meng clan after all, he thought. Once Grandma Meng's cultivation base is restored, she can decide what to do. He wouldn't exceed his authority in this matter. Even if his mother was a member of the Meng clan, he himself was a young lord of the Fong clan. There were certain things he could do if he wished, but he had to do them very carefully. Even if he had good intentions, if he went too far it could lead to misunderstandings which he didn't want to happen. That was why, after a bit of thought, Meng Hao decided to just back down. Behind him, the various cultivators of the Meng clan followed after him and stared at him murderously, even mockingly. However, their expressions of outrage quickly began to die down, until in the end, not a sound could be heard. These Meng clan cultivators' faces flickered with bewilderment, and there were even some faces that went deathly pale with astonishment. That was because, unexpectedly, after Meng Hao spoke, their patriarch didn't respond at all. It even seemed like his aura had gotten much weaker. It was as if Meng Hao had been completely correct about their patriarch. He didn't dare to show his face and fight. That fact caused the minds of numerous members of the Meng clan to reel in shock. As for the cultivators in the great circle of the ancient realm, waves of astonishment battered their minds. Earlier, they had suspected that Meng Hao was in the Tao realm, but now, there didn't seem to be any need for speculation. Apparently, this young man really was in the Tao realm. He really is in the Tao realm. Gasps could be heard from among the cultivators in the great circle of the ancient realm as they watched Meng Hao leaving. Meanwhile, the patriarch in the 8th chamber of the statue gritted his teeth. At the same time, he could sense that the patriarchs in the 9th and 1st chambers were also awake, and yet were doing nothing. Damn it! They want me to probe this guy's abilities. Huh? A gleam of determination could be seen in the eyes of the 8th patriarch. No person could reach the Tao realm if they lacked courage. If they did, how could they possibly have passed the Tao realm tribulation? With the clan's spell formation, I can give it a shot, he said, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, his cultivation base erupted with power, sending the fluctuations of a one-essence Tao realm expert shooting out from within the statue. The other members of the Meng clan saw golden light shining out, which became a golden ocean then that transformed into an enormous hand, stretching out toward Meng Hao. Colors flashed as the golden hand filled the sky, casting shadow over all the lands beneath. Rumbling filled the air as boundless power bore down on Meng Hao. Even as the faces of Meng Ru and the other young women went pale, Meng Hao turned, and his eyes flashed with icy coldness. "So you do have some balls," he said coolly. He did nothing to avoid the incoming golden hand, and in fact, leapt up toward it. Then he slammed into it bodily and with complete disregard. Massive rumbling could be heard as the golden hand tried to crush him. And yet, as soon as it touched him, it began to tremble, and then collapsed into pieces. As the hand shattered, the golden ocean disintegrated. Apparently, a Tao realm attack couldn't stand up to a single move by Meng Hao. When the hand collapsed, the old man in the 8th chamber of the statue trembled and then coughed up a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backward, out of control. A moment later, he appeared outside the statue, where he coughed up another massive mouthful of blood. Face pale white, he stared at Meng Hao in complete terror and astonishment. Tao, Tao Lord? Tao Sovereign. Intense fear pounded within the heart of the patriarch of the 8th bloodline. Equally shaken was the patriarch of the 9th bloodline. He recognized Meng Hao from their earlier meeting, and to see him fighting at this level was completely and utterly shocking. They were shocked, but as for the rest of the members of the Meng clan, they were utterly dumbfounded. Their jaws dropped as they saw their patriarch coughing up blood, whereas Meng Hao was standing there with a completely calm face. All he had done was take a step forward. That single step caused a Dao realm expert to fall into retreat and to be injured. The faith of the Meng clan cultivators in their patriarch was completely toppled. All faces were completely gray and ashen. Within the crowd was the young man Meng De, who had been watching all along and had instantly recognized Meng Hao. His eyes were wide with shock as he watched everything play out. Other than the gasps, there was no sound at all. Meng Hao looked over indifferently at the wounded patriarch of the 8th bloodline. However, it was at this point that the patriarch's eyes turned crimson. He suddenly threw his head back and howled, then slapped his forehead viciously with his right hand. A boom rang out, and the sky went dim. Suddenly, a massive pressure radiated out from the enormous statue. In the blink of an eye, it had filled the area, and although no one in the audience could see anything out of the ordinary, Meng Hao was able to clearly see the shield which had sprung up. Defensive spell formation, he thought. However, he didn't back up. Instead, he stood in place, eyes flickering as the shield expanded out toward him and then clashed with him briefly. That brief clash caused Meng Hao's pupils to constrict slightly. He could sense a heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing power in that shield, something that he couldn't resist for very long with only his fleshly body power. This defensive spell formation could actually be even more powerful. It's strong enough with one person controlling it, but with more people backing it, I would actually be in significant danger. After sensing the power of the shield, Meng Hao decided not to fight it. Instead, he turned, flicking his sleeve as he took Meng Ru and the other young women away, vanishing off into the distance. As Meng Hao left, the patriarch of the 8th bloodline watched him go, his expression unsightly. The fact that Meng Hao had been able to stand up to the attack of the spell formation was completely shocking. I can't believe that he stood up to the ancestral spell formation and wasn't even hurt. Just what realm is he in? He's not a Dao Lord. Could it be that he really is a Dao sovereign? But that's impossible. Back in the statue, the patriarchs in the 1st and 9th chambers had very serious expressions on their faces, especially the patriarch from the 1st bloodline. The 10th bloodline? He murmured quietly, face grim. Of course, Meng Hao was not a Dao sovereign, nor was he equivalent to such a level. However, if he unleashed his full battle prowess, he could fight any Dao realm cultivator under the level of a Dao sovereign. That had to do with this fleshly body, his paragon magic, and most importantly, the fact that he was an all-heaven Dao immortal. Because of that, despite the fact that he was merely an immortal, he could still shake the Dao realm. Soon all 4 nirvana fruits will be fully fused. When they become my Dao fruit, they can help me push open the door of the ancient realm and extinguish my soul lamps. The only thing I'm not sure about is exactly how many soul lamps I'll end up with. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Considering that he could already fight the Dao realm, in his view the ancient realm was merely a stepping stone. He hadn't even considered the possibility of failing, and as far as he was concerned, the ancient realm wasn't even very important. Of course, before Meng Hao, it had been a very, very long time since any all-heaven Dao immortal had appeared. Virtually no one knew how difficult it was for someone like him to step into the ancient realm. Meng Hao, being able to sense that his 4th nirvana fruit was nearing a state of complete absorption, was incredibly excited. Currently, he was whistling through the air with Meng Ru and the other young women in tow as he headed back toward the continent where their bloodline waited. Soon they were back. When the 2 young women who had just been saved saw how different everything was, they became very excited. Meng Hao went to see his grandmother and granduncles. After he told his grandmother about what had happened when he had rescued the 2 young women, she asked, how confident are you that you can fully heal our injuries? All three of the Ultimers looked at Meng Hao as they waited for his answer. He thought for a moment, then looked up and replied, "I wouldn't dare to say 100% confident. Perhaps 80%. In response to his words, his grandmother began to breathe heavily, and his two granduncles began to tremble. All three of them exchanged glances and then nodded. "Howard, use whatever techniques you can. It doesn't matter how dangerous the process is. We're willing to risk it." Meng Hao took a deep breath, then nodded seriously. He had long since come to the realization that if his grandmother and granduncles could recover their cultivation bases, then, considering their previous standing within the clan, the bloodline would no longer continue to decline. Time passed. Meng Hao spent his days giving sermons about the Tao and treating his grandmother and granduncles. He also worked on the cultivation bases of his 3 aunts and 2 uncles. As the entire group improved, their auras grew more powerful day by day. As for his 2 uncles who had previously been so down and out, their eyes burned with life and vigor. Now they had hope. His 3 aunts recovered fastest of all. Within about 10 days, they already possessed the battle prowess of immortals. His grandmother and granduncles recovered the slowest, and yet were gradually beginning to emanate more profound pressure. Because of the strong immortal chi available for cultivation, all the other bloodline clan members were stabilizing their cultivation bases, and every few days someone would make a breakthrough. Although all such breakthroughs were within the spirit realm, it was still possible to see that the bloodline had excellent latent talent, and the previous hard work they had gone through in their cultivation was now leading to large numbers of cultivation-based breakthroughs. Lately, everyone in the bloodline felt full of hope, and whenever they looked at Meng Hao, it was with fervent ardor. In sharp contrast was the ancestral mansion of the Meng clan. People there were as jumpy as if enemy soldiers lurked around every corner, and the slightest breeze could cause panic. During the 10 days which passed, everyone in the 9 bloodlines learned of what had happened, much to their shock. The defensive spell formation was constantly on, as if war were expected to break out at any time. Another month passed, and Meng Hao could tell that his 4th nirvana fruit had been completely absorbed. A mere thought on his part could summon the door of the ancient realm. Furthermore, his grandmother and the others had reached a critical juncture in the healing process. On one particular day, all of the bloodline clan members ceased meditating and stood guard. It didn't matter that their cultivation bases were relatively weak. They would still not allow anyone to disturb what was happening. His grandmother and everyone else was out in the courtyard, while Meng Hao sat cross-legged alone indoors. Wisps of white mist rose up from his head, transforming into clouds, within which could be heard the faint sound of thunder. After a moment, Meng Hao's eyes opened, and they shone brightly. He began to speak, and soon his words were heard by his grandmother and granduncles. "Grandma Meng will go last. Granduncles, you will go just before her. I'll start with everyone else." Meng Hao could accept that accidents might happen with the others, but he wanted to be absolutely certain of being able to successfully treat his grandmother. He would use the others to ensure that he was comfortable with the process. That was why the final person he would treat would be his grandmother. Grandma Meng took a deep breath, eyes shining brightly as she extended her hand, pointing toward one of her 2 sons, who had a very excited expression on his face. That was Meng Hao's 7th uncle, who took a deep breath as he entered the room where Meng Hao awaited them. He looked at Meng Hao sitting there cross-legged, then clasped hands and bowed deeply. Finally, he sat down cross-legged in front of him. Meng Hao nodded, then reached out and placed a finger onto his 7th uncle's forehead. Then he rotated his cultivation base and poured the power of an all-heaven Tao Immortal into him. 7th uncle's body began to tremble, and he was clearly in pain. Gradually, 9 spikes began to emerge from within him. A moment later, a pinging sound could be heard as one of the spikes fell to the ground. In that instant, 7th uncle's cultivation base surged with power. Next was a 2nd spike, then a 3rd, until 8 of the spikes were removed. In that moment, 7th uncle's cultivation base was completely restored and surged with the power of the early ancient realm. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he pulled his hand back from 7th uncle's forehead. As he did, A ninth spike flew out from seventh uncle's forehead. Seventh uncle shivered, then threw his head back and roared. His cultivation base erupted with explosive power, moving past the mid-ancient realm. Trembling as he took stock of his body's condition, he stood up, expression one of complete excitement as he once again clasped hands and bowed to Meng Hao, then turned and left. The process went similarly with the second person in line and the third and the fourth. 2 uncles, 3 aunts. All 5 people had 9 spikes stuck in their bodies, which Meng Hao extracted one by one. As of this moment, his grandmother's bloodline now had 5 ancient realm experts. The highest cultivation base among them belonged to his 5th aunt, who was in the great circle of the ancient realm, just on the verge of being able to break through. Around the same time that the spikes were being removed from the 5 of them, in the 7th mountain and sea, past the invisible barrier which separated it from the 8th mountain and sea, an altar could be seen floating in the starry sky. Suddenly, rumbling booms could be heard coming from that altar. The huge altar had an enormous magical symbol on its surface, and it only took a single glance for one to be able to tell that it was the character Meng. Numerous stone spikes could be seen stabbing into the character, a total of 9 of them. The spike in the middle was the largest, with the spikes growing smaller as they neared the edges of the character. Furthermore, all of those stone spikes oozed blood, causing the entire altar to be stained bright red. That was only one of the altars. There were other altars in the area, a total of 9. Apparently, this was a very important part of the 7th mountain and sea, as roughly 100,000 cultivators were standing watch over the area, including 9 Dao realm experts. About the time that Meng Hao removed the spikes from his 2 uncles and 3 aunts, rumbling sounds filled the area, and on 2 of the 9 altars, all of the stone spikes suddenly collapsed. The 100,000 cultivators suddenly shivered and opened their eyes. The Dao realm experts seemed especially affected, and their faces darkened. Something's happened in the 8th mountain and sea, in the Meng clan. Someone is tampering with the Lord Elimination spell formations. It doesn't matter, as long as the master formation isn't broken. It will be nothing more than an inconvenience. The 9 Dao realm experts' faces flickered as they looked at the 5th altar out of the 9 respectively. Then they went to action, both stabilizing the altars and also sending their divine sense out in an explosive tempest. As the 9 Dao realm experts were working on the altars, back in the Meng clan in the 8th mountain and sea, one of Meng Hao's granduncles walked into the room and sat down cross-legged. A serious expression flickered on Meng Hao's face, and he placed not just a finger, but his entire palm onto his granduncle's forehead. Seeing the serious look on Meng Hao's face, his granduncle laughed heartily and said, "Go all out with your cultivation base. My life isn't that important." As Meng Hao's cultivation base power poured into him, he began to shake. Meng Hao spent more time with him than he had with the previous 5 combined. As he extracted the spikes, his granduncle's cultivation base rocketed up madly, and soon was in the great circle of the ancient realm. "Last one," Meng Hao said. He pulled his hand back, and rumbling sounds could be heard. Blood sprayed out of his granduncle's mouth as the 9th spike flew out of his forehead. As it did, it was possible to see a black thread attached to it, which caused Meng Hao's eyes to flicker. He quickly cut the thread, causing a cracking sound to be heard. His granduncle coughed up another mouthful of blood, and yet, his face began to change. He no longer looked like he had just crawled out of a grave. Although he was still old, his face radiated a powerful life force, and his cultivation base progressed even further. He was now past the Great Circle, and was comparable to the Quasi-Dao realm. He laughed heartily as he rose to his feet, his energy surging, and brilliant light shining from his eyes. He was now as he had been before all of the tragedy. He looked down at Meng Hao with a gentle expression and murmured, "It's high time our bloodline rises to prominence again." With that, he turned and vanished, reappearing outside, where he took a long, deep breath. Rumbling could be heard as he sucked in a massive quantity of the energy of heaven and earth. When that 9th spike was extracted, and the thread was severed back in the 7th mountain and sea, the stone spikes on another of the 9 altars shattered. Furthermore, the altar itself trembled, and cracks spread out across its surface. It looked like it would collapse at any moment. The surrounding cultivators' faces flickered, and they performed incantation gestures. The 9 Dao realm experts frowned, once again going to work to stabilize the altars. However, before much time passed, the same thing happened to the 4th altar that had just occurred to all the others. That was when the second of Meng Hao's granduncles had his final spike extracted, and experienced an incredible increase in cultivation base. The 9 Dao realm cultivators' faces flickered, and one of them roared, "Damn it, we can't let any more of the altars be cracked. The 5th altar is the primary formation. It mustn't be interfered with. That will influence the entire offensive. Pour your divine sense into it and stop whoever is breaking the formations." The other 8 had serious expressions in their eyes as they performed incantation gestures and sent their divine sense rumbling out. Something else happened when 4 of the altars cracked, something that occurred in the 8th mountain and sea, but not in the Meng clan. Instead, it was in the Heaven God Alliance in the very middle of the 8th mountain and sea, on the 8th mountain. At the very peak of that mountain was a heavenly pool, within which was a Xuanwu turtle, sitting there with its eyes closed. Next to the pond was a temple. Heaven God Temple. That was where the legendary and mysterious lord of the 8th mountain and sea resided, Heaven God. No one other than Heaven God could set foot into that area of the mountain peak, as it was a restricted area. Currently, there was an oil lamp burning in Heaven God Temple. That lamp burned eternally, and despite the fact that there was no wind, the flame danced, casting flickering lights about in the temple. Also visible within the temple was a huge throne, upon which sat a mysterious-looking figure. His face was impossible to see. He wore a black robe, and his head was bowed as he sat there, completely unmoving. However, it was possible to see that this heaven god was wearing a mask. On that mask was an image of an intertwined turtle and snake. As one altar after another cracked in the 7th mountain and sea, the figure on the throne began to twitch, almost as if he were waking up. Each time he did, the flame in the lamp also danced. The figure on the throne was the most supreme and paramount figure in the 8th mountain and sea, the mountain and sea lord heaven god. There were many, many legends about this person. Some said that heaven god came from the Han clan. Some said that he came from the Meng clan. There were some people who claimed that heaven god had always existed and did not originate in the mountain and sea realm. Regardless of any of that, in all the years, no one had ever seen the true features which lay beneath heaven god's mask. What people saw never changed. He always looked exactly like this. Gradually, other rumors spread, although few people believed them because of their utter bizarreness. According to those rumors, heaven god had not always existed. According to these legends, mountain and sea lords did not live forever, and in fact all of them had limited longevity. The only reason they continued to exist was because each mountain and sea lord had a unique way of fooling the heavens to continue on existing. Supposedly, one of the methods, the one used by heaven god of the 8th mountain and sea, was the transference of their legacy. Supposedly, when heaven god died, he would find a successor to pass on his legacy to, and thus ensure that heaven god existed forever in a type of transmigration. Meanwhile, back in the 8th mountain and sea, on one of the Meng clan's continents, Meng Hao rose to his feet and bowed deeply as his grandmother entered the room. Meng Hao had not bowed in greeting to anyone else who had entered the room, only to her. Grandma Meng looked at him with a kind expression on her face, nodding as she sat down cross-legged in front of him. Meng Hao took a deep breath, and a look of concentration covered his face as he sat down somberly. "Don't be nervous," she said quietly. "I've lived for a long, long time and experienced many things. There are few hardships which I would shy away from anymore, so even if you fail, it doesn't matter. With your 2 granduncles having been restored, our bloodline is already destined to rise to prominence. If I die, the only thing I'll regret is that I won't have a chance to see your Grandpa Meng again. I can sense that he hasn't perished, and that he isn't very far away." Finally, she sighed. Meng Hao had mixed feelings, especially considering that his grandfather had gone missing while trying to save him. "Grandma Meng, you won't have any regrets," he said softly. I'm going to succeed in this, and one day, I'm going to find Grandpa Meng too. His grandmother chuckled, and the kindness in her eyes grew stronger. Meng Hao took a deep breath and performed a double-handed incantation gesture. He was now very familiar with how to extract the spikes, and was very confident in his actions. He raised both hands and placed them onto his grandmother's forehead, then unleashed the full power of his cultivation base. Even when treating his two granduncles, he had only used 30% of the power of his cultivation base. Now he was going all out. His grandmother began to tremble, and suddenly 9 areas on her body, including her forehead, began to shine with brilliant light. Those 9 areas were where the spikes were located. As soon as Meng Hao saw the glowing light, his face flickered, and he suddenly heard 9 voices roaring in his ears. Whoever dares to touch this spell formation will die. Those 9 voices joined together, and their words stabbed into Meng Hao's mind as if to destroy it. You overestimate yourself, he replied with a cold snort, eyes flickering with killing intent. Because he had cultivated the Tao divinity scripture, his divine sense was incredibly powerful. He immediately sent it out to counter the 9 wills entering his mind. He was essentially fighting the Tao realm now, in a 1-against-9 fight. Rumbling could be heard as Meng Hao trembled. However, his 2 hands remained firmly in place. As his grandmother trembled, and the light grew more brilliant, the spikes began to be forced out. It was at this point that, back in the 7th mountain and sea, the 9 Tao realm experts' faces flickered, and they went all out with every scrap of power they could muster, and yet they were completely incapable of doing anything to the person interfering with the spell formation. I'm familiar with all the powerful experts in the 8th mountain and sea. Where did this person come from? It must be a peak Tao lord, someone on the verge of becoming a Tao sovereign. Damn it! Just wait and see how long he can hold out. As long as Heaven God doesn't wake up and make a move, he won't have an easy time breaking the altar spell formation. Roaring, the 9 Tao realm cultivators unleashed their divine sense again in an attempt to stop Meng Hao. Rumbling sounds emanated as they fought, separated by a vast distance. Yet no one besides they themselves could hear it. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he reached down and smacked the ground. The lightning cauldron appeared, floating above his head, pulsing with the power of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hao and his grandmother vanished from the room to reappear in an empty field a vast distance away. Meng Hao's grandmother had her eyes closed, and thus didn't even notice that the teleportation had occurred. Almost as soon as they appeared, he summoned the Paragon Bridge, sending a massive power shooting out in 9 different directions. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out as 9 ravines were carved deep into the earth, within which black flames burned. Looking to die? Meng Hao's face was grim as his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture. Then he pressed down onto his grandmother's shoulder, from within which popped out a spike. His grandmother didn't tremble, but the spike did. It also emanated a black mist which formed together into the face of an old man, who howled at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes went wide, and he quickly sucked in a breath. The face collapsed back into black mist, which Meng Hao then breathed in. Then he bit down hard, and a scream could be heard. At the same time, back in the 7th mountain and sea, one of the 9 Tao realm experts next to the altars suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He consumed the divine sense I sent out. It was at this point that, one by one, the other old men began to cough up blood. First a second, then a third, and a fourth, and a fifth. Next, rumbling could be heard from the 5th altar as the stone spikes there began to shatter. The altar was trembling, and cracks spread out across its surface. Combine all of our power, roared one of the 9 Tao realm experts. Prevent the spell formation from being broken. The 5th altar is too important. It must not be broken. Immediately, the surrounding 100,000 cultivators performed incantation gestures and began to murmur complex curse spells. Almost immediately, they began to shiver, and their bodies withered visibly. Within the space of a few breaths of time, all 100,000 cultivators looked like nothing more than bags of bones. It was a huge sacrifice on their part, but the result was a shocking curse power that surged toward the altar. In the 8th mountain and sea, Meng Hao sat on the wide plain, hands flickering as he placed numerous sealing marks onto his grandmother. The entire time, she hadn't trembled once, and had kept her eyes closed. It was a completely different scene from when he had extracted the spikes from the others. That was because she was Meng Hao's grandmother, and he was working as hard as possible to ensure that any pain she felt was reduced as much as possible. As the spikes were removed, they emanated black mist, which turned into faces. Meng Hao consumed them all until finally, 8 spikes had been forced out. His expression was very serious as he placed both hands onto his grandmother's forehead and then wrenched them backwards. Shocking rumbling sounds could be heard, as if lightning and thunder were pounding the land. A black spot appeared on his grandmother's forehead as the 9th spike flew out. It was accompanied by numerous illusory figures, all of them screaming as they spewed forth like an eruption. This was the curse power converged by the sacrifice of the 100,000 cultivators, plus the rage of the final Dao realm expert directed at anyone who would try to sever this connection's power. Meng Hao's face turned grim, and he let out a cold snort. Then his right hand lifted into the air, and his eyes began to shine. Almost in the same moment that the curse power touched him, it exploded out into boundless black mist that instantly enveloped him. However, it was also in that same moment that Meng Hao completely severed the 9th spike from his grandmother. The restrictive spell that had been placed upon her vanished, and the 5th altar in the 7th mountain and sea shattered into countless pieces. The other 4 had merely been cracked and fragmented, but now they also exploded, ensuring that of the original 9 altars, only 4 remained intact. At the same time, in the Heaven God Temple on the 8th mountain, the figure seated on the throne began to tremble violently. Almost imperceptibly, the mask flashed with light, as if the eyes behind that mask had opened a sliver. A terrifying pressure then radiated out from within those eyes. Gradually, the figure's mouth moved, and he said something that no one could hear, something said only to himself. He said, "How'er." Meanwhile, back on the vast plain on the continent in the Meng clan, Meng Hao was trembling. Then he threw his head back and roared, and cracking sounds rang out from inside of him. His cultivation base surged with power, and greed's life force began to emanate from his 4th nirvana fruit. That was the moment in which his grandmother awoke. As she did, her cultivation base rocketed up, and her eyes opened to see Meng Hao in the black mist covering him. "How'er, you?" Within the black mist, Meng Hao took a deep breath. Just as he was about to dispel the mist, he suddenly experienced a sensation of extreme danger, coming from out in the starry sky. "Grandma Meng, I'm fine. You head back now. I just need some time to get rid of this curse." Eyes narrowing, he suddenly teleported out into the starry sky along with the black mist. His grandmother's face darkened, and she fell back a few steps. Looking up into the sky toward where Meng Hao had disappeared, she didn't even think about her own cultivation base, but instead began to worry about Meng Hao's safety. If something bad happened to him, it wouldn't matter that her cultivation base had recovered. She would feel unending guilt. Suddenly, she thought about Meng Hao's grandfather, and she sighed. Where are you?" Meng Hao teleported out into the starry sky, where he hovered cross-legged, surrounded by black mist. At the same time, further out in the inky black and beyond the continents of the Meng clan, a figure hovered a great distance from Meng Hao, gazing at him. It was a handsome young man in a long black robe. His hair floated around him, and in some respects he almost seemed as if he were a part of the starry sky itself. Few people would ever be able to detect his presence. It was none other than Ji Dongyang from the 9th mountain and sea. As soon as Meng Hao left for the 8th mountain and sea, he had followed, and now here he was, looking at Meng Hao. Ji Dongyang seemed a bit hesitant, but his eyes glittered. He had been watching Meng Hao for 3 days now, and currently, a slight smile could be seen on his face. This Meng Hao is one cunning, crafty character. Even if the curse power from the 7th mountain and sea is tough to deal with, it shouldn't have caused him this much of a problem. Ji Dongyang's eyes gleamed with decisiveness as he backed up and then vanished. In the moment that he vanished, Meng Hao was hovering cross-legged above the Meng clan continent, surrounded by black mist. However, his eyes were flickering as he stared in the direction in which Ji Dongyang vanished. The curse power was not weak, but just as Ji Dongyang had said, it wasn't anything that would cause difficulty for Meng Hao. 3 days ago, just when he had been about to dispel the mist, he had suddenly experienced a sensation of crisis coming from the direction of the starry sky. That sensation was too sudden, and was something he almost hadn't sensed coming. Apparently, the fully absorbed fourth nirvana fruit had bestowed him even keener senses than before. Meng Hao wasn't sure of the source of the danger, but he had decided to delay in dispelling the curse, all in the hopes of drawing out whoever it was that was a threat. However, that person was too cautious, and after waiting for 3 days had given up. After a moment of thought, Meng Hao waved his right hand, causing the black curse mist to begin to roil. A moment later, it began to converge inside of him. The 3 days of refinement ensured that it only took the time it takes an incense stick to burn for the black mist to vanish completely. The only part that remained of it was a tiny black spot on the tip of Meng Hao's finger. Shockingly, that was the refined combination of all of the curse power. Meng Hao looked at his pitch-black fingertip and thought, getting rid of this curse power would be a big waste. I'm sure I can find some way to use it. After looking out into the starry sky once more, he swished his sleeve and vanished. When he reappeared, he was back down on the Meng clan continent, where he became a beam of light that shot toward his grandmother's location. His grandmother had been waiting nervously for days, so when Meng Hao returned, she breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes radiating boundless affection. Meng Hao was her grandson, and although he might not have a strong blood connection to the others, he was still her direct relative and descendant. After Meng Hao's return, all of his grandmother's people continued to make cultivation-based breakthroughs. That was especially true of Meng Hao's 2 uncles and 3 aunts, and even more so his 2 granduncles. By now, their cultivation bases had returned to their previous peaks. His granduncles were in the great circle of the ancient realm, and although they had not yet stepped into the Dao realm, they could battle evenly with quasi-Dao cultivators. As far as his grandmother, she was also in the great circle of the ancient realm, but now that her cultivation base was restored, Meng Hao could sense some unique fluctuations on her. Apparently, that had something to do with the Meng clan itself. As of this point, everyone was making preparations to make a comeback in the clan. The time has come to settle things in the Meng clan, Grandma Meng murmured. What once was ours will be ours once more. The gleam in her eyes had been buried for too long. As she stood there with Meng Hao's 2 granduncles next to her, rumbling sounds began to echo out. It's time to leave. We're going home. With that, she took a step forward, joined by Meng Hao's 2 granduncles, 2 uncles, and 3 aunts. All of them transformed into beams of light that shot toward the Meng clan's central continent. Meng Hao's expression was calm as he followed along at his grandmother's side. As for the other members of the bloodline, they were told to stay behind. Even though their cultivation bases were higher than before, they weren't high enough to allow them to participate in the fight that was about to take place. Rumbling echoed out as Meng Hao and the others shot toward the main continent. It only took a short time before they arrived at the ancestral mansion. Mixed emotions could be seen on the faces of his grandmother and granduncles, and as for his uncles and aunts, reminiscence could be seen in their eyes. They had been chased away from this place years ago, and had never imagined that they would be able to return. But now, here they were. The only reason they could do so was because of Meng Hao, and although you couldn't tell by the expressions on their faces when they looked at him, their hearts were filled with infinite gratitude. The Meng clan ancestral mansion was surrounded by a shimmering shield, which was the clan's grand protective spell formation. Meng Hao had clashed with the shield before and knew how powerful it was. Just when he was about to advance toward it, his grandmother held out her hand. "Hauer," she said softly. "I can handle this spell formation." With that, she waved her finger at the grand spell formation. That swipe of a finger caused the grand spell formation, which filled even Meng Hao with dread, to suddenly begin to rumble. Then, a fissure spread out across its surface. One of Meng Hao's two granduncles turned to explain. Your grandmother's skill with spell formations is something that few people in the 8th Mountain and Sea can match. After marrying into the Meng clan, she was entrusted with the responsibility of maintaining and adjusting the clan's defensive spell formation. Other than the patriarchs, nobody else in the clan understands it better than her. This spell formation is your grandmother's most powerful precious treasure. Then his granduncle transformed into a beam of light that shot into the Meng clan ancestral mansion. Meng Hao stared in shock for a brief moment, then looked over at his grandmother and smiled as he followed her along. They're entering the ancestral mansion through the entire clan into an uproar. The 9 bloodlines were already on guard because of what had happened earlier with Meng Hao, and now that the spell formation was rumbling and rippling, numerous people flew out to investigate. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of beams of light were flying directly toward them. Meng Chen, someone roared. Just what do you, huh? The person speaking stopped in mid-sentence. He wasn't the only shocked one. Everyone was staring in astonishment at Grandma Meng and the others. Why you're... They... People soon began to recognize who had just arrived, although the only ones who did were old-timers, whose faces were now filled with shock. Recognize me? Said one of Meng Hao's granduncles, stepping forward. Even if you don't, that's fine. I'm Meng Hong. When his foot descended, everything rumbled violently, and the clouds above roiled. It was as if lightning were striking, and numerous booming explosions echoed out through the ancestral mansion. Even as the ground quaked, Meng Hao's other granduncle stepped forward, expression cold. His voice was soft like a hissing viper, causing chills to run up the spines of everyone who heard him speak. I'm Meng Yen. It's been a few hundred years, but there should be a few of you who remember me. Gasps could be heard among the hundreds of Meng clan cultivators up ahead. The 10th bloodline. It's the 10th bloodline. It doesn't matter if you call us the 10th bloodline or the 1st, Grandma Meng said coolly. Today, we're back. She waved her hand, causing the entire defensive spell formation to rumble loudly. The sound was incredible, and it was bolstered by Grandma Meng's voice until the sound itself whipped around, transforming into a tempest. It was at this point that rumbling could also be heard from within 9 separate districts of the Meng clan ancestral mansion. Numerous beams of light shot out like lightning, filling the sky above the Meng clan with over 10,000 beams of light. Down on the ground were even more members of the Meng clan, who were looking up into the sky, shocked expressions on their faces as the spell formation rumbled in response to Grandma Meng's voice. Soon, all eyes converged onto Meng Hao's grandmother. Then the shocked experts of the clan noticed that Meng Hao was standing right behind his grandmother, and they gasped. Grandma Meng stood there stoically, looking around. To her, it was easy to differentiate between the various factions that were the 9 bloodlines. With a cold snort, she began to advance, and no one made a move to interfere. Right now, nobody wanted to offend the 10th bloodline, especially considering that Meng Hao was with them. His fight with the Meng clan patriarchs had struck fear deep into the hearts of all onlookers. Before Grandma Meng got very far, she suddenly looked down at the ancestral mansion, toward one particular hall that was surrounded by smaller halls and other buildings to form something like a small city. This is where Hao's mother once lived, Grandma Meng said coolly, a domineering air radiating off of her. Whoever is in there now had better scram immediately. We're taking the place back. The faction affected was immediately enraged. That's pushing things too far. This is the ancestral home of the 7th bloodline. How dare you? Next, a cold voice rang out from that large hall. Lu Xiao, this is too much. A white-haired old man emerged, whose cultivation base was in the great circle of the ancient realm. So you still recognize little old me? Said Grandma Meng, her eyes flickering with killing intent. Wasn't it you who watched us getting chased away back then, and did nothing to help? Even worse, you were happy to kick us when we were down. Waving her right hand, she caused the Meng clan grand spell formation to converge above her head. Kill them, Grandma Meng said calmly. The instant her voice rang out, Meng Hao's two granduncles transformed into beams of light that shot toward the old man outside the hall. Meng Hao's uncles and aunts also unleashed their cultivation bases as they charged forward. The old man's face flickered, and the other members of the seventh bloodline roared and attacked. Instantly, shocking and fierce fighting broke out. The wave of Grandma Meng's hand caused a roaring to fill the air that sounded like it came from the mouth of an enormous giant. Under her control, the Meng clan's grand protective spell formation became numerous beams of light that shot through the air toward the cultivators of the seventh bloodline. Miserable screams rang out. Although the spell formation wouldn't kill members of the Meng clan, the cultivators of the seventh bloodline who were hit by the beams of light experienced an instant drop in cultivation base. In the end, the protective spell formation became boundless light that covered the entire seventh bloodline. It didn't matter how many of them there were. They were incapable of fighting back. The miserable screams continued to ring out, and soon blood began to flow, filling the air with the reek of gore. Cries of shock and disbelief began to echo about. She can actually control the protective spell formation. That's the Meng clan's spell formation. She doesn't have the blood of the Meng clan in her. How can she control it? Is the spell formation actually the Meng clan's, or not? As the shouts of alarm filled the air, the older experts suddenly remembered something, and their faces fell. The old man outside the hall roared in rage, and yet was no match for the granduncles. However, this was one of the 9 bloodlines of the Meng clan, and they had many powerful experts, including numerous cultivators in the Immortal realm. All of them attacked simultaneously, causing massive rumbling to fill the air. They might have been suppressed by the spell formation, but the cultivators from Meng Hao's grandmother's bloodline were few in number. Just as it seemed like they were about to be overwhelmed, Meng Hao prepared to step in. However, Grandma Meng gave a cold harumph and pushed her hand down toward the ground. "Sin Blade, come hither," she said. The main hall of the seventh bloodline suddenly began to shake, and then a huge crevice opened up, out of which a black light shone. Shockingly, within that light was a black dagger. The sight of that dagger caused the minds of the Meng clan cultivators to reel, and their blood to suddenly surge. A Sin Blade. I can't believe it's really the Sin Blade. Those things still exist? How could it be possible? Sin Blades are formed from thousands of years of clan blood, and are used to punish traitorous clan members. Only 3 were ever forged, and according to the legends, they were lost in the sands of time. But that's definitely a Sin Blade. She's not a real Meng clan cultivator. She married into the clan. But it doesn't matter how old she is. She shouldn't be able to control the spell formation and also a Sin Blade. The old man from the 7th bloodline stared with wide, disbelieving eyes. He obviously knew what Sin Blades were, but he could never have imagined that there was one buried beneath his bloodline's territory, and furthermore, could actually be controlled by this old woman. Grandma Meng eyed the black dagger, and she seemed to be thinking about the past. With a soft sigh, she made a grasping motion with her right hand, causing the dagger to fly into her grasp. Then she pointed it at the old man. "By the authority conferred upon me by the Meng clan torture hall," she said coolly, "I hereby excise you from the Meng clan." As she spoke, a flickering, blood-red sealing mark appeared on her forehead. As soon as the members of the older generation saw that mark, they let out a collective gasp. A bloodline seal. Now it makes sense. As the Grand Elder of the clan back then, Meng Shan would have been qualified to bestow bloodline seals like that, to pass on his legacy to others. In that same moment, Grandma Meng slashed the blade toward the old man from the 7th bloodline, causing black light to flare out and then stab down toward him. He tried to fight back, but was instantly cut down by Meng Hao's granduncles. His head flew off of his shoulders, and his body exploded. The other members of the 7th bloodline, even the elders, were shocked, and immediately began to flee. Grandma Meng ignored them. Then a tremor ran through her which no one except for Meng Hao noticed. He could tell that the so-called Sin Blade really was formed by a convergence of will. That will came from the spirit of the people who had sacrificed their blood to forge the blade. Because of that, only someone with a bloodline sealing mark could control the weapon. Although nothing seemed out of the ordinary, slashing out with the blade just now had actually injured her. After all, she really wasn't a true member of the Meng clan. As for how she was able to control the grand protective spell formation, Meng Hao had already picked up on some of the clues. He could sense some of his grandmother's aura within the grand spell formation, and could also sense fluctuations from the spell formation on her. It's not because of any Taoist magic. Actually, the grand protective spell formation is allowing her to control it. Meng Hao looked thoughtfully at the Meng clan ancestral mansion and the tallest structure therein, the enormous statue. That was not only where the Tao realm patriarch stayed in secluded meditation, it was also the nucleus of the grand protective spell formation. There were now no more members of the seventh bloodline in the main hall below. They had all fled. Meng Hao remained in a position behind his grandmother, watching everything play out silently and not interfering. He would comply with his grandmother's wishes in everything. Truth be told, he only cared about his grandmother's bloodline. As for the rest of the Meng clan, they didn't matter much to him at all. Grandma Meng turned to Meng Hao, a kind smile on her face as she said, "Hao, this is where your mother used to live, and today, I'm bequeathing it to you." Then she turned, looking coldly in the direction of where the first bloodline lay, in the shadow of the enormous statue. "That is where we used to live," she said, proceeding forward. The other members of the Meng clan who were in her way hesitated for a moment, then fell back to make way, the fear in their eyes clear. Meng Hao's grandmother could control the spell formation and the sin blade, plus had a bloodline sealing mark. All of that ensured that none of the other bloodlines were willing to attack. After all, they were confident that the 10th bloodline wasn't out to exterminate all of the other clan members. However, as Grandma Meng and the others neared the district where the first bloodline was located, a growling voice echoed out from within the enormous statue. "Enough! We're all part of the Meng clan after all. There will be no more internecine strife within the clan. The 10th bloodline has returned, and the whole Meng clan should be celebrating that. There's no need for fighting." In response to his words, all of the surrounding members of the Meng clan began to bow their heads. Grandma Meng was the only one who simply looked up at the statue, a complex look in her eyes. After a long moment, she spoke in a raspy voice. "Is that you, Patriarch Meng Yen? I'm fine with holding back from killing, but the place occupied by the first bloodline belongs to us. Tell them to clear out, and we can call an end to the matter immediately." "One impossible," said a cold, grim voice from within the district occupied by the first bloodline. "Your cultivation base is in the piddling great circle of the ancient realm. If it weren't for that junior generation expert behind you, it wouldn't matter that you can control the spell formation and the sin blade, you still wouldn't be qualified to cause a ruckus." The owner of the voice emerged, a white-haired young boy. His face was distorted in rage, and he emanated the aura of the quasi-Tao realm. However, that aura was filled with a sensation of decay, as if his longevity within the quasi-Tao realm was almost completely expended. That just made him seem more maddened, and as he emerged, killing intent surged. He flicked his sleeve and was just about to continue speaking, when Meng Hao interrupted. "Pipe down," he said, his voice cool and calm. His words transformed into a powerful, invisible force which instantly stopped the white-haired boy in his tracks. "When the adults are talking, pipsqueaks like you should keep their traps shut. If you don't, however many hundreds of years of longevity you have left, I can end them now." As Meng Hao's cold voice echoed about, the white-haired boy stood there trembling, eyes bright red as he glared at Meng Hao. Grandma Meng stood there silently, as did Meng Hao's granduncles, uncles, and aunts. They had to admit that all of this was happening because of Meng Hao, and if it weren't for his help, their comeback would have been impossible. Meng Hao sighed. How could he not have come to realize the same thing himself? It became especially apparent to him when he realized that his grandmother had injured herself in the attack. Finally, he turned, clasped hands and bowed deeply to his grandmother. "Grandma Meng, may I please take care of the situation?" His grandmother looked back at him for a moment, then finally smiled. "I guess there's no need to hold you back. All right, Go ahead and take care of things. Meng Hao smiled, then turned, gaze calm as he looked at the white-haired boy. Scram! You! The boy cried, eyes widening, body trembling. It didn't matter that he wasn't a match for Meng Hao. Considering he was in front of the entire clan, he couldn't help but yell at Meng Hao in such a way. After all, his life would be ending soon anyway, so how could he fear death? Before he could say anything else, Meng Hao snorted coldly. Then, he flickered into motion, suddenly appeared directly in front of the young boy. There, he waved his hand, causing a massive tempest to spring up, with the boy at the center. It rapidly became a tornado, which spread out in the blink of an eye to cover the entire district occupied by the first bloodline, picking up their cultivators and spinning them around, causing blood-curdling shrieks to ring out. The white-haired boy was at the center of it all. Meng Hao burned with hatred because of the insulting words he had spoken to his grandmother moments ago. So he waved his hand, causing the boy to let out a miserable scream. His body trembled and then began to disappear into a haze of blood and gore. His already reduced longevity was now forcibly being scraped away. Within the space of a few breaths of time, he transformed into ash, which then faded away. Everything was deathly silent. All eyes came to rest on Meng Hao, and they were filled with fear. That was the exact result Meng Hao had been aiming for. He couldn't stay in the 8th mountain and see for long, and if Grandma Meng wasn't willing to go to the 9th mountain and see, then he had to ensure that they had a strong position within the Meng clan. If their position was strong enough, then when he left, the bloodline would be safe. Anyone who dared to think about provoking them would definitely consider the ramifications first. Unfortunately, their position isn't strong enough yet, he thought. Then he looked up at the statue, eyes flashing like lightning as his gaze pierced inside to stare at the 5 Dao realm experts sitting there. In almost the same moment that Meng Hao looked over at the statue, the 3 lucid Dao realm experts inside could tell, and their faces flickered. The patriarch from the 9th bloodline looked at Meng Hao, then at the members of his own bloodline, and especially Mengda, who wore a very complex expression. The patriarch from the 8th bloodline had fought briefly with Meng Hao already, so he sat there gritting his teeth, not daring to emerge. However, his heart was filled with anticipation at the prospect of the patriarch from the 1st bloodline stepping into the fray. That very patriarch was the last among the group of 3 to have awakened. He had long red hair which continuously burned with fire, and he currently sat there cross-legged, a grim expression on his face. After a long moment passed, he slowly rose to his feet and stepped forward, appearing outside the statue in front of Meng Hao. As soon as he appeared outside, the surrounding members of the Meng clan looked up at him. No one cheered, though. Everyone stared at him and Meng Hao. "You're not part of the Meng clan," the red-haired old man said, his voice ancient and sinister. "Whether I am or not doesn't matter," Meng Hao replied calmly. "That's true, it's not important. Old 8th, old 9th, if you don't do something, then our Meng clan is going to fall to a stranger this day." Flames burst out around the red-haired old man, a manifestation of essence of flame which caused the surrounding air to distort. Back in the statue, the patriarch from the 8th bloodline gritted his teeth, then finally chose to emerge. The patriarch from the 9th bloodline, the one who had actually met Meng Hao, also came out. 3 patriarchs had emerged, and finally, anticipation began to shine in the eyes of the Meng clan cultivators, as well as excitement. In their minds, even if Meng Hao were stronger than he was now, he still couldn't stand up to the combined might of these 3 patriarchs. "Just the 3 of you won't be enough," Meng Hao said, looking them over. Then his gaze shifted to the 2 slumbering figures that remained in the statue. "You've been awake for a while now. What's the point in pretending that you're still asleep?" he said. "You've lost the chance to make a sneak attack, so how about I give you the opportunity to come at me 5 against 1? If you win, I'll give you this treasure." With that, Meng Hao waved his hand, causing the lightning cauldron to materialize up above. It crackled with lightning, and the aura of a precious treasure, causing the 3 patriarchs' eyes to widen, and their minds to spin. Suddenly, 2 auras erupted out from within the statue. One of them was not quite at the level of a Dao Lord, but was very close. The other was very much at the Dao Lord level, and apparently was approaching 4 essences. However, the little bit that he lacked meant that he was not quite powerful enough to earn the title of Dao Sovereign. These two were the true patriarchs of the Meng clan, and the two of the most powerful forces that the Meng clan had produced in many, many years. As soon as their auras appeared, the air next to the 3 patriarchs standing outside of the statue flickered, and 2 people appeared out of nowhere. They looked incredibly old and emanated powerful ripples, especially the 4 essences expert. He wore a long gray robe and emanated an air of decay. He looked deeply at Meng Hao and said, "What if you win? If I win, then the 5 of you must swear Dao oaths to protect my grandmother's bloodline for 1,000 years." Meng Hao stared at the almost 4 essences patriarch, who was one who he deemed most worthy of his attention. He was curious to see if the fully absorbed 4th nirvana fruit would enable him to fight 4 or more essences. Why only 1,000 years? Because 1,000 years from now, Meng Hao replied calmly. As long as I haven't perished, no one in the mountain and sea realm would dare to harm any of my relatives in the least. Although his words seemed wildly arrogant to most of the people who heard them, the 5 Dao realm patriarchs' expressions turned serious. After exchanging glances, the 5 of them then nodded. In truth, they had no choice other than to fight. Besides, the stakes that Meng Hao had offered helped to ease the tension a bit. After all, the matter was an internal affair of the Meng clan, and handling it in this way would be mutually beneficial. "Very well," said the 4 essences Dao realm expert. Then he shot high up into the starry sky, followed by the 4 other patriarchs. After all, a Dao realm battle couldn't be fought down below, lest the power of the attacks seep out and lead to widespread destruction in the Meng clan. Meng Hao looked over at his grandmother, and could see the care and concern in her eyes. He smiled and nodded, then transformed into a beam of light that shot up into the starry sky. Instantly, certain members of the Meng clan utilized various magical techniques to project an image of the starry sky down below, so that the other clan members could watch the fight. What they saw was Meng Hao appearing on the battlefield and then, instantly, the 5 patriarchs attacking together. Rumbling filled the starry sky as soon as Meng Hao arrived. The patriarch from the first bloodline was slightly quicker than the others. An incantation gesture caused a sea of flames to burst out, which then transformed into a huge hand that reached out toward Meng Hao as if to grab him. The patriarch from the 8th bloodline threw his head back and roared, smacking his hands together in front of him, which caused a massive windstorm to erupt. That windstorm was backed by the power of his cultivation base and his essence of wind. It quickly transformed into a huge tornado which swept out in attack. The patriarch from the 9th bloodline made a somewhat strange attack. As he performed an incantation gesture, ripples spread out from his feet, filling the starry sky and causing an enormous mirror to materialize. Those 3 attacks were the most normal of the group. There were still 2 patriarchs left. The one who was close to being a Dao Lord began to glow with the color of blood, a glow that contained a towering will of slaughter. Shockingly, this was a type of essence that was very difficult to cultivate, but very powerful slaughter essence. The final patriarch was the strongest of the group. He took a deep breath, and as he did, a green glow appeared in the void. In the blink of an eye, even his body turned green, and a ring of green-colored lightning appeared around him. This was none other than green lightning magic. This was the most powerful Taoist magic in the Meng clan. Green lightning filled the area for 1,000 meters around the patriarch, a completely different type of green lightning than that used by Han Qinglei in the windswept realm. Meng Hao's expression didn't even flicker. Currently, his 4th nirvana fruit was completely absorbed, and a mere thought on his part could summon the door of the ancient realm. However, even if he didn't intend to do so, the powerful ripples of his cultivation base meant it was possible that the door might appear on its own. "Well," he murmured quietly, "before I step into the ancient realm, let's see how powerful my battle prowess has gotten." With that, his eyes gleamed brightly as he shot out toward the patriarch from the 1st bloodline. That patriarch performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing the enormous, all-powerful hand of flames to speed faster toward Meng Hao. That hand was formed completely from essence power, and was so strong that even a quasi-Dao cultivator who was struck by it would be completely destroyed, let alone weaker cultivators. Could even shatter massive asteroids. It whistled through the void, seemingly capable of burning everything as it bore down on Meng Hao. I won't be unfair, Meng Hao said. Since you're using flame essence, then I'll use the same thing to beat you. As soon as the words left his mouth, fire raged up around him, the complete manifestation of Meng Hao's essence of divine flame. As it appeared in full, it instantly began to rumble toward the first bloodline patriarch's flame essence. This was fire fighting fire, and it wasn't a matter of who could control it better. Rather, the question was, whose essence was stronger? Whose essence was more terrifying? Meng Hao waved his hand, causing the flame essence around him to transform into a giant fist made of flames, which then punched out toward the first bloodline patriarch's flame hand. Boom! Everything shook as the patriarch's flame hand exploded. Meng Hao's divine flame fist also fell apart, but as it did, it revealed the image of a monkey, which threw its head back and roared. That roar caused all of the fire out in the starry sky to seethe. The power of divine flame then swept up together, forming a huge mouth which shot toward the first bloodline patriarch as if to consume him. However, in the moment before it did, Meng Hao snorted, causing the flame mouth to stop in place, let out howl of defiance, and then slowly fade away. The patriarch from the first bloodline coughed up a mouthful of blood and then fell back into retreat, face flickering with shock. This was the first time he had ever been defeated by a similar essence, and were it not for the fact that Meng Hao wasn't in a killing mood, then he would have been killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. You lose, Meng Hao said. Then he took another step, placing him directly in front of the 8th bloodline patriarch and his screaming windstorm, which shot menacingly toward Meng Hao. I can't use wind essence, Meng Hao said, shaking his head. He allowed the windstorm to slam into him, a terrifying force that could even kill a quasi-Dao expert. Even Dao realm cultivators of the same level would fear that wind. However, as it swept over Meng Hao, although some wounds appeared, that was the extent of the matter. That caused the 8th bloodline patriarch to gasp and instantly flee. I concede, he blurted, expression that of astonishment. The main source of his fear was that he could see that the injuries inflicted by the powerful windstorm couldn't keep up with how quickly Meng Hao's body was healing itself. Wounds that took 2 breaths of time to inflict were completely healed up almost instantly. What a terrifying fleshly body. How do you fight something like this? Meanwhile, the members of the Meng clan were all watching the scene play out on the enormous projection screen. They could clearly see Meng Hao use flame essence to defeat the first bloodline patriarch, and then use his astonishing fleshly body to defeat the essence Taoist magic of the 8th bloodline patriarch. From the position of the audience, he almost seemed invincible. See, compared to last time, it seems like he's even more powerful. What cultivation base does he have? He's so young. How could he be so strong? This was the first time for Meng Hao's grandmother to see how truly powerful he was. As she watched the images on the screen, a broad smile broke out on her face. As of this moment, she didn't care at all who was responsible for the comeback of the bloodline in the Meng clan. Whether it was her or Meng Hao didn't matter. That was because he was her grandson. In almost the same moment that the 8th bloodline patriarch conceded, the 9th bloodline patriarch, the old man who had met Meng Hao before, suddenly roared, raising both hands into the air and then clapping them together viciously. Mirror massacre, he yelled. Almost instantly, the starry sky beneath Meng Hao's feet began to ripple as if with waves. Shockingly, the area beneath him then transformed into a gigantic mirror that reflected everything above it, including Meng Hao and everyone else involved in the fight. Eh? Said Meng Hao. He had fought with Dao realm experts a few times, but this was his first time seeing essence magic in the form of a mirror. He looked down at his reflection in the mirror, and the other version of himself did the same thing. When their eyes met, Meng Hao could suddenly feel a power like that of possession spreading out inside of him. At the same time, a bloody glow was closing in on him, within which was the essence of slaughter. It transformed into a blood-colored blade that slashed down toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, causing numerous mountains to descend, blocking the blood blade. However, the blood blade blasted through them and a moment later, slashed Meng Hao himself. Meng Hao looked down at the wound on his arm, and the blood that oozed out from it. Apparently even his restorative powers were incapable of healing the wound. Slaughter essence, he thought with some indifference. Without a moment of hesitation, he suddenly turned and raised his hand to point behind him. Instantly, the more than 1,000 green lightning bolts which had been shooting toward him stopped in place. But then, an ancient voice echoed out. Detonate! Boom! More than 1,000 lightning bolts exploded, inundating Meng Hao. At the same time, a red blade light shot up from within the mirror down below, slashing toward Meng Hao with an air of blood and slaughter. At the same time, the over 1,000 bolts of green lighting in the mirror also exploded. Apparently the mirror was a type of magic that could cause wounds to double in severity. Meng Hao was surrounded by explosions. The three patriarchs who were still in the fight were staring at Meng Hao with serious expressions, having been deeply moved by his display of power. The three old men exchanged glances, and then one said, "Even if that didn't kill him, at least it should have seriously injured him." But then their faces fell as Meng Hao's cold voice rang out from within the green lightning. "Well, isn't this interesting?" A figure flashed through the void toward the 9th bloodline patriarch. The old man's face flickered, and he bit his tongue, spitting up a mouthful of blood. "Second mirror," he cried. Another huge mirror appeared in the void, directly in Meng Hao's path. When he flew into the mirror, he actually emerged from the location of the first mirror. As he did, the other two patriarchs unleashed simultaneous attacks. The blood blade turned into a blood sea, and the green lightning became lightning chains, which shot out toward Meng Hao. Third mirror. Fourth mirror. As the 9th bloodline patriarch roared, blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. For mirrors was his limit, and as he unleashed the magic, more attacks shot out from them. The appearance of these mirrors caused the power of the various Taoist magics aimed at Meng Hao to increase dramatically. A boundless blood sea and seemingly infinite green chains rumbled through the starry sky toward Meng Hao. Down in the Meng clan ancestral mansion, all of the clan members were watching excitedly. As for Grandma Meng, her eyes were filled with concern. Just in the moment when all the other members of the Meng clan seemed so excited, an intense rumbling sound echoed out from inside Meng Hao. "Nice! What a useful Taoist magic you have there," he said, sounding very enthusiastic. Suddenly, he began to radiate cultivation-based power. Astonishingly, he hadn't been using his cultivation base at all in the fight. He had relied only on his fleshly body strength. But now he called upon the power of an all-heaven Tao Immortal. His energy rose up to towering heights, causing the blood sea to evaporate and the lightning chains to shatter. At the same time, Meng Hao's drawing upon the power of an all-heaven Tao Immortal caused him to experience the sensation that the door of the ancient realm was coming. Although no one else could sense it, he fully understood what was happening. The arrival of the door of the ancient realm was imminent. He didn't need to call it. It could descend on its own at any time. Meng Hao's expression was calm as he strode forward, waving his finger, a motion that caused his all-heaven Tao Immortal power to erupt out, and his 4 nirvana fruits began to rotate inside of him. That wave of a finger seemed capable of shattering the mountain and sea realm. When it landed on the mirror, cracking sounds rang out, and fissures spread out all over its surface. Then it simply shattered. When the first mirror shattered, the 9th bloodline patriarch coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then Meng Hao waved his finger again, causing the second mirror to explode. Then he waved his finger a third and a fourth time. The third and fourth mirrors both shattered into fragments. The 9th bloodline patriarch coughed up more blood, and his body withered. When they had first met, this man had acted completely arrogant, but now he was shivering, and his scalp was numb as he cried, "I concede!" In almost the same moment that the 2 words left the man's mouth, The void in front of him crumbled, only a few meters away from his position. That area emanated a powerful will of destruction, and the ninth bloodline patriarch knew that if he had been any slower in conceding, the collapse would have reached him. The mere thought of that caused him to gasp. His gaze. That happened merely from his gaze. His cultivation base is definitely similar to that of a Tao sovereign. But how come I can't sense much essence on him? Even as the ninth bloodline patriarch conceded, Meng Hao turned and waved his hand toward the patriarch proficient with the essences of blood and slaughter. Instantly, the starry sky began to shatter as a rift opened up and the blood demon emerged. It threw his head back and roared, which made everyone feel as if the blood in their own bodies had gone out of control. The blood demon then charged the Tao realm patriarch, emanating brutality, madness, and a thirst for blood. The slaughter essence patriarch's face fell. However, instead of retreating, he suddenly shot forward to fight the blood demon. Meng Hao gave a cold snort, appearing suddenly in front of the blood demon, whereupon he unleashed a punch. It was none other than the life extermination fist. As the fist flew out, the Tao realm patriarch's face fell. He wanted to retreat, but had no time. The starry sky trembled, and blood sprayed out of the patriarch's mouth. It was only then that he fell back, face filled with astonishment and terror. However, he wasn't giving up. As he retreated, his hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, causing 9 coffins to fly out of his bag of holding, all of which emanated a sinister, cold air. At the same time, a funeral garland appeared in his hand, filled with blood-colored flowers. Using magical items and a puppet, huh? Meng Hao asked, looking over at the man. There were never any rules that said we couldn't use magical items, the patriarch replied, his eyes flickering coldly. It was at this point that the strongest of the 5 patriarchs, the one with 4 essences, opened his mouth and spit out a green trident. Instantly, the starry sky trembled, and countless bolts of green lightning began to converge on him. Soon, he was shining a bright green color, which, in addition to the green lightning, made him look like an actual green lightning bolt. He hefted the trident and was just about to charge Meng Hao, when a long spear suddenly appeared in Meng Hao's hand. The spear looked like a dragon, and emanated a terrifying aura that caused the void to vibrate and even shatter. This was clearly a precious treasure. Even more shocking was that as soon as the long spear appeared, the funeral garland in the hand of the slaughter essence patriarch began to shake. Then, the blood-colored flower petals began to wilt and dry up. As for the 9 coffins, they emanated strange droning sounds that seemed to be some sort of language. As soon as the patriarch heard those voices, his face fell. Things weren't over yet, though. The trident held by the 4 essences patriarch almost seemed scared, as if an incredibly powerful enemy had suddenly appeared. The patriarch's face flickered, and his heart began to thump. This spear, which could cow other treasures, was none other than the weapon which greed had unsealed. If it was the type of weapon that greed would think was an incredible treasure, then obviously it wouldn't be weak. Since you're using magical items, then I guess I'll use one of mine, Meng Hao said coolly. I happened to meet a kind-hearted person who helped unseal this spear for me. I still haven't had a chance to get used to it, so I'm not sure if I can fully control it. Are you too sure you want to keep fighting? He was now convinced that his battle prowess was enough to be able to fight a 4 essences Tao Lord. However, as for whether or not he could fight 5 essences, that was a different matter. As soon as the words left his mouth, the remaining 2 patriarchs' faces turned very unsightly. They didn't believe at all what Meng Hao said about a kind-hearted individual unsealing the spear, especially one powerful enough to make their own treasures wither and tremble as if facing some arch-nemesis treasure. Who would believe that a person would voluntarily refine such a treasure for someone else? The more they thought about it, the more Meng Hao's line about the kind-hearted individual seemed like complete nonsense. Besides, if kind-hearted individuals like that really existed, why had they never run into one? To them, Meng Hao was using those words as an excuse to be able to kill them under the guise of stumbling in battle. I concede, said the patriarch adept with slaughter essence. Gritting his teeth, he waved his hand, causing the coffins and the funeral garland to vanish. The Four Essences patriarch chuckled bitterly. The green glow faded, and he put his trident away. Then he clasped hands and bowed. "I also concede," he said, looking at Meng Hao with a smile. "We're all from the same clan, so there's no need to fight to the death. As for the 10th bloodline, I admit that they are the primary bloodline, and promise to support them. What do you say, young friend? Do you agree to end things here?" Meng Hao didn't respond. Instead, he looked up into the starry sky, a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. Simultaneously, the 5 Dao realm patriarchs all looked up in shock. The door of the ancient realm was coming. Ripples spread out in the starry sky, sweeping about, instantly covering the entire area surrounding Meng Hao. Those ripples contained layers of Dao, and as they spread out, anyone who heard them felt as if they were listening to countless living beings whispering in their ears. The 5 Meng clan patriarchs' faces flickered as they looked up into the starry sky at the origin of all of the ripples. As of this moment, the starry sky was completely quiet, as was the Meng clan with its central continent and 9 auxiliary continents. The only thing which could be heard was the increasingly anxious panting of the audience. The members of the 9 bloodlines, regardless of the level of their cultivation base, could sense the ripples spreading out over the lands, and the indescribable pressure radiating down from the starry sky. Rumble. The lands began to tremble, breaking the silence as mountains crumbled and rivers suddenly went still. Every face in the Meng clan flickered, and their minds filled with roaring sounds. "That's what happened. What's going on? I can sense an indescribable pressure. It's almost like heavenly tribulation." Grandma Meng's eyes went wide as she looked up. She had her speculations about what exactly was happening, but almost couldn't believe them to be true. It wasn't just her. All the other ancient realm cultivators in the clan were filled with shock and astonishment. That was especially true when they realized that all of it was happening because of Meng Hao. Then, their astonishment reached a pinnacle. "This is impossible. The door of the ancient realm? This aura and pressure clearly indicates that the door of the ancient realm is coming. No way. That's not the door of the ancient realm. This pressure far, far exceeds that. If this is really the door of the ancient realm, then it's thousands of times more powerful than an ordinary door of the ancient realm. None of those things are that important. The most important thing to remember is that this door of the ancient realm is coming for Meng Chen. In that case, his cultivation base. Could it be in the immortal realm?" People felt like their minds were about to explode. The 5 patriarchs up in the starry sky began to fall back, faces flickering with various emotions. Finally, the shape of an enormous door became visible. An ancient, archaic aura began to spread out, and expressions of utter disbelief appeared on the faces of the 5 patriarchs. "The door of the ancient realm. It's really the door of the ancient realm. He really is in the immortal realm. But I've never heard of any immortal who was strong enough to fight the power of the Dao realm. Wait, I remember. There is one type of immortal. All heaven Dao immortals." The 5 patriarchs' minds were spinning, and as they exchanged glances, each of them could tell how utterly shocked the others were. As of this moment, every single person in the Meng clan was having the same reaction. After everyone sensed that it was indeed the door of the ancient realm, massive waves of shock pounded their hearts, and they almost felt as if they were hallucinating. Meng Hao stood alone in the starry sky, looking up into the boundless expanse and the majestic ripples which were spreading out. Soon the shape began to take form. The door of the ancient realm. Meng Hao's door of the ancient realm. By converging Dao fruit power and pushing open that door, he could be baptized by the mountains and seas, gain their approval, and thus, figuratively return to ancient times. He could search for that ancient path in which the lamps were extinguished but the cultivator was not. Become an ancient realm expert. "My door of the ancient realm," he murmured quietly. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a brilliant light, and in almost the same moment that he spoke, a sound like muffled thunder could be heard ringing out, filled with power that could shake heaven and earth. Amidst the rumbling, massive amounts of ripples spread out, and the door of the ancient realm began to grow larger, larger, larger. Eventually, clouds actually appeared in the starry sky, spreading out to cover everything. Shockingly, figures could be seen within those clouds, people who wore clothing from ancient times, and who immediately began to emanate shocking auras. There were even faint shouts coming from within the clouds, which grew more intense and strong as they echoed out, until finally it sounded like the heavens were roaring. The ripples grew more intense, and the clouds seethed, covering the entire door of the ancient realm, making its ancient, archaic aura even more prominent. Soon, the area around the door of the ancient realm began to twist and distort, almost as if time were flowing differently in that area, an area that was almost like another world. Pressure suddenly exploded out, a terrifying pressure that caused Meng Hao's face to flicker. Without even thinking about it, he fell back a bit. His hair began to whip about, and cracking sounds could be heard from within his body. It was as if the incredible pressure from heaven and earth wished to crush Meng Hao out of existence. Meng Hao's mind began to reel. This isn't right. Meng Hao's pupils constricted, and he fell back again. As for the 5 Meng clan patriarchs, they had long since fled far off into the distance. They were now filled with intense fear, and their faces had drained of blood. That's the door of the ancient realm? How come it seems even more terrifying than Dao realm tribulation? The ancient records don't mention anything about a door of the ancient realm like this. I've never even heard of anything like it. How can a door like this even be transcended? This is a grand tribulation of heaven and earth. Not even Dao realm tribulation can match up to this door of the ancient realm. The 5 patriarchs didn't even think it was possible for anyone to be able to pass through a tribulation like this door of the ancient realm. They were confident that they could deal with it in their current states, and that wasn't even taking into consideration the shocking, terrifying aura that could be felt from the clouds surrounding the door. Meng Hao's face looked extremely unsightly. As for the members of the Meng clan down below, they stared with wide eyes at the door and the clouds, which were definitely the most terrifying thing they had ever seen in their lives. They were one of a very small group of people in the mountain and sea realm who could personally witness an ancient tribulation that actually exceeded Dao tribulation. Meng Hao's face was exceedingly grim. He had believed all along that he would simply breeze through the ancient realm. After all, he was already strong enough to fight the Dao realm. In fact, in the entire mountain and sea realm, there were only a few people who might be able to beat him in a fight. Therefore, Meng Hao had considered himself to essentially be at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. But now he realized that he had been mistaken. Very, very mistaken. That mistake was not his understanding of the level of his battle prowess, but rather the fact that an all-heaven Dao immortal being able to defeat Dao realm experts in battle indicated that his battle prowess was actually a complete defiance of the heavens. Heaven-defying people would receive heaven-defying punishment. Perhaps it wasn't merely a matter of ordinary defiance. Perhaps, like everything, a price had to be paid in order to acquire anything. Meng Hao had acquired incredible battle prowess, and the price he now had to pay for that was an indescribably terrifying ancient tribulation. He looked at the clouds, and the door just barely visible within them, and he could sense death. This won't just be a simple matter of opening the door and stepping into the ancient realm, then going through the process of extinguishing the lamps. To me, the ancient realm will not be passed through casually. It will be a series of deadly crises. As an all-heaven Dao immortal, it's something that must happen. Now that he finally understood, he sighed. I wonder if there were all-heaven Dao immortals in the Paragon Immortal realm, who succeeded in getting past the ancient realm and into the Dao realm? That question caused Meng Hao to suddenly feel completely shaken by this shocking door of the ancient realm. He truly wished to know whether or not a all-heaven Dao immortal had ever succeeded. It was at this point that rumbling sounds could be heard from within the clouds. It almost sounded like people shouting, and it caused everything to shake. The minds of all the people up in the starry sky began to tremble. The 5 patriarchs' faces were pale white, and without any hesitation, they shot back down toward the Meng clan continent, where they activated the Meng clan's grand defensive spell formation, cutting themselves off from Meng Hao. Apparently they feared the possibility of the tribulation of the door of the ancient realm pulling them in, although they knew that tribulations only targeted individual cultivators, and not bystanders. The terrifying nature of this ancient tribulation left them completely petrified. Now, Meng Hao was the only person left out in the starry sky, facing the boundless clouds and the enormous door of the ancient realm. Compared to them, he looked like nothing more than an ant. Despite the intense sensation of deadly crisis, Meng Hao looked calm as he studied the clouds. It was at this point that his grandmother's voice could be heard calling out anxiously from the continent down below. "Hauer, get down here into the spell formation." As she cried out, an opening appeared within the spell formation shield. The appearance of the opening caused the 5 patriarchs to cry out in fear. "Absolutely not." Meng Hao looked back down at his grandmother. Her clear state of anxiety warmed his heart, but he shook his head. "Grandma Meng, this is my tribulation." With that, he turned, unleashed the power of his cultivation base, and shot toward the clouds. "It doesn't matter whether the process is difficult or easy. I'm still going to give it a shot, no matter what. I've been practicing cultivation for hundreds of years now, and I'm an all-heaven Tao immortal. I'm not sure if there were people like me in the past, but since I've gained so much, I have to pay the price. This ancient tribulation is that price, and it's nothing more than a thorny patch on the road stretching out in front of me. I'll just pluck the thorns up and keep going. If there were all heaven Tao immortals in the past who walked in the ancient realm, then I'm going to do the same thing." Meng Hao threw his back and laughed, then shot like lightning toward the clouds. He was directly tackling the tribulation of the door of the ancient realm. To most cultivators, the ancient realm was just another level. By walking the ancient path, one could follow in the footsteps of their ancestors. They would search the techniques they possessed to find the most original strand of essence that was hidden within them. By extinguishing one soul lamp after another, one could sink further and further into one's own self, into the depths of one's cultivation base. In the end, in the great circle of the ancient realm, when essence began to stir and life force thrived, Tao tribulation would occur. One could tread the Tao path and enter the Tao realm to become a truly almighty figure in the mountain and sea realm. During that process, each lamp that was extinguished was a deadly crisis, which made the ancient realm very difficult. Meng Hao had originally assumed that his journey through the ancient realm would be the same. He would rely on his cultivation base to reduce the level of difficulty and make things much easier. But now he understood what the ancient realm meant to an all-heaven Tao immortal. It was a truly deadly situation. The difficulty level involved was many times greater than that of the ordinary ancient realm. Generally speaking, when it came to the deadly act of extinguishing soul lamps, the success rate was about 50%. When it came to all heaven Tao immortals, though, it could be considered more like 10%. All heaven Tao immortals were vastly more powerful, and their tribulation was far more deadly. Meng Hao took all these things which he had been thinking about and buried them in his heart as he sped forward. In the blink of an eye, he was closing in on the seething clouds. Even as he neared, the clouds churned as a figure emerged from within them. It was a person who wore ancient clothing and yet completely lacked any facial features. It was a faceless man. He moved with incredible speed as he closed in on Meng Hao, performing an incantation gesture at the same time. Rumbling could be heard from the clouds, transforming the energy of heaven and earth into numerous stone fragments which spun toward Meng Hao. The faceless man brimmed with towering killing intent. As if Meng Hao were an archenemy, he could not live under the same sky with, as if he would not rest until one of them was dead. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent as the faceless man bore down on him. He didn't slow down at all, but instead barreled forward. When the stone fragments hit him, they shattered, and Meng Hao shot like a meteor into the faceless man. "Die!" he growled, grabbing the faceless man's throat and crushing it. A bang could be heard as the faceless man exploded into pieces. However, there was no flesh and blood. Instead, he faded away into streams of mist that then surged back into the cloud mass. Next, 3 more faceless men flew out. When their cultivation base power emanated out, Astonishingly, it was in the great circle of the ancient realm. Their attacks caused the starry sky to tremble and the clouds to churn. However, Meng Hao's only response was a cold snort as he advanced, waving his sleeve, his cultivation base surging. The three faceless men collapsed into pieces, completely incapable of resisting Meng Hao at all. However, an unsightly expression could be seen on Meng Hao's face. He didn't look happy at all, and the reason was he had just begun the tribulation and was already facing a humanoid tribulation of the great circle of the ancient realm. As for what would be coming later, he could only imagine. What caused his heart to sink even further was that there was an incredible pressure pushing at him from behind. Apparently, even if he didn't want to try to transcend the tribulation and attempted to flee, that pressure would prevent him from doing so. "I'm being forced to face the tribulation," he murmured. He rotated his cultivation base again, and rumbling sounds could be heard as he shot toward the clouds. Next, 6 faceless men appeared, and this time, they weren't in the great circle of the ancient realm, but rather appeared to be closer to the quasi-Dao realm. They moved so fast they looked like lightning bolts as they closed in on Meng Hao. "Scram!" Meng Hao barked. The sound of his voice exploded out, causing the 6 lightning-like figures to explode, and causing even the clouds to churn. These opponents didn't count for much to Meng Hao, and his eyes burned like fire as he continued to press on. "You don't have to force me to try to transcend this tribulation. I've been looking forward to it for a long time." He took another step forward, causing the starry sky to shudder, and the roaring in the clouds to grow more intense. At the moment, countless members of the Meng clan were down in the ancestral mansion, eyes glued to the scene which was playing out, looks of shock written on their faces. That was especially true of the 5 patriarchs, whose eyes were wide as they watched. Ordinary ancient tribulation sends lightning out of the clouds, or perhaps 5 elements magic. It isn't until the very end that the humanoid tribulation comes. If your cultivation base is high enough and you seize the moment, you might not even have to wait for those terrifying humanoid creatures to appear before opening the door of the ancient realm. But in this ancient tribulation, the humanoid figures appeared at the very beginning. How could you possibly transcend this? The 5 patriarchs couldn't help but share a shocked glance with each other. Meng Hao's grandmother was trembling from extreme anxiety. Unfortunately, there was no way for her to help Meng Hao. She could only look on as he tried to transcend the tribulation, her heart stinging as if from the stabs of a knife. Behind her were Meng Hao's granduncles, uncles and aunts, and all of them looked incredibly nervous. Although not everyone in the Meng clan felt worried for Meng Hao like his direct relatives, they were all shocked. Meng Hao had now closed about 20% of the distance to the clouds, and as he was speeding along, more roaring could be heard as, shockingly, 12 figures shot out at top speed. Those 12 figures were in the quasi-Dao realm. Meng Hao's heart sank further. 12 quasi-Dao. Will the next group have 24 1-essence Dao realm enemies? Then 48 2 essences? 96 Dao lords. 192 4 essences? Then 405 essences. 800 Dao sovereigns. As Meng Hao followed this train of thought, his scalp began to go numb. Impossible. This tribulation comes from the mountain and sea realm, and the will of the mountain and sea realm cannot be interfered with. Even I, the future lord of the mountain and sea realm, must face this tribulation and experience this life or death struggle. But there's no way that 800 Dao sovereigns are going to come out. Face pale, Meng Hao gritted his teeth and shot forward to begin fighting with the 12 quasi-Dao enemies. He transformed into an azure rock which sped forward. Immediately, the quasi-Dao enemies began to fall apart, and yet they didn't dissipate, but instead, self-detonated. Shocking booms rang out, and a fierce expression could be seen on Meng Hao's face as he shot off into the distance in an azure flash. A quasi-Dao self-detonation creates a destructive force that would cause even Dao lords to frown. Meng Hao swished his sleeve, causing the force to fade away. Although it looked like he didn't need to use much cultivation-based power, Meng Hao was well aware that if he kept going, he wouldn't be able to get very far through the clouds. I can't let these clouds continue to grow. I need to get to the door of the ancient realm as quickly as possible. That's my only chance. Meng Hao clenched his jaw. Then, the azure rock threw its head back and roared. Meng Hao transformed into an azure beam that sped into the clouds, rocketing toward the door of the ancient realm. However, before he could get very far, numerous cold snorts could be heard echoing around him. Astonishingly, 4 faceless Dao realm enemies appeared. Those 4 faceless men were all one essence cultivators. But as soon as Meng Hao laid eyes on them, his eyes glittered, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Only 4, huh? As the 4 faceless men closed in, he clenched his right hand and punched out. The starry sky shook, and a massive windstorm swept out, instantly shattering the 4 Dao realm enemies. As they fell to pieces, Meng Hao suddenly felt a cold chill on his spine. Without the slightest hesitation, he shot forward. However, the coldness remained at his back, almost as if there were someone behind him, breathing down his neck. Meng Hao sent his divine sense out, but didn't see anyone. But then his face fell. Gritting his teeth, he spun around, and when he did, his scalp felt like it would explode. Standing there right behind him, almost touching his face, was a white-robed woman. She had long hair, pale skin, and listless eyes that stared dead at Meng Hao. Everything was very quiet. This woman's sudden appearance on the scene was very strange. Why couldn't he see her with divine sense? Meng Hao's pupils constricted, and just when he was about to back up, the woman suddenly reached out and grabbed him. She moved so quickly that he couldn't dodge, and in the briefest of moments, her hand closed around his arm. Then she suddenly began to pull him further into the clouds. Meng Hao's face flickered. The place where the woman held his arm felt ice cold, and pulses of some sort of aura of decay were boring into him. Apparently that aura wished to corrode his entire body away. Most shocking of all was that, as the woman dragged him along, the clouds up ahead transformed into a huge mouth, which was apparently where the woman was dragging him. A sensation of deadly crisis rose up inside of Meng Hao, and he had the intense feeling that if the cloud mouth swallowed him up, he would be completely dead in spirit and body. "Scram!" he shouted, causing the Paragon Bridge to erupt with power. An amorphous bridge appeared outside of him, and he wrenched himself free from the woman's grasp and fell back. The white-robed woman looked at the Paragon Bridge behind Meng Hao and laughed. The laughter contained something completely blood-chilling about it as it echoed out. Meng Hao could sense how terrifying this ancient tribulation was, but he couldn't flee. Gritting his teeth, he continued to speed in the direction he remembered the door of the ancient realm being. Faster, faster, must go faster. Meng Hao knew that his only chance to transcend the tribulation was to avoid spending a lot of time fighting in the clouds. Just as he began to speed forward, 4 more figures appeared, figures that were far more powerful than the 4 he had fought moments ago. 2 essences Dao realm enemies. While Meng Hao was in the middle of transcending the tribulation, something else was happening in the starry sky not too far away from the Meng clan. Although nobody could detect it, not even Meng Hao. Numerous black willow leaves could be seen floating there, each one fully 3,000 meters long. The veins of the pitch-black leaves were clearly visible on their surfaces, and it almost looked like there was blood flowing through them, giving the leaves a completely bizarre appearance. There were dozens upon dozens of them, and on the surface of each were dozens upon dozens of cross-legged cultivators, altogether about 1,000 in total. Each one of them was very calm, with coldly flickering eyes. They wore long black robes and had extremely cold auras. Furthermore, closer examination revealed that the cultivation bases of these 1,000 cultivators was unexpectedly in the ancient realm. Some were in the early ancient realm, others in the Great Circle. If Meng Hao could see them, he would definitely find them familiar. That was because their auras were exactly the same as the people who had attacked Meng Hao and Mengda on their way back to the Meng clan. More shocking was that on some of the willow leaves were cultivators who radiated essence aura. There were a total of 7, all of them Dao realm experts. Among those 7 people were men and women, young and old. However, none of them were weak. As for the three strongest, two were Tao Lords and one, a young boy, had a cultivation base that could even suppress transformations in the starry sky. He was a 5 essences Tao sovereign. For essences Tao realm cultivators could be called Tao sovereigns, but that was only the threshold of that realm. 5 essences was a true Tao sovereign, and 6 essences counted as the peak. In all of the mountain and sea realm, 5 essences Tao sovereigns and above were considered the most powerful of all experts, people who were so domineering they could vie for the position of a mountain and sea lord. People like that had statuses which ensured that wherever they went in the mountain and sea realm, they could cause a huge sensation. Right now, just such a person had appeared outside the Meng clan. So someone is transcending tribulation, the boy said. And a very bizarre ancient tribulation at that. There is something about his aura which I find completely unsettling. Well, notify the sects in the area which come from the 7th mountain and see to make the first move. Have them ascertain the current situation. Our mountain and sea lord has instructed that we be very careful. There are to be no slip-ups. After this mission is accomplished, not a single person from the bloodlines of the Meng clan will remain. The boy then closed his eyes. As his voice echoed out, orders were distributed, passed out into the starry sky to numerous asteroids and floating continents in the 8th mountain and sea that didn't belong to the Heaven God Alliance. Within those sects, figures appeared who accepted the orders from the young boy. When the orders were received, the first result was silence. But then sighs could be heard. Next, the patriarchs of those sects issued further orders, causing their sects to mobilize and then transform into beams of light that flew out toward the Meng clan. There were dozens of such sects, each one of which dispatched no less than 1,000 cultivators. Soon, tens of thousands of cultivators were flying from different directions toward the Meng clan, drawing closer and closer by the minute. Storm clouds were gathering. This was the first war to ever break out between the 7th mountain and sea and the 8th mountain and sea, and apparently, the first battleground would be the Meng clan. However it ended, it would surely cause a huge sensation in the 8th mountain and sea. Furthermore, considering the army was led by a Tao sovereign, their first target in the war wouldn't be selected lightly. It would either be picked because of its strategic value or its overall importance in the 8th mountain and sea. In any case, Meng Hao was in the middle of transcending tribulation, and all the cultivators of the Meng clan were completely mesmerized by it. However, anyone who was watching closely would notice that as soon as that boy issued orders, there were people in the crowd on the Meng clan continent whose eyes suddenly flickered with nearly imperceptible light. It was as if a wind were blowing down from the heavens, sweeping across the world, filling it. Rumble. Within the clouds out in the starry sky, Meng Hao was performing a double-handed incantation gesture as he faced off with the 4-2 essences faceless men. He unleashed the mountain-consuming incantation, causing numerous mountains to descend, emanating boundless pressure, crushing everything, sending the 4 faceless men into retreat. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent, but instead of taking the time to kill them, he transformed into an azure rock and shot onward. He didn't have time for this humanoid tribulation. However, in the same moment that Meng Hao began to move, his eyes widened as he realized that up ahead in the clouds was a swing. Sitting on the swing with her back to him was a young girl swinging back and forth. Her laughter rang out like the tinkle of bells, and yet when it reached Meng Hao's ears, it caused his mind to reel. He then craned his neck to examine the situation closer, only to find that the girl had vanished. Only the swing was left behind, gently swaying back and forth. Meng Hao's eyes flickered, but he didn't stop moving. Suddenly, as he was continuing forward, he sent the power of the Paragon Bridge exploding out behind him. In almost the same instant that it appeared, he suddenly heard hissing sounds coming from that same direction. He looked back coldly and caught sight of the girl he had just seen, heading in the opposite direction, her head bowed. The hissing sounds were coming from that very girl. Seemingly able to detect Meng Hao's gaze upon her, the girl suddenly looked up. When that happened, Meng Hao's eyes went wide as he realized that the girl's mouth and eyes had both been sewn shut, and that black blood was slowly oozing out from their edges. The strange sounds coming from her suddenly caused Meng Hao's body to shiver. Then, he realized that he was being dragged along with her, his body completely out of his control. The things that were happening were completely shocking. In his practice of cultivation down to this day, he had experienced many things. However, it was only in these clouds surrounding the door of the ancient realm that he felt such shock rising up from his heart. He tried to rotate his cultivation base, but it almost felt as if it were separated from his body. Not even the Paragon Bridge could be summoned, nor could any of his other techniques or magical items. The only things he could operate were his nirvana fruits. Suddenly, wild power poured out of them as he fought back against the girl, and those seemingly unending hissing sounds. Even as she dragged him off into the distance, the power of his 4 nirvana fruits surged out, causing rumbling sounds to echo about as some sort of connection to the girl was severed. A tremor ran through Meng Hao, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. The girl screamed, but didn't stop moving, and soon vanished into the clouds. Meng Hao took a deep breath. His face was pale, and despite the level of his cultivation base, he still felt a sense of powerlessness in this situation. Both the white-robed woman and the girl filled him with an entirely creepy sensation. It was almost as if his current self wasn't actually at a level that could deal with such things. So this is the ancient tribulation of an all-heaven Tao immortal. In the ancient realm, one must seek the path of the ancestors, search for the essence of one's techniques. Well, I guess that means that my version of the ancient realm involves searching for the source of the all-heaven Tao immortal bloodline. I refuse to believe that other people see such strange things when they deal with the door of the ancient realm. I have the feeling that both the white-robed woman and that girl have something to do with the secrets of the all-heaven Tao immortal bloodline. Meng Hao's face was unsightly, but in his eyes persistence still shone as ever. His body flickered as he once again shot through the clouds in the direction of the door of the ancient realm. The bizarre phenomena only happened in the clouds, after I encountered the faceless men. First were the One Essence Tao realm enemies, and then the white-robed woman appeared. Next were the Two Essences enemies, and then the girl appeared. In that case, the next thing I face should be 3 Essences Tao lords. Meng Hao shot forward like lightning, drawing ever closer to the door of the ancient realm. Suddenly, the clouds up ahead seethed, and 4 figures emerged. Just as Meng Hao had guessed, these 4 faceless men were emanating cultivation-based fluctuations of 3 Essences Tao lords. If Meng Hao hadn't fully absorbed his 4th nirvana fruit, then when fighting any one of these faceless men, he would have only been able to fight to a draw, and would have been seriously injured at that. But things were different now. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he proceeded onward. Rumbling could be heard as the Paragon Bridge appeared. The power of an all-heaven Tao immortal exploded out, and then Meng Hao appeared directly in front of one of the faceless men. He reached out and touched the man's forehead with his finger, and the man exploded. However, in the moment that the man exploded, Meng Hao's face flickered and shot backward. The exploding faceless man became a mist which, instead of returning into the clouds, transformed into a mist rope that shot toward Meng Hao. At the same time, the other 3 faceless men collapsed into pieces and also transformed into ropes, which then snaked toward Meng Hao. Even as Meng Hao dodged to the side, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the clouds up ahead. It was the voice of a man, and the words it spoke were simple. Cease all movement. Meanwhile, outside of the clouds that surrounded the door of the ancient realm, even as the members of the Meng clan were riveted on the ancient tribulation, tens of thousands of beams of light were closing in on the Meng clan. None of them paused for even a brief moment. The cultivators had their jaws clenched and radiated killing intent. Soon, they were actually within the territory of the Meng clan, which suddenly caused a red light to spread out from the huge statue in the ancestral mansion. When the Meng clan cultivators saw that red light, their faces filled with shock. The 5 patriarchs' faces also flickered with astonishment. That red light means foreigners are invading. Foreign invaders are here. As the voices rang out, rumbling sounds could be heard from the 9 auxiliary continents, as the clan's protective spell formation automatically activated. It rapidly spread out to cover the entire clan and fight back against the tens of thousands of attacking cultivators. In the blink of an eye, countless cold voices could be heard echoing out. Meng clan, blood calls for blood. The debt you owe to the house of heaven and earth will be repaid today. The Meng clan is already weak. There is no place for you in the 8th mountain and sea anymore. We have risen up this day to exterminate you, to put an end to that old legend that the Meng clan will exist for all eternity. The Cloudlands sect is here to eradicate the Meng clan. The Waterdao school is here to put an end to our grudge. Even the fierce lion will grow old one day. That day has arrived. And on this day, funeral bells will toll for the Meng clan. Meng Hao was still in the clouds by the door of the ancient realm, so he had no idea what was going on with the Meng clan. The intense pressure weighing down on him made it so that even if he sent out divine sense, it would be shattered. Furthermore, all of his energy was focused completely on the ancient tribulation. This was actually the most dangerous tribulation that he had faced in his entire life. Even he wasn't absolutely certain whether or not he could succeed. However, the tribulation had descended, and whether he wanted to or not, he still had to attempt to transcend it. If he failed, he would die. The only chance he had to live was to transcend the tribulation. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out as Meng Hao faced the greatest danger of his life. Not even in the windswept realm had he faced a crisis like this. Currently, he was facing 4-3 essences Dao Lords, faceless men who had transformed into ropes that were now closing in on him. Just as Meng Hao was in the middle of dodging, a sinister voice spoke out from the clouds. Cease all movement. As soon as those 3 words entered Meng Hao's ears, the entire world seemed to go quiet and stop moving. It was as if they contained some boundless magical power that made Meng Hao cease all movement. Suddenly, he hovered stock still within the clouds, completely motionless. Actually, it was only Meng Hao who experienced such motionlessness. Everything else was normal, and the 4 ropes quickly began to wrap Meng Hao up. 2 of them encircled his arms, hoisting him up as the other ropes bound his legs together, making it impossible for him to even struggle. Simultaneously, another figure emerged from the clouds, an old man wearing a long gray robe. This man seemed completely ancient, as if even walking were difficult for him. However, his eyes shone with a brilliant light, and even avarice, as he stared at Meng Hao. It's been so many years, the old man murmured as he slowly approached Meng Hao. At long last, the Tao Immortal ancient tribulation that we've been waiting for has come. Are you the Tao body sacrifice offered by the later generation? Perfect Tao body. I'm definitely going to succeed. I will return. In fact, I'm already returning. Back then, we defeated those 2 people, but at far too great a cost. In fact, that cost was so great that we had to flee. As he neared, the clouds around him seemed to pass through countless years of time. They even changed colors, and behind the old man, the starry sky seemed to also pass through tens of thousands of years of time. Everything seemed to wither with age, and Meng Hao seemed to get older the closer the man got. Even the ropes on his body began to decay. Then, the old man reached out with a skeletal hand and tapped his finger toward Meng Hao's forehead, his expression one of keen anticipation. Just as his fingertip was about to touch Meng Hao's eyes glittered. A cold glow could be seen as he suddenly uttered 2 words. Battle weapon. Instantly, a beam of light shot out from within his bag of holding. It was the copper mirror, and as it flew out, a vigorous power erupted. The copper mirror fused into Meng Hao's right hand, and in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a long, wicked blade. This was the battle weapon. The sudden appearance of the battle weapon caused the starry sky to fill with rumbling sounds. The clouds churned, and the old man with the outstretched hand suddenly screamed. His eyes were fixated on the battle weapon, his expression one of disbelief and shock. Instantly, he began to fall back. All of a sudden, he began to shout words that Meng Hao couldn't possibly understand. It's you, it's you. They said to wait for you. I can't believe that after all these years, it's you? Even as the old man fell back, a flash of killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. Rumbling sounds filled his body as he cast off the decaying ropes, then shot forward like a shooting star toward the old man. As they sped along in prismatic beams, Meng Hao roared and slashed out with the battle weapon. An explosively glowing light shot out, causing the clouds to fall back. It was a blade glow that, as it slashed out, caused the old man to tremble violently. Even as he began to fade away, he spoke in a growling voice that echoed out in all directions. "I'll be back. Now that I know it's you, you're dead. Blah blah blah," Meng Hao said with a cold harumph. The blade glow slashed through the clouds, opening up a path, which Meng Hao followed with his eyes until he caught sight of the door of the ancient realm. Just now, he really had been rendered immobile and had been completely restrained by the 3 ropes. However, in the critical moment, his 4 nirvana fruits had exploded with power, allowing him to shake off some of the effects and then unleash his most powerful item, the battle weapon. Meng Hao suddenly flashed into motion, becoming a beam of light that shot toward the door of the ancient realm. He could sense that time was wasting away, and that the tribulation within the clouds had already reached a terrifying level. If he didn't get the door of the ancient realm open and get rid of the clouds, then he would surely die. In the instant that Meng Hao charged forward, rumbling sounds could be heard, and roaring echoed out in the starry sky. Shockingly, 4 figures emerged from the clouds to stand in front of Meng Hao. They were, for essences, faceless men. The instant they appeared, they shot toward Meng Hao. Although they had no facial features, they radiated a murderous aura that instantly weighed down onto Meng Hao. Even Meng Hao would have to be very careful when facing 4 essences Dao realm enemies. However, he was running out of time, and the clouds were becoming more terrifying by the second. Beads of sweat were running down his forehead, and his eyes were wide. The level of danger he was now facing was completely unheard of. "Screw off!" Meng Hao roared, shooting forward toward one of the faceless men. Ignoring any potential chance of being injured, he slammed into him viciously. The faceless man was knocked back, but simultaneously performed an incantation gesture and waving his finger. A wild essence power exploded out, causing Meng Hao to cough up a mouthful of blood. A vicious expression twisted Meng Hao's face, and he was just about to take advantage of the faceless man's backpedaling to charge past him, when 2 other faceless men closed in. Meng Hao's battle weapon flashed with light as he slashed it toward them. He didn't hold back anything from his cultivation base in that attack. Explosive power burst out, and the blade glow was instantly upon the 2 faceless men. However, they didn't attempt to dodge. Instead, they quickly performed incantation gestures and then pressed down onto their bodies, instigating a self-detonation. Although Meng Hao had predicted that possibility, in the face of a self-detonation by a 4 essences Dao realm opponent, he had no option other than to evade. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth, and numerous wounds were opened up. However, he had no time to pay any attention to them. As he fell back, the lightning cauldron appeared. Even as the final faceless man closed in, Meng Hao transformed into an azure rock and smashed through the man. Blood oozed out of his mouth as lightning then surrounded him, creating an electric lake that shot toward the door of the ancient realm. Closer and closer. 3,000 meters. 2,400 meters. 1,800 meters. It was at this point that, all of a sudden, 4 more faceless men appeared in front of him. When their cultivation-based power radiated out, Meng Hao's mind spun. These were 5 essences Dao sovereigns. These 4 were completely different from the other faceless men he had fought. These 4 had eyes on their faces. Their expressions were completely merciless and radiated boundless coldness. Each and every one of them possessed heaven-shaking, earth-shattering energy. If any one of them could leave the clouds and emerge into the mountain and sea realm, they would be powerful experts whose fame would spread throughout the entire mountain and sea realm. And now, 4 of them had appeared simultaneously. All they did was hover there, and they already emanated towering pressure that caused everything to shake violently. Actually, the most powerful type of Dao sovereign had 6 essences. 4 essences and 5 essences merely led up to that most powerful state. Meng Hao had already reached his limit by slaying 4 essences Tao sovereigns. After greed remolded his fleshly body, and then fully fused with his nirvana fruits, his battle prowess was essentially equivalent to having 5 essences. Therefore, he wasn't confident at all in fighting a 5 essences enemy. At most, they could fight to a draw and inflict serious mutual wounds. And yet, these 5 essences faceless men were a bit different, and Meng Hao's eyes flickered with a mad light. Not giving me any chance to transcend the tribulation. Huh? Well, it's not completely hopeless. After fighting all of these faceless men, it's become clear that they're not really exactly the same as Tao realm experts in the real world. They're missing a lot, including sentience. All they have is their cultivation base. They're essentially as mindless as puppets. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with coldness, but there was little time. The terrifying, suffocating pressure grew on both sides, and howling sounds grew closer. Even just the howls were enough to cause Meng Hao's scalp to go numb at the thought of what other terrifying entities might exist within the clouds. And here I thought this was nothing more than an ancient tribulation. He smiled bitterly. How could he ever have imagined that an ancient tribulation would be this incredibly difficult? Gritting his teeth, a light of madness filled his eyes as he shot forward. Waving his hand, he caused numerous mountains to descend, materialized a sun and a moon, and even summoned the Paragon Bridge. He went all out with his cultivation base, rotating it at 120%. Even his fleshly body power exploded at its ultimate peak. He called out the meat jelly, which became a suit of armor. By now, he couldn't use the battle weapon, so he pulled out his dragon spear, extending it in front of him as he shot forward. As he began his charge, the 4-5 essences faceless men looked at him, killing intent flickering in their eyes. They attacked simultaneously, using the full power of their cultivation bases to stop Meng Hao. From a distance, Meng Hao appeared to be soaked in blood and radiating madness. He was now completely committed to his course of action, as if becoming a crazed devil were his only path to survival. Since retreat was not an option, the only thing to be done was strive forward. Rumble. Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's mouth as his mountain-consuming incantation collapsed. The sun and moon shattered, his Paragon Bridge fell apart, and the meat jelly screamed miserably. Blood spurted out from numerous wounds. Meng Hao's kneecaps were shattered as he exploded with cultivation-based power. He threw his head back and howled under the combined attack of the 4-5 essences Tao sovereigns. "Get the hell out of my way," he roared. The pressure bearing down on him from both sides had reached a horrifying level, and only one thought now existed in Meng Hao's mind. "I have to get through and open the door of the ancient realm." Blood oozed out all over his body, and half of his bones were shattered. These injuries were even more serious than the ones he had sustained in the Heaven God Alliance. Using his last bit of energy, he swung his spear viciously. It was like a long dragon that slammed into the faceless men, pushing them back and opening up a gap. The faceless man being shaken by the long spear might have a 5 essences cultivation base, but despite fighting back with everything he had, he was still shoved backward relentlessly. The spearhead then morphed into a huge dragon, which emitted a shocking roar that caused the faceless man to shudder and then suddenly begin to turn to stone. It started with his chest, then began to slowly spread out. The faceless man retreated, seemingly acting on instinct. When he got far enough away, Meng Hao was no longer locked in place by the full formation originally created by the 4 faceless men. A gap had been opened. The moment that gap appeared, and before the other 3 faceless men could do anything to intervene, Meng Hao roared mightily, a sound that echoed out like thunder in all directions. The 3 other faceless men were stopped in their tracks as Meng Hao burst forward with all the speed he could muster. He shot forward with lightning quickness, like a meteor, leaving afterimages behind him as he burst through the gap, following the dragon's spear toward the door of the ancient realm. 600 meters, 300 meters, 150 meters. The door of the ancient realm was getting closer and closer, but even as it did, the clouds behind Meng Hao swirled and, astonishingly, for figures appeared, 6 essences Tao sovereigns. The mere pressure exerted by these four faceless men caused heaven and earth to tremble, and the starry sky to vibrate. Meng Hao was hit with an invisible blow, causing blood to spray out of his mouth. More than half of the bones in his body were shattered, and he lost feeling in his legs. His eyes were shot with blood, and yet despite the pressure weighing down, he continued forward. He was now a mere 90 meters from the door of the ancient realm, and yet the six essences faceless men were still closing in, radiating mind-boggling pressure. One thought stellar transformation, Meng Hao roared. The starstone in his eye melted and spread out to cover his body, layer built upon layer, and before even a breath of time could pass, Meng Hao had transformed into a gigantic meteor, which rumbled forward at incredible speed. He then passed the 30-meter mark. Even as the six essences faceless men continued in pursuit, he appeared directly in front of the door of the ancient realm. The area around the door of the ancient realm itself was twisted and distorted. Time there flowed differently. As Meng Hao closed in, a wind sprang up, and in the blink of an eye, over 1,000 years seemed to have passed. It was at this point that roaring howls could be heard coming from the surrounding clouds. They got closer and closer, as if preparing to attack. Even the mere sounds contained boundless destructive power, intense pressure that was even more astonishing and terrifying than the six essences faceless men. The clouds seethed, and it was just barely possible to see two enormous arms, both struggling to emerge from the clouds. It was even possible to see the tips of the fingers on the leftmost arm. The fingers were crimson, and the fingertips were violet. The entire arm was covered with scales, and on each of those scales were innumerable flickering magical symbols. Even just one of the fingertips on one of the hands was filled with the power to completely destroy souls. Apparently, nothing under the starry sky could possibly shake it, and it could rip anything and everything to pieces. The clouds acted like restraints on the finger, which was currently struggling to break free, and a powerful howling sound even echoed out. The crisis had reached a pinnacle, and if things stretched out any longer, the only thing that awaited Meng Hao was the end of his life, the destruction of his soul. This ancient tribulation had become so difficult that he couldn't even comprehend it. Meng Hao couldn't imagine how any all-heaven Dao immortal in the past had ever been able to fight back against this deadly tribulation. However, there was no time to ponder the matter now. He would either open the door of the ancient realm and earn a chance to keep living or die. How could I possibly die here? Meng Hao roared in his meteor form. Filled with determination, courage, and even madness, he slammed into the door of the ancient realm. "Open up!" he roared. His voice sounded like muffled thunder coming from within the meteor. It was a roar that coalesced the power of his soul, transforming into life force power that propelled the asteroid forward with even greater power. Boom! A huge boom rang out into the clouds surrounding the door of the ancient realm, reaching even the starry sky beyond. It was even audible on the battlefield of the Meng clan. The Meng clan ancestral mansion was surrounded by a colorful, glittering shield, which rippled from the magical attacks being levied against it by tens of thousands of cultivators. The spell formation had held this entire time. Occasionally, it would flicker with bright light, and colorful beams of light would shoot out to attack the invaders. Currently, the fighting had reached a deadlock. The massive boom which had echoed out just now from the cloud-filled starry sky caused both sides to stop and look up. Everyone was completely shaken. In some ways, they were bearing witness to Meng Hao transcending tribulation. In fact, they were fighting directly beneath that tribulation, and couldn't help but be shocked to the core by what was happening. Within the clouds, Meng Hao in meteor form was bashing himself into the door of the ancient realm with all his might. As the boom echoed out, his meteor form shattered, revealing his true form, coughing up blood and trembling violently. All the bones in his body were broken, and his internal organs were mangled. In his entire life, he had never been wounded this badly. Even more terrifying was that as each second passed, Meng Hao's hair grew grayer, and then even began to turn white. His body was incredibly weak, and was now beginning to wither away. His flesh became more and more emaciated, and he began to look extremely old. The enormously huge door shuddered, and then oh so slowly, opened just a bit, revealing a thin sliver of light. Still not all the way open? Meng Hao said with a bitter chuckle. He looked at the door, and the sliver of light, and his eyes shone with an unyielding gleam. Almost in the same moment that the sliver of light appeared, the clouds in the area began to churn as if they possessed a will of their own. Apparently, the light from that huge door could dissipate the clouds. So suddenly, a powerful, apprehensive howl echoed out, filled with madness. An entire legion of faceless men all charged Meng Hao. The enormous finger within the cloud fought back against the restraining power of the clouds as it shot forth in attack. A will of soul destruction existed within the flickering light that emanated out from the fingertip, and it grew more intense and shocking by the moment Meng Hao could sense that if that finger touched him, he would definitely be killed, and his spiritual soul and physical soul would both disperse. If he didn't open the door of the ancient realm, he would die. Therefore, he ignored the killing intent coming from the forces outside the door. His eyes were filled with an intense, unyielding glow, and deep within, flickering flames ignited, filling him. As of this moment, Meng Hao was burning his own soul. Burning the soul was a huge price to pay in exchange for an explosive increase of power to batter against the door a second time. Open! Meng Hao roared. The burning of his soul caused intense pain, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. However, he didn't care about any of that pain. He only had one thought on his mind. Open that door. Open! 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 He roared, lifting both hands into the air and shoving them toward the door. Meng Hao was like an ant compared to the massive door, but the power he was unleashing could shake heaven and earth. Suddenly, an image appeared behind him, like an ancient giant, stretching its hands out to shove against the door. Boom! The door of the ancient realm opened a bit more. More light spilled out through the sliver, spreading out, causing the faceless men who were charging from behind to let out shrill shrieks. One by one, they began to decay and fall apart, transforming into black smoke. Looks of shock appeared on their faces, and they fell back. Meng Hao's eyes were crimson, and his soul was aflame. He roared again, exploding with power. It looked like he was just about to truly open the door of the ancient realm, to conclude the tribulation, to succeed as an all-heaven Tao immortal, and acquire the true good fortune that came with stepping into the ancient realm. But then, all of a sudden, that crimson, scaled finger with the violet fingertip broke out of the clouds, rumbling directly toward Meng Hao with heaven shaking, earth-shattering power and insane killing intent. As it neared, the light spilling out from the door slammed into it. That light might be capable of terrifying the faceless men and forcing them into retreat. But this finger was far, far more terrifying, and when the light touched it, even though it began to melt, a howl rang out and it just pushed on through, ignoring the light to reach out and tap Meng Hao. Meng Hao chuckled bitterly. There was nothing he could do to fight back. Even were he at his peak, he wouldn't be confident in being able to handle the finger. That wasn't even to mention the fact that his soul was currently aflame, meaning that it was already starting to disperse. "So I'm gonna die, huh?" he murmured, fully able to sense the soul-destroying power. However, it was at this point that he suddenly seemed to recall something important. A tremor ran through him, and his eyes began to shine brightly. Perhaps there's hope after all. Almost in the moment that the thought occurred to Meng Hao, the terrifying finger slammed into him. A massive tremor ran through Meng Hao, and then he exploded. The burning wreckage of his soul completely shattered. Meng Hao was dead. In the moment that he died, the door of the ancient realm shuddered, then slowly began to fade away. The clouds around it began to thin, and the terrifying finger retracted. Cold laughter rang out from within the clouds. Everything was over. Meng Hao had gone all out in his ancient tribulation, but had only been able to open the door a crack, a sliver. In truth, if Meng Hao had still had some power left in reserve, and if he had been able to batter the door just one more time, perhaps, combined with the energy from the 2 blows he had already delivered, it would not have been impossible for him to actually open the door of the ancient realm. Not too far away from Meng Hao, the boy stood on the black willow leaf. When he saw what was happening, he said, "It's over." He was strong, and yet he still died in the tribulation. This ancient tribulation could not be matched by even Tao tribulation. Well, in that case, the time has come to go all out and exterminate the Meng clan. Then he prepared to charge into battle. However, it was at that point that his face suddenly flickered. Suddenly, just outside of the door of the ancient realm, in the very spot where Meng Hao had died, something strange was happening. As an echelon cultivator, you shall be given 2 lives. Outside the door of the ancient realm, after the enormous finger withdrew, the mangled gore and spattered blood that had been spreading out suddenly began to reform with indescribable speed, coalesced together into Meng Hao. His soul had just been destroyed, and yet it suddenly flared to life again. Meng Hao's eyes opened, and deep inside could be seen traces of the passage of time. That was because the place where his body had exploded was right outside the door of the ancient realm, where time flowed differently. Naturally, because of that, the newly reformed and resurrected Meng Hao had a body which contained the essence of the passage of time. It was not essence, but rather something more like a seed of the essence of time. From ancient times until now, the essence of space and the essence of time were similar to the essence of life and death in that they were very difficult to acquire. The only chance to do so was through incredibly rare good fortune. As of this moment, it was by means of complete and utter coincidence that Meng Hao now had a seed of the essence of time inside of him. The moment he opened his eyes, he knew the truth. The 2 echelon lives given to him by Paragon Sea Dream did not make his soul indestructible, but rather branded him with a sealing mark, which split his soul into 3 parts. Each of those 3 parts grew in parallel as he progressed in his cultivation. Because of that, he could actually die 2 times before being truly exterminated. That applied not only to his soul but also to his flesh and blood. It was a unique natural law, a magic of the type that Meng Hao couldn't even begin to comprehend. It was the power of a paragon. In almost the exact instant that Meng Hao's eyes opened, the door of the ancient realm, which had been fading away, suddenly flickered with light and formed back together. The disappearing clouds seethed, and the retreating figures let out howls of disbelief. Countless faceless men charged madly forth, and the huge finger once again stretched out toward Meng Hao, accompanied by an enraged howl. However, Meng Hao had already died once. How could he possibly die a second time? Having been reformed and resurrected, his face was icy. The feeling of death he had just experienced was something he never wished to feel again. Even as the faceless men and the enormous finger closed in on him, a cold smile twisted his lips. He had not merely recovered his soul and his fleshly body, but also his cultivation base. His right hand lifted up, and then he smacked it down hard onto the door of the ancient realm. That blow was backed by the explosive cultivation base of an all-heaven Tao Immortal, his powerful fleshly body, his paragon bridge, and the combined power of all of his divine abilities. That power converged into his palm as he delivered a 3rd blow onto the surface of the door of the ancient realm. Rumble. When his hand made contact, the door rumbled, and that sliver which had appeared suddenly trembled as the door began to open. As the door opened, dazzling lights spilled out, as well as whispering voices that seemed to come from ancient times, voices which filled Meng Hao's ears and also echoed out into the surrounding area. The faceless men let out miserable screams as the light enveloped them, rendering them incapable of getting any closer. They stared at the door of the ancient realm as it continued to open, and they continued to melt. In that same moment, the finger, with its power of extermination and boundless howl, continued onward toward Meng Hao, melting and being shredded by the light as it went. However, just before it touched him, Meng Hao let out a cold snort and stepped across the threshold of the door. It was only one single step. However, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. As soon as he was inside the door of the ancient realm, the finger stopped moving. It hovered there directly in front of Meng Hao, not an inch away from his face. However, that inch was like the vast gap between the sky and the land, something completely and utterly impossible to pass. "I'll make sure you pay the price for trying to exterminate me," Meng Hao said lightly. "I might not be a match for you right now, but one day I will be. I'll drag you out of those clouds and then make sure you die a painful death." Despite the calmness of his voice, the cold resolve therein was impossible to miss. "Door of the ancient realm, open," he said, flicking his sleeve. Boundless light began to radiate out from the door of the ancient realm. The beams were like sharp swords that swirled around, dispersing the clouds. The faceless men that were able to escape into the clouds would disappear along with them as they faded away. But any who were caught outside by the swords of light would be stabbed through, provoking miserable screams as if they were dying in body and spirit. It only took moments for them to transform into nothing more than ashes. The gigantic finger trembled, and a defiant roar echoed out from the clouds. The finger retreated, vanishing within the clouds. In that same moment, Meng Hao's eyes gleamed coldly as he stepped back out of the door. If there were people present to watch what was happening, they would be completely shocked and find his action outrageous. Anyone else in his position would surely be walking further into the door and completing their entrance into the ancient realm. But Meng Hao almost seemed to disregard the widely open door. Not even the owner of that enormous finger could ever have predicted that he would meet someone like this during the transcending of tribulation. Meng Hao was the type of person who repaid every slight he received. He wouldn't go out of his way to provoke people, but when people provoked him, he wouldn't simply let them off. That was especially true considering that this person had taken one of his lives. As far as Meng Hao was concerned, an enmity had been created that made it impossible for the both of them to exist under the same heavens. As soon as he stepped out of the door, the copper mirror appeared, transforming into the battle weapon with shocking speed. This was Meng Hao's most powerful weapon among all of his magical items. His all-heaven Dao Immortal cultivation base went into overdrive, bursting with power. Every bit of muscle and blood in his fleshly body radiated an intense and terrifying strength. Inside of him, the Paragon Bridge connected him to heaven and earth, and outside, the image of the bridge itself appeared, causing the entire starry sky to dim and tremble, and fill with roiling flames. Meng Hao's legs then began to move in an odd cadence as he walked through time, heading toward the retreating finger, and then slashing out with his blade. Boom! Meng Hao looked like a celestial warrior with surging energy that caused the starry sky to tremble. Because the clouds were disappearing, Meng Hao's current appearance was suddenly revealed on the projection screen down below, making him visible to all the cultivators of the Meng clan. Their minds spun as they saw both Meng Hao and the resplendent door of the ancient realm behind him. As for all of the invading cultivators from the other sects who were outside of the shield, they could also see, and their eyes went wide. From their perspective, Meng Hao's silhouette was wreathed with the light shining out from the door, which was almost like a cloak. His battle weapon was raised, visible to everyone as it viciously slashed toward the enormous finger. A massive cascade of light sliced through the starry sky, causing everything to shake violently as an indescribably powerful force exploded out. Next, the finger, despite being in a state of retreat, was still slashed by that cascade of light. Sever! Meng Hao roared. A massive rumbling sound could be heard as the very tip of the finger was completely severed away. The piece cut away was only about 3 meters long. Compared to the rest of the enormous finger, it was insignificant. However, it was still part of the entire structure, and as it was cut off, blue blood flowed out. A miserable shriek could also be heard from within the disappearing clouds, a shriek filled with unprecedented madness and intense pain. To that entity within the clouds, who had existed for countless years, this was the first time he had been injured. For far too long he had existed in the clouds and unleashed deadly tribulation upon all heaven Dao immortals who attempted to enter the ancient realm. Today he had finally been injured. "You're dead," howled an ancient voice. "I hereby curse you. You shall die. For when the time comes to extinguish your ancient realm lamps, I will return." Then the finger and the clouds vanished completely. Only the door of the ancient realm remained in the starry sky, casting resplendent, dazzling light out in all directions. Suddenly, the fighting down below stopped as everyone looked up in shock at Meng Hao. His face was pale as he put the battle weapon away. His actions just now had been risky, but that was just how Meng Hao was. Not taking advantage of a situation was the same as incurring a loss. If he didn't take the chance to strike back, then he wouldn't be Meng Hao. Meng Hao then looked at the 3-meter slice of severed finger, and his eyes glittered. All of a sudden, a variety of curse-type Taoist magics flitted through his mind. He made a snatching motion, and the slice of finger flew into his bag of holding. With that, he turned to face the door of the ancient realm, and began to stride forward. When he entered the door completely, it shook violently, and massive amounts of radiant light shone out. Ancient voices echoed out into the starry sky as Meng Hao sank into the brightness. His listless cultivation base was restored, and then, rumbling sounds could be heard as it began to ascend. This was the ascension from the immortal realm into the ancient realm. He closed his eyes as he detected a sensation of ancientness spreading out from within him, an aura that emanated the unique fluctuations of the ancient realm. Everything was quiet, both in the Meng clan and among the invading sects. Even the crowds waiting on the gigantic willow leaves were watching Meng Hao. They had borne witness to a terrifying ancient tribulation, and all of them knew deep inside that they couldn't possibly have been able to successfully transcend it. And yet, the man standing right there in front of them had. The young boy stood there silently. He was a 5 essences Tao sovereign, and yet even he wasn't confident that he could succeed in such a tribulation. All heaven Tao immortal, the boy murmured, a torn look appearing in his eyes. Next, he will actually begin to enter the ancient realm. He will absorb the light of the door of the ancient realm and form his soul lamps. I wonder how many soul lamps he will end up with. Throughout all of history, the most ever converged was 29, by none other than Xianxia from the 4th mountain and sea. The more soul lamps there are, the more powerful one will eventually become, and yet the more deadly the danger is. However, if cultivators feared death, then what would be the point of practicing cultivation to begin with? Considering this person's personality, he will definitely open an extreme number of soul lamps. The boy's eyes flickered as he then lifted his hand and pointed toward the Meng clan. Pass down orders. Exterminate the entire Meng clan. Disturb this individual's thoughts. If his mind is clouded when he ignites his soul lamps, then he will never reach the pinnacle. That is the way to cut off his path to the future. Reduce the number of lamps, and thus make him even weaker if he steps in the Tao. As soon as the words left the boy's mouth, the dozens of enormous willow leaves transformed into black beams that shot toward the Meng clan. The black-robed cultivators atop the leaves had eyes that glittered with cold killing intent as they powered up their cultivation bases to the absolute peak. The beams were like dozens of sharp arrows, screaming through the starry sky at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they were outside the shields surrounding the Meng clan continent. Without even pausing for a moment, they slammed directly into the shield. Boom! As the sound reverberated out, the Meng clan's shield distorted, as if it were about to collapse. Cracking sounds could be heard as fissures spread out across its surface. Seeing that the shield was about to collapse, the 5 Meng clan patriarchs roared, performing incantation gestures that caused a red glow to spread out from the spell formation. That red light caused the teetering shield to once again grow stable, and even resume counterattacking. Numerous beams of blood-red light shot out toward the besieging cultivators. At the same time, rather than being resigned to their fate, the Meng clan cultivators followed the commands of the 5 patriarchs and borrowed the power of the spell formation to charge into the tens of thousands of enemy cultivators and began to fight them. In the blink of an eye, the level of brutality on the battlefield increased significantly. Casualties were severe, and the reek of blood wafted out immediately. Blood-curdling screams could be heard as the slaughter began. The cultivators from the random invading sects weren't difficult to deal with, as they had varied cultivation levels, and were, generally speaking, much weaker than the Meng clan. The patriarchs of those sects were a different story, though, and even more important was the fact that the black-robed cultivators from the 7th mountain and sea had intensely murderous auras, and were obviously famous individuals where they came from. When they attacked, the Meng clan resistance was crushed like dry weeds, and the Meng clan cultivators were pushed backward across the battlefield, over and over again. Thankfully, the shield still held, ensuring that any members of the Meng clan who were injured could quickly retreat from combat. The Meng clan defenses were holding, and yet even as they held on tenaciously, all of a sudden, something happened in the 9 smaller continents attached to the Meng clan's main continent. With the exception of the Su clan, which Meng Hao had exterminated, for auxiliary clans on the other continents all rose up in rebellion. At first, the Meng clan merely experienced some inner turmoil. However, in almost that same moment, all of the cultivators in the ancient realm and above who came from the Meng clan's 7th, 4th, and 3rd bloodlines suddenly shivered. Then, black glows appeared in their eyes, and cold smiles twisted their lips. They turned, and instantly began to attack their fellow clan members. "You? What are you doing? You're rebelling. You traitors!" Booms shook everything as the Meng clan was thrown into utter chaos. Miserable shrieks rang out continuously, along with roars of disbelief. The Meng clan was now in complete chaos. Not only were foreigners invading, internal strife had struck as well. The clan was on the verge of being overthrown. Meng Hao was still up in the starry sky, standing there in the door of the ancient realm, surrounded by boundless light. He was like a black hole, ravenously absorbing the light shining from the door. Every beam of ancient light that he absorbed caused his cultivation base to experience heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformations as his immortal power was transformed into ancient mana. Ancient mana was a unique source of power for ancient realm cultivators, a power that filled their bodies and could explode with force that far exceeded the immortal realm. "Ancient tribulation is the first step," Meng Hao murmured. "After that, the light of the door of the ancient realm is absorbed and transformed into ancient mana. That is the second step. The third step is to ignite the soul lamps. Only then can one truly be considered to be in the ancient realm." At this point, he glanced down calmly at the Meng clan and saw the chaos unfolding and the invading foreigners. Truth be told, whether or not the Meng clan as a whole survived didn't have a lot to do with Meng Hao personally. What he cared about was his grandmother and the rest of her people. In the same moment that he looked down, the boy on the black willow leaf down below looked up, and he and Meng Hao locked eyes. It was then that Meng Hao realized that they were attacking at this moment to sow chaos in his heart. The boy did nothing to hide that, and in fact, a gleam of sinister provocation could be seen in his eyes. Meng Hao shook his head. A glance at the Meng clan's spell formation confirmed that it would not easily be shaken. His grandmother and everyone else was currently safe behind its protective barrier. Meng Hao looked away, ignoring the boy. Spreading his arms wide and throwing his head back, he allowed the light from the door of the ancient realm to pour into him and spread even faster throughout his body. As that happened, the immortal power within him became ancient mana. Simultaneously, the 4 nirvana fruits inside of him also began to transform, becoming Dao fruits. Ancient realm cultivators have Dao fruits, which serve as the foundation for stepping into the Dao realm in the future. That is because essence blossoms from Dao fruit. Even as Meng Hao muttered to himself, rumbling sounds could be heard as roughly 30% of his immortal power was converted into ancient mana. At the same time, his first nirvana fruit began to emanate Dao fluctuations from his forehead. Gradually, the shape of the nirvana fruit began to change, and it began to glitter, as if it were now filled with innumerable magical symbols, indicating that it was a Dao fruit. As soon as that fruit appeared, Meng Hao's cultivation base ascended to greater heights, and began to emanate intense cultivation-based fluctuations. When all 4 nirvana fruits transform into Dao fruits, then I can begin to ignite my soul lamps. Meng Hao suddenly waved both arms, opening his mouth as he transformed into a black hole that began sucking in all of the door's light. As the light poured into him, the door of the ancient realm began to grow dim, a sight shocking to all who were watching. "His ancient tribulation was even more difficult than a Dao tribulation," murmured the boy on the black willow leaf. "And yet tribulations also count as incredible good fortune. After transcending it, the resulting transformative powers will be incredible. He has a bizarre cultivation base. Just how much immortal power does he have inside of him? Usually it only takes the space of a few breaths of time to transform all of your immortal power into ancient mana. The boy's pupils constricted. Filled with shock, he waved his hand, causing a black sea to erupt out from him. As it grew larger and larger, howling sounds emanated from it, and a gigantic scorpion emerged. The scorpion roared as it scuttled rapidly across the surface of the Black Sea water toward the Meng clan and its shield. When it slammed into the shield, massive rumbling sounds echoed out, and the shield trembled. During that time, Meng Hao had converted 30, 40, and then 50% of his immortal power into ancient mana. When he reached 50%, his second nirvana fruit finally transformed into a Dao fruit. With 2 Dao fruits, Meng Hao's cultivation base once again ascended rapidly. He was experienced transformations inside and out, incredible good fortune which was truly an indescribable cultivation base breakthrough. He was stepping from the immortal into the ancient. Meng Hao threw his head back and roared as more immortal power was converted. 60%, 70%, 80%. When he reached 80%, his third nirvana fruit transformed into a Dao fruit. Meng Hao's aura became even more ancient, and he began to emanate an archaic air. It seemed that at this moment he could sense the true nature of his bloodline and had acquired the strength of his ancestral forefathers. Meng Hao's fleshly body power was getting even stronger, and his eyes were shining brightly. He was now trembling violently, and also growing more and more gaunt. However, his all-heaven Dao immortal aura was also growing more powerful. In the ancient realm, Meng Hao murmured, "One follows the path of one's ancestors, gropes for the nature of all living things, searching, seeking for the essence of all life, for the qualifications to step into the Dao. Because I am an all-heaven Dao immortal, in addition to searching for the essence of all living things, I also must search for the true meaning of my bloodline." He swished his sleeve, causing rumbling sounds to emanate out. There was no longer much light coming from the door of the ancient realm. It was so dim that it appeared to be on the verge of winking out. As Meng Hao sucked in another breath, the light surged toward him, absorbing into his skin, pouring into his body. Ryua Yuam Blel. He threw his head back and roared as the final 20% of immortal power inside of him was transformed into ancient mana. At that point, his fourth nirvana fruit finished transforming into a Dao fruit. Rumbling echoed out from inside of him as the ancient mana flowed through him. The 4 Dao fruits in his forehead began to shrink and then expand. With each cycle, the ancient mana within him would also surge explosively, giving Meng Hao a sense of just how powerful he now was. "The ancient realm," he murmured. It was at this point that rumbling sounds echoed out as the door of the ancient realm actually shattered into countless fragments. However, instead of fading away, the remnants of the door transformed into a sea of flames. 7 colored flames, like the fire of purgatory, swirled around Meng Hao. The time had come to ignite the soul lamps. It was in this same moment that the boy down below performed a double-handed incantation gesture and then waved his finger at the scorpion. The scorpion roared, its energy surging as it grew even bigger than before. In the blink of an eye, it began to emanate a terrifying aura as it increased in size until it was as big as the continent itself. Then, it clutched the protective shield with its claws and began to stab its legs slowly down into it. Ryua Yuam Blel. Massive rumbling could be heard as the Meng clan's protective shield shook violently. The members of the Meng clan inside, including the 5 patriarchs, were all aghast and attempted to counteract the attack. Even as they tried to repair the damage, the crowds on the dozens of willow leaves, as well as the cultivators from the random sects, all joined forces to attack. Shocking rumbling echoed out as numerous dazzling magical techniques were unleashed. Then, a massive explosion could be heard as the Meng clan's shield exploded. Cracking sounds rang out as the gigantic scorpion's claws completely shattered the shield, and then slammed down into the Meng clan ancestral mansion, creating several deep craters. At the same time, the vicious scorpion's enormous head lowered down until it was right in front of the crowds from the Meng clan. Then, It shuddered briefly and then sprayed a sea of black water. At the same time, the invading cultivators surged in. The Meng clan cultivators were thrown into pandemonium. Not only was fierce fighting going on with the rebellious clan members, the invading cultivators were now joining in on the slaughter. Miserable shrieks rang out, the land quaked, and colors flashed in the sky. Furthermore, rumbling echoed out as the black willow leaves shot downward with shocking speed. As the leaves stabbed down into the land, the black-robed men transformed into 1,000 black beams of light that instantly joined the battle. Kill them. Leave no one alive. From this day onward, there will be no Meng clan in the 8th mountain and sea. The sounds of explosions filled the air, and slowly, expressions of hopelessness appeared on the faces of the Meng clan cultivators. Then they began to fight back as if they had gone mad. It wasn't that none of them had thought of surrendering. In fact, some had attempted to do just that, but the result was, they had been slaughtered in response. Their enemies did not want captives. They wanted to exterminate the entire clan. Thankfully, the invading cultivators' target was clearly the central continent. As for the surrounding smaller continents, although the flames of war burned there, they were much weaker. As for the continent occupied by Grandma Meng's people, because the Su clan no longer existed there, virtually no invading cultivators went there. The main force was levied against the Meng clan ancestral mansion. It was in this moment of chaotic fighting that Meng Hao's grandmother, granduncles, and other relatives all waded into the fight. However, they didn't attract much attention. That privilege went to the Meng clan's 5 enraged patriarchs, who were fighting 5 black-robed Dao realm experts from the 7th mountain and sea. That battle of 10 shook heaven and earth, and was far more shocking than what was happening with the ancient realm cultivators. "Getting nervous?" said the boy, who hovered in midair above the battlefield. Looking up into the starry sky at Meng Hao, eyes flashing coldly, he hoped that attacking in this way would force his opponent's hand. For some reason, his subconscious was nagging him, telling him that if Meng Hao transcended his tribulation, then events would change in unpredictable ways. Meng Hao's eyes shone with coldness as he looked down at what was happening. Unfortunately, he was at a critical juncture and could not afford to be distracted. Eyes flickering, he waved his hand, causing the blood mastiff to appear, roaring. As it flew out, it was joined by his black pod imps, who shot through the air, vicious expressions on their faces. Then he waved his hand, causing a rift to open, out of which leaped the blood demon, joined by Meng Hao's blood spirit. In the blink of an eye, all of them shot down into the battle. At first, it seemed as if their focus was slaughtering enemies, but Meng Hao's orders were actually that they defend Granda Meng and the rest of the bloodline. "Help me buy some time," he murmured as he hovered there in the sea of flames formed by the remnants of the door of the ancient realm. Soul lamps, ignite, rumble. All of Meng Hao's ancient mana burst out, almost like an attack. It surged out of the top of his head, causing a tongue of fire to ignite in that same position and remain floating there. As soon as the flame emerged, it flared up fiercely. Soon, the image of something like a bowl appeared beneath it. In the blink of an eye, it formed, a soul lamp. As soon as the lamp formed, Meng Hao could clearly sense a strand of his soul, joined by some of the power of his bloodline, peeling away to merge into the lamp. "The flame is my soul. The basin is my bloodline. This soul lamp is like a clone." That was the first sensation Meng Hao got. In fact, he could also tell that as soon as the soul lamp appeared, it did much the same thing he did and began to absorb the energy of heaven and earth that existed in the area. So that's how it is. Soul lamps are really clones. After separating from the original body, they can continue to advance in cultivation. Furthermore, with every soul lamp that is extinguished, it's like that clone is absorbed back in, redoubling your power. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed with enlightenment. Taking a deep breath, he once again caused the ancient mana within him to explode out. A second soul lamp appeared, then a third, a fourth, and a fifth. Every time his cultivation base erupted with power, he would form another soul lamp. Soon, he was surrounded by a total of 9 soul lamps. And he was still going. As he continued with this process, The flames surrounding him were no longer enveloping him completely, enabling the crowds down below to clearly see him igniting his soul lamps. 9 soul lamps. He's already ignited 9 soul lamps. Just how many lamps will he ignite in the end? The number of soul lamps you can ignite has to do with your immortal meridians. I'm not sure how many immortal meridians he opened when he reached Immortal Ascension, but from the look of it, he's probably going to ignite at least 20 lamps. People on both sides of the battle were taking the time to look up and observe what was happening. Although this was not the first time for most of the combatants below to experience someone making a breakthrough in the middle of a battle, it was their first time seeing someone transcending tribulation in the middle of a clan extermination. Already igniting his soul lamps, thought the boy as he hovered there. A cunning gleam appeared in his eyes, and he suddenly shot through the air toward where the 5 Meng clan Dao realm patriarchs were fighting. He waved his hand, and immediately, the 9th bloodline patriarch coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell backward. Not that one? The boy thought, letting out a cold snort. Meng Hao apparently wasn't reacting to his attack on the 9th bloodline patriarch at all. Of that, the boy was certain, the reason being because of his unique Taoist magic that allowed him to see the truth and falsehood within a person. That was the nature of the 6th essence which he was currently studying. If he succeeded in his endeavor, he would become a 6 essences Tao sovereign. As a 6 essences Tao sovereign, you could say that he would be virtually invincible. For all intents and purposes, the level of 6 essences Tao sovereign was the limit for cultivators. For years and years, no one had ever been able to break through from 6 essences to 7, to become an early-stage paragon. After all, paragons, even early-stage paragons, were still supreme beings. Certain that Meng Hao would not intervene on behalf of the 9th bloodline patriarch, the boy was forced to change his tactics. Instantly, he disappeared in a flash toward the next Meng clan patriarch. In almost that same moment, Meng Hao hovered out in the starry sky, cultivation base bursting with power as he ignited a 10th soul lamp. After that was number 11, 12, and then 13. With each lamp that appeared, more of his soul and bloodline power emanated out. Despite how it was spilling out of him, he was not growing weaker. Quite the contrary. That power from his bloodline and his soul were actually naturally recovering. Furthermore, his existing soul lamps were rapidly gobbling up the surrounding energy of heaven and earth. From the look of it, if they reached the absolute pinnacle, then they would actually be as strong as Meng Hao himself, or maybe even stronger. So this is the ancient realm? Meng Hao was shaken inwardly from the sheer fearsomeness and power of the ancient realm. He had slaughtered ancient realm cultivators in the past as if they were ants, but now he had to admit that the ancient realm was a realm in which cultivators would most definitely experience drastic transformations. With each soul lamp that one extinguished, once could reabsorb its soul and bloodline power, causing oneself to double in all aspects. With 10 soul lamps, you could experience 10-fold growth. With 20 soul lamps, 20-fold growth. Meng Hao took a deep breath, and his eyes shone with a strange light. Although he knew that the more soul lamps he had, the more danger he would face, he still wanted to get more. Each additional soul lamp represented another factor of power in the future, assuming he could successfully extinguish it. Essentially, if my current cultivation base counts as 1, then each of my current soul lamps will have the potential to grow to equal that 1. The only thing I don't know is if, once I absorb my first soul lamp, will the remaining soul lamps stay at that same level, or will be able to break through by absorbing even more energy from heaven and earth and become equivalent to 2. If the latter is true, then the ancient realm is definitely a major dividing line. Although cultivators in this realm are all technically in the same realm, the weaker ones are vastly weaker than the stronger ones. It all depends on the foundation. The moment you ignite those soul lamps, that is when your power is determined. Step into the ancient realm weak, and in the end you will still be weak. Step into the ancient realm powerful, and in the end, that explosive, multi-factored growth will make you powerful to a terrifying degree. The ancient realm. Ah, the ancient realm. Finally, Meng Hao threw his head back and roared, bursting with even more cultivation-based power, causing more soul lamps to appear, all the way until he had 18. And he wasn't finished. Meanwhile, the boy down below had passed from each of the 5 patriarchs to the next, seriously injuring them all. When he injured the final one, Meng Hao seemed to suddenly get ever so slightly nervous. But the boy's essence told him that it was merely an act on Meng Hao's part. You might be able to disregard the Meng clan as a whole, but there are definitely people here that you care about. The boy laughed coldly, then waved his hand, causing one of the Meng clan cultivators to fly up, whereupon he grabbed him by the head and began to perform a soul search. That was the point in which Meng Hao ignited his 19th soul lamp. I can still ignite more. Meng Hao's eyes were crimson, and he was trembling violently. 19 soul lamp indicated that his cultivation base had burst out with power through the top of his head 19 times. Not even Meng Hao could completely ignore such pain. Ignite again! He roared, bursting with cultivation base power. Pain filled him, then surged toward the top of his head. Rumbling sounds echoed out as yet another tongue of fire appeared and transformed into his 20th soul lamp. In that instant, the Meng clan cultivator being held by the boy let out a blood-curdling scream. Blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, and then he exploded. As for the boy, a strange gleam appeared in his eyes. It seems I was in secluded meditation for too long, and allowed my powers of deduction to grow rusty. I can't believe I wasted so much time coming to such a simple conclusion. Smiling faintly, the boy suddenly shot toward Grandma Meng, eyes flickering coldly. In almost the same moment that the boy began to close in on Grandma Meng, Meng Hao was up in the starry sky attempting to ignite his 21st soul lamp. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, and he looked down toward the Meng clan ancestral mansion. Looking to die, he said, his voice echoing like thunder. Suddenly, he vanished, reappearing between the boy and Grandma Meng, still surrounded by the sea of flames. It happened so quickly that the boy could never have anticipated it happening. Meng Hao's speed was completely shocking, and the very instant that he appeared, he clenched his right fist and let loose a punch. The life extermination fist. As the fist rocketed out, the boy's eyes gleamed, and he placed both hands together to perform an incantation gesture, then blew out a gust of air. Immediately, the black sea around him swept out to meet Meng Hao's fist. Boom! The fist slammed into the materialized sea, instantly shattering it. Seawater sprayed out in all directions, and the boy fell back, an expression of shock on his face. Even as he retreated, Meng Hao's 21st soul lamp appeared. Oh, Meng Hao thought, eyes flickering coldly. So it works that way too, huh? Then he punched out again. Bedevilment fist. A huge boom could be heard, and the ground quaked. A huge rift was torn open in front of Meng Hao, and cracking sounds echoed out. The boy's face fell, and an intense sensation of crisis welled up within him. Damn it, he still hasn't transcended the tribulation. How could he be so strong? The boy didn't hesitate for a moment. He made a grasping gesture, causing an enormous turtle shell to appear in the air in front of him. 8 ancient magical symbols could be seen on the surface of the shell, and yet when Meng Hao's fist hit it, it exploded into pieces. In conjunction with the explosion, the boy's face went ashen, and he fell back yet again. However, his eyes flickered strangely. 8 sealing mountains. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 8 magical symbols on the remnants of the shattered turtle shell flickered, causing a mountain to suddenly appear above Meng Hao's head, which then began to descend. Next was a second mountain, a third and a fourth, all the way until 8 mountains could be seen, all of which crushed down onto Meng Hao. Meng Hao's legs trembled, and cracks radiated out on the ground down below. However, he simply began to chuckle, causing his cultivation base power to erupt out through the top of his head. Boom! The 8 mountains then collapsed into pieces, causing the boy's eyes to widen with shock. It was also in that very moment that 3 more soul lamps appeared. 22, 23, 24. 24 soul lamps swirled around Meng Hao, flames flickering, causing him to emanate a profoundly ancient energy that made him seem like an emperor straight out of ancient times. Moments ago in the Meng clan ancestral mansion, the members of the Meng clan had been sustaining heavy casualties. However, then Meng Hao had appeared, launched 2 fist strikes, ignited numerous soul lamps and caused flickering flames to illuminate his surroundings. The result was that the battlefield went completely silent. Both the invading cultivators and the Meng clan cultivators all began to back away. When they looked at Meng Hao, their eyes were filled with terror, although for the members of the Meng clan, that terror also contained a bit of hope. Damn it, thought the boy. What momentum? Can I even stop him? Just how many immortal meridians did he actually open when stepping into the immortal realm? His eyes flickered with killing intent, and suddenly, he stopped retreating and instead advanced, waving both arms out in front of him. A shocking whistling sound could be heard, and the air around him distorted as an enormous scorpion appeared. It was pitch black, and immediately let out a howling screech as it leapt toward Meng Hao. As it bore down on him, Meng Hao's eyes gleamed. He took a step forward, causing the ancient mana within him to explode out in the form of another fist. It was none other than the god-slaying fist. Heaven and earth flashed with bright colors, and a howling wind kicked up. All of the surrounding cultivators coughed up blood and fell into retreat. Countless buildings and structures were transformed into ash, and even the distant sun and moon went dim. When the god-slaying fist was unleashed, it led to boundless slaughter. The boy let out an agonized shriek and simultaneously performed an incantation gesture. As for the scorpion, as soon as it made contact with Meng Hao, an enormous boom rattled out, and the air distorted so badly that no one could see what was happening. When everything returned to normal, people could see the scorpion shattering into pieces. The boy was in full retreat, blood oozing out of the corners of his mouth. As for Meng Hao, he hovered in midair, energy surging, surrounded by 3 more soul lamps than the 24 he had already ignited. He now had 27 soul lamps. Xidagarba of the 4th mountain ignited 29 soul lamps. The boy thought, face falling as he fell back. This man has already ignited 27 soul lamps. From the look of it, he still has more to go. Damn it, I slipped up. I should never have interfered or tried to force his hand. I essentially helped him to ignite his soul lamps. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a bright light, and he licked his lips. During his brief exchange with the boy, he could tell that igniting soul lamps while fighting was actually much easier. He wasn't sure why and was fairly certain that other people wouldn't experience a similar thing in a state like his, but he did know that this was an opportunity that wouldn't come again. As such, he didn't take the time to try to figure out what was happening. Instead, he shot directly after the boy. Damn it! The boy yelled to his subordinates. All of you get out there and kill that old woman and everyone with her. The boy's terror regarding Meng Hao was growing, and he was feeling very disheartened. He just couldn't reconcile himself with the fact that he had actually helped Meng Hao by fighting him. The invading cultivators from the random sects hesitated, but the black-robed men from the 7th mountain and sea didn't. They instantly flew toward Grandma Meng and the others. Grandma Meng and the others were completely outnumbered and couldn't possibly match up. At this point, killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes and he roared, "How dare you people!" His voice was like heaven-rending, earth-crushing lightning. At the same time that he called out, he waved his hand, causing a massive quantity of black mist to surge out. Seething, it formed into a huge black hand which shot toward the black-robed men. The black-robed men were initially shaken just by Meng Hao's voice. Some of them began to bleed from their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths, then went stiff. Some directly exploded, down to their nascent divinities, and as for the others, before they could recover, the black mist palm smashed into them. As the hand passed along, the black-robed men screamed and rapidly began to wither away. A curse! That's curse power! That's the curse power of our 7th mountain and sea. How does he know how to unleash it? No. Miserable screams rang out as the black-robed men who had been converging on Grandma Meng all were transformed into black liquid, which then showered down onto the ground. Everyone who saw this happen gasped, especially when people heard the words uttered by the men before they died. That left the Meng clan cultivators completely shaken. The seventh mountain and sea. There from the seventh mountain and sea. Heavens! Cultivators from the seventh mountain and sea are actually here, and there are so many of them. Could it be that a mountain and sea war is starting? Although the members of the Meng clan were shocked, the clan rebels and the invading cultivators didn't seem surprised at all, as if the matter wasn't even a secret. Actually, they had been aware all along that the seventh mountain and sea's army would soon be coming to the eighth mountain and sea. A war between two great mountains and seas was beginning, and this day was merely the first battle in that war. Ignoring everything else, Meng Hao advanced toward the boy, whose face darkened as he looked back at Meng Hao. "Do you really think I'm scared of you?" the boy said. "Since you're looking to die, then even if you are in the middle of igniting your soul lamps, I can still kill you anyway." Gritting his teeth, he suddenly began to emit a green glow. At the same time, green grass sprouted beneath his feet, which rapidly grew to cover the entire area. In the short span of a single breath, the area surrounding the boy became a huge grassy plain. Enormous trees then began to rise up, and at the same time, a powerful plant-like aura began to fill the entire area. On each and every bit of vegetation visible, faces could be seen which were none other than the face of the boy. "Get ready to be killed," the boy said. At the same time, the faces on the grass, trees, flowers, and other types of vegetation all howled. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal, but at the same time, rain began to fall in the starry sky. The rain was black, and it rapidly formed into a huge sea. All of the drops of water in that rain and sea, shockingly, also had the boy's howling face on them. Time to die! The matter wasn't over yet. The boy waved his sleeve, and immediately, he began to grow vastly larger. His black hair spread out, superseding the starry sky, creating a field of black that was like the dark of night. His eyes then began to grow brightly, forming a contrast with the darkness. It was light. Of course, it was all illusory. All of the faces and the plants, the black rainwater, the light and darkness, and the boy's enormous frame, none of it was real. Any cultivator would be able to see that it was all illusory. Furthermore, although some pressure emanated from these things, it wasn't very strong. It was at this point that all of a sudden, the enormous boy said one single word, a word that caused everything to change. Reality. Rumble. The plants became real. The black rain became real. The darkness became real. The light became real. This was the boy's fifth essence. Reality. The boy's first four essences were extraordinary to begin with. His essence of plants and vegetation was not common, and his essence of rain was unexpectedly black, indicating that it contained poison. Those two essences alone were rare. From the nature of these essences, it could be imagined that just with these four the boy would occupy a position at the pinnacle of four essences Tao sovereigns. This was without even mentioning his fifth essence, the essence of reality. That fifth essence was able to thoroughly transform his other four essences, immediately conjuring forth from them a power that could shake heaven and earth. Currently, rumbling sounds were echoing out, and the starry sky was vibrating. A boundless cultivation base power was now erupting out from the essence world that the boy had summoned. In the entire mountain and sea realm, the boy said, there are only 4 cultivators who are 6 essences Tao sovereigns. The most powerful is Xidagarba of the 4th mountain and sea, who is at the peak of 6 essences. Rumor has it that he's less than half a step away from becoming a 7 essences paragon. As for the other 3 people, they are the 3 great doyens who were entrusted with the 3 classic Taoist scriptures. When it comes to 5 essences Tao sovereigns, there are a few more than the 6 essences Tao sovereigns. However, even in all of the 9 mountains and seas, there are no more than 15. Among those 15, I might not be the strongest, and am weaker than the mountain and sea lords. However, even still, it doesn't matter that you've stepped into the ancient realm as an all-heaven Tao immortal, and have a bloodline that reaches back to the Paragon Immortal realm. You still aren't a match for me. The boy's eyes glittered coldly as his voice echoed out. His essence world rumbled as it surrounded Meng Hao. Boundless greenery grew at an astonishing rate, sending out an intense power of plants and vegetation. Then there was the seemingly infinite black rain, each drop of which emanated astonishing pressure onto Meng Hao. As for the darkness, it was even more terrifying, completely covering Meng Hao, turning him pitch black, as if he were being assimilated by the night. And then there was the essence of light, which was a power that could actually dispel darkness. It was slowly vaporizing Meng Hao, whereas before it had been illusory, with the essence of reality, it was now truly capable of harming him. Boom! The cultivators of the Meng clan, as well as the invaders, were so shocked by what they were witnessing that they completely forgot that they had just been fighting and killing each other. All eyes were completely fixed on the battle between Meng Hao and the boy. 5 Essences Dao Sovereign. That boy is actually a 5 Essences Dao Sovereign. The 5 patriarchs of the Meng clan were shaking in fear and astonishment. Although all of them were in the Dao realm, this was actually their first time ever seeing someone brandishing 5 essences simultaneously. Although they had previously fought Meng Hao, the battle prowess he had put on display had only led them to speculate about the true limits of his power. However, now that 5 essences really were on display, it was impossible to even describe how truly shaken they were. Nowadays in the Mountain and Sea realm, Xidigarba of the 4th Mountain and Sea was a 6 essences Dao sovereign, but the other 8 Mountain and Sea lords were all at the 5 essences level. The weakest of them all was Lord Ji of the 9th Mountain and Sea, who hadn't even reached the 5 essences level. As such, it was possible to say that 5 essences cultivators were peak almighty experts in the Mountain and Sea realm. Any one of those people were the type who were powerful enough to destroy vast swaths of the starry sky. In the 7th Mountain and Sea, the most powerful people were 2 5 essences Dao sovereigns, one of whom was the lord of the 7th Mountain and Sea, and the other was none other than his boy, Xiao Yihan. Only an almighty expert like him was capable of leading the vanguard in the invasion of the 8th Mountain and Sea, to begin the Mountain and Sea War. Another reason that only he qualified was that the reconnaissance carried out by the 7th Mountain and Sea throughout the years had long since revealed to them that in the 8th Mountain and Sea, there was only one almighty expert who had reached the level of 5 essences, and that was the Lord of the 8th Mountain and Sea. After him, the next strongest were only 4 essences experts. The next most powerful expert after the Lord of the 8th Mountain and Sea was the Chief Dao Protector of the Heaven God Society, who was technically at the 5 essences level. However, in Xiao Yihan's opinion, his 5th essence was actually borrowed from the Lord of the 8th Mountain and Sea, and was not something he had personally gained enlightenment of. Therefore, Xiao Yihan wasn't worried about him at all. Still not dead? Xiao Yihan roared, eyes flickering coldly. The appearance of Meng Hao threw a wrench into their understanding of the power structure of the 8th Mountain and Sea, which was not something that he could just accept casually. In order to ensure that the Mountain and Sea War went as planned, Xiao Yihan now wanted to kill Meng Hao more than ever. If I don't kill him now, and he goes on to successfully extinguish his soul lamps, then his battle prowess will only continue to increase. He might even exceed the level of the Mountain and Sea Lords. So this is an all-heaven Dao Immortal. Back in the Paragon Immortal realm, the ultimate terrors, the most powerful of all, were the all-heaven Dao Immortals. Thankfully, from ancient times until now, not a single all-heaven Dao Immortal has ever stepped into the Dao. All of them died in the process of extinguishing their soul lamps in the ancient realm. This man will be no exception. However, if I don't kill him now, he will definitely be a thorn in our side later. Xiao Yihan looked on with coldly gleaming eyes as his essence world crushed down like a millstone onto Meng Hao, bent on completely obliterating him. Rumbling sounds echoed out, and the starry sky vibrated. Meng Hao was also shaken. He could sense how the plants were trying to suck away at his life force in order to grow, and how the poison in the black rainwater was trying to eat away at his soul. Most shocking of all was the power of darkness, which seemed to disregard how powerful his fleshly body and cultivation base was as it began to assimilate them. That in turn ensured that when the boy's power of light assailed him, it was like 10,000 swords stabbing at his heart, filling him with intense pain. Meng Hao felt as if he were being swept over by floodwaters, as if he couldn't move, as if his blood had stopped flowing. Countless wounds covered his skin, and he was even starting to fade away, as if the power of the 5 essences were wiping him out of existence. Meng Hao roared inwardly. The essence world could put pressure on his body, but not his soul lamps. In the critical moment of crisis, rumbling filled him as his cultivation base climbed up again and again. In the moment of deadly danger, Meng Hao's 28th soul lamp flew out of the top of his head like a blossoming flower. And that wasn't it. It was at this point that a 29th soul lamp also appeared. Then the 30th. Now, a total of 30 ignited soul lamps were swirling around Meng Hao, letting off brilliant light. The darkness was dispelled, the light was shoved away, the black rain was cut off, and the vegetation was severed away. Blood oozed out of the corners of Meng Hao's mouth as his body rapidly recovered. He suddenly looked up at Xiaoyihan, who was now frowning. "You're definitely strong," Meng Hao said. "My profound thanks for helping me to understand what a 5 essences Tao sovereign is like." As he wiped the blood from his mouth, he realized that he was now much more certain of the true level of this battle prowess. "I'm curious," Meng Hao asked. "That old man from the Heaven God Society also has a 5 essences cultivation base. Why is the difference between the two of you so great?" If any other person asked this question of Xiaoyihan, he would never answer. However, Meng Hao was so threatening that, even though his cultivation base was not at the same level his battle prowess was, the terrifying fact that he was an all-heaven Tao immortal caused Xiaoyihan to consider for a moment, and then say, "You mean the chief Dharma protector of the Heaven God Society? He's really at 4 essences. His 5th essence is borrowed." "Got it," Meng Hao replied, nodding. Before transcending the tribulation, Meng Hao had believed that his cultivation base was sufficient to fight against a 5 essences Tao sovereign, but now he realized that his judgment had been based on the very chief Tao protector in question. Most accurately speaking, before he transcended the tribulation, his battle prowess was comparable to the peak of the 4 essences level, about half a step or so away from the true 5 essences level. Therefore, during the actual process of transcending the tribulation, when he had faced the 4-5 essences faceless men, he had only been able to handle one of them. After all, they were not truly cultivators, and were actually slightly weaker than real 5 essences cultivators. Had he been facing someone like this boy, he would not have been able to get past them. Having transcended the tribulation and ignited his soul lamps, his cultivation base rose, his immortal power was converted to ancient mana, and his nirvana fruits became Tao fruits. At that point, he was truly equipped to battle 5 essences Tao sovereigns. In all of the mountain and sea realm, he thought, there are only about 15 5 essences Tao sovereigns, including most of the mountain and sea lords. As for the lords, most of them are at the peak of the 5 essences level, just a hair away from 6 essences. Apparently, I'm still half a step behind people like that. This must be the case, because it seems that Xiaoyihan and I are about even. Meng Hao frowned. The root of the problem lay with the soul lamps. After all, soul lamps really just represented the potential for future power. Assuming I'm close to the level of the mountain and sea lords, then as I successfully extinguish my soul lamps, then I will quickly bridge that gap. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a bright light as he began to stride toward Xiaoyihan. Xiaoyihan's eyes widened. He had already begun to view Meng Hao as a powerful opponent, so seeing him advance in this way caused him to immediately fall back. His hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, causing his essence world to collapse. As that happened, the fragments of the essence world formed into 5 hands. Each of those hands was made of essence, and they grabbed toward Meng Hao, causing the starry sky to shake and rumbling sounds to echo out in all directions. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as the copper mirror suddenly flickered in his right hand. It spread out, covering his hand, transforming into the battle weapon. At the same time, he performed an incantation gesture with his left hand, causing the Paragon Bridge to rumble out to defend against the 5 huge hands. A massive boom rang out, shocking everyone. The Paragon Bridge slammed into the hands, causing radiant light to explode out. At long last, the Paragon Bridge was able to erupt out with something approximating its original power. Rumbling sounds continued to echo out as the 5 hands and the Paragon Bridge pushed at each other, clearly in a deadlock. Xiaoyihan's face flickered, and he suddenly looked over at Meng Hao and screamed. That scream caused the void in front of Xiao Han to shatter, layer by layer, and then sweep toward Meng Hao. When the sound wave attack hit him, he trembled, and was apparently incapable of moving any further forward. Meng Hao snorted coldly, unleashing explosive cultivation-based power as a 31st soul lamp appeared over his head. Simultaneously, he lifted his right hand up and then chopped it down toward Xiao Han. The chopping motion caused the starry sky to shudder as an indescribably intense beam of light slashed out. The scream-turned sound wave was completely outshone. The blade's glow slashed down on it, cutting it in two, after which the light cascaded toward Xiao Han. A vicious expression appeared on Xiao Han's face, and his hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture. Then he spat out a glob of white mist, which transformed into a white feather. That feather didn't attempt to block the battle weapon, but rather shot directly toward Meng Hao. Shockingly, Xiao Han was choosing to end the battle in mutual destruction. The battle weapon landed on Xiao Han, and he instantly began to shake, and then shattered into pieces. However, what shattered was only an exterior surface. It was as if that boy had merely been an outer skin. A roar echoed out as the spot previously occupied by the boy was now occupied by a young man. That young man appeared to be about 20 years old, and his features were similar to that of the boy. He wiped the blood off of his mouth, then looked venomously over at Meng Hao. The shattered skin around him, were it formed back together, would definitely be able to form the shape of a boy. Simultaneously, the white feather shot toward the top of Meng Hao's head with indescribable speed. He was incapable of dodging or evading, any more than Xiao Han had been able to avoid the battle weapon. The feather seemed to merely be floating down toward him, but the reality was that it felt as if the entire starry sky had converged on that one point and was crushing him. Meng Hao's body trembled, and blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth as he was shoved downward beyond his control. Xiao Han in young man form looked on, killing intent flickering in his eyes, then took a step forward. However, in the moment that he took that step, Meng Hao's cultivation base erupted with power over and over again. The feather on top of his head shot upward as if a fountain were propelling it, and Meng Hao's 32nd soul lamp shot out. A soul lamp that was the color of blood. As soon as it appeared, all of the starry sky was stained red. Furthermore, strands of blood connected the blood-colored soul lamp to the top of Meng Hao's head. Even more shocking was that its sudden appearance apparently caused Meng Hao to begin withering away. It seemed as if this was the limit to the number of soul lamps that Meng Hao could ignite. The instant the blood-colored soul lamp appeared, it became the prime lamp among all the other soul lamps. Most importantly, this lamp looked completely different from all of the other soul lamps which had appeared. In addition, the energy of heaven and earth that surrounded Meng Hao and supported him, as he ignited his soul lamps, started boiling in an unprecedented fashion. It began to surge toward him with mad speed, some of it pouring into Meng Hao's body, the other portion entering the soul lamp. The soul lamp became like a blood-colored black hole, sucking in the energy of heaven and earth and the essences which existed in the starry sky. Ruyua mumble. A huge sound rose up around Meng Hao, and the soul lamp's flame burned brighter and brighter. As for the feather, it was pushed further and further away. Apparently, it couldn't stand up to the power of the blood-colored soul lamp, and caught on fire. The burning feather rapidly began to fade away. In the blink of an eye, it turned into ash, which then began to dissipate. That removed any pressure from weighing down on Meng Hao, and his blood-colored soul lamp began to shine even more brightly. Because of the whole series of strange transformations of heaven and earth that led up to this point, as soon as that unique soul lamp appeared, everyone could see it very clearly, including the members of the Meng clan and the invading cultivators. Prime lamp. That's a prime lamp. When igniting soul lamps in the ancient realm, the final lamp to be ignited is the prime lamp. Once the prime lamp appears, it means the igniting of soul lamps is over. 32 soul lamps. Heavens! None of the ancient records mention anything like this. This is definitely something that didn't happen even in ancient times. In the fight between Meng Hao and Xiao Han, Things had been happening too quickly for people to consider the ramifications of Meng Hao igniting so many soul lamps. Now that they thought about the blood-colored soul lamp for a moment and realized what it was, they began to gasp and utter exclamations of amazement. Massive rumbling echoed out, and the entire eighth mountain and sea vibrated. Meng Hao's act of stepping into the ancient realm was causing tremors across all of the eighth mountain and sea. Furthermore, back in the ninth mountain and sea, all of the members of the Fang clan could feel their blood boiling as a pulsing, gentle power erupted inside of their chi passageways. When the patriarch grew, the bloodline clan members also grew. Meng Hao himself had become the source of the Fang clan bloodline. Back in the eighth mountain and sea, Meng Hao was trembling. From the moment his blood-colored soul lamp appeared, he sensed that it was different from all of the other soul lamps. It was connected to his bloodline, and it almost felt like he could transform into the lamp, and similarly the lamp would be able to reform his body. As soon as it appeared, the flames of the other soul lamps raged even brighter, and Meng Hao's injuries immediately improved. In this state of igniting soul lamps, he had special protection from heaven and earth. However, Meng Hao could also sense that the energy of heaven and earth that had been fueling the ignition of his soul lamps was now fading away. Apparently, it was exactly as the crowds were speculating. This newest soul lamp would be his final one. However, Meng Hao wasn't quite convinced. He could sense that even after the blood-colored soul lamp appeared, astonishingly, there was still another soul lamp stirring inside of him. So, the blood-colored soul lamp is not my prime lamp. The true prime lamp is still inside, waiting to be ignited. If I truly want to ignite that prime lamp, I need more power, more pressure to force it out. Otherwise, it will remain dormant inside of me forever. Meng Hao had the intense premonition that the true prime lamp inside of him was not something that could be underestimated. Even the energy of heaven and earth around him couldn't sense it. That would definitely be his most powerful prime soul lamp. Xiao Han suddenly stopped in place. Instead of getting any closer to Meng Hao, he stared at him and then began to laugh. So your prime lamp has appeared. That means no more soul lamps will be appearing. 32. Huh. Definitely powerful. However, I've been waiting this entire time just for your prime lamp to appear. His eyes flickered with killing intent, and his lips twisted in a cold smile. He sent out his divine sense, and could immediately sense that the energy of heaven and earth was fading away. Feeling assured that Meng Hao could not ignite any more soul lamps, he took a deep breath. Although they were out in the starry sky, as he inhaled, a massive windstorm appeared around him. Even more shocking was that a portion of the energy of heaven and earth that had been sustaining Meng Hao's ignition of the soul lamps began to be sucked away, as if it couldn't resist the power being unleashed by Xiao Han. Boundless power was sucked up by Xiao Han. It was formed together into an arrow. It was a colorless arrow, completely invisible to anything other than divine sense, and it contained terrifying power. Next, all of the black willow leaves down below near the Meng clan ancestral mansion began to vibrate and emit loud rumbling sounds. Then they were uprooted and flew up into the air, rapidly growing smaller as they neared Xiao Han. Unexpectedly, they circulated around him and then transformed into a meter-long black bow. He reached out to grab the black bow, knocked the invisible arrow, and then pulled the bow back until it formed the rough shape of a full moon. This is my most deadly weapon, son. Today is the day you perish. An intense sensation of deadly crisis rose up in Meng Hao's mind. It was like a voice roaring loudly inside of him, telling him that whatever happened next, he was mostly likely going to die. However, at the same time, Meng Hao could sense that the true prime lamp inside of him was growing more solid. It felt as if it were thirsting for the power being built up by Xiao Han. This 33rd soul lamp is my prime lamp. Therefore, Meng Hao's eyes flickered with determination. There was little time for contemplation. Almost in the same moment that Xiao Han pulled the bowstring back, Meng Hao's cultivation base rocketed up. Ancient mana filled his body, and his fleshly body power was at its peak. He summoned the meat jelly to form armor, pulled out the battle weapon, and called upon the blood-colored prime lamp. Then he summoned his paragon bridge and took a step forward to stand on the bridge itself, whereupon he faced Xiao Yihan and attacked. First arrow, Xiao Yihan said with a cold smile. He loosed the arrow, whereupon green qi began to stream out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, which was absorbed by the arrow, transforming it from being invisible into being green. Rumbling could be heard as the green arrow transformed into a beam of green light that shot toward Meng Hao, leaving behind a trail of afterimages of plants and vegetation that then bloomed and flourished. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he slapped at the incoming arrow with both hands. A boom rang out. Meng Hao could not halt the force of the arrow. Blood spurted out from his hands, and the arrow stabbed onward, piercing into his chest. However, because Meng Hao's attack had deflected it, the place it struck was not his heart, but simply flesh, stabbed through, accompanied by a huge boom. At the same time, the power of plants and vegetation exploded out, and green grass instantly sprouted from Meng Hao's wound as he coughed up blood. Meng Hao seemed injured, but the truth was that he was very excited. He had actually let himself be injured by the arrow, and had intended for it to stab into him. As it did, the true prime lamp inside of him began to seethe as it madly absorbed the force of the blow. Second arrow, Xiao Yihan said, apparently not having noticed what was happening. Smiling coldly, he once again pulled back on the bowstring. This time, black water streamed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, transforming into a black rain arrow, which he immediately let loose. Next was a third arrow and then a fourth. One was an arrow of darkness, the next an arrow of light. They turned into two beams which shot directly toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao looked up at the three incoming arrows, and his eyes gleamed brightly. He could sense that his final soul lamp was about to ignite. This was a completely unheard of soul lamp. The starry sky shook because of the completely astonishing, true prime lamp. Fundamentally speaking, it should never have appeared. Were it not for Xiao Yihan, perhaps Meng Hao would have been able to ignite that 30-second blood-colored lamp, but he would never have reached 33 lamps. Xiao Yihan had actually been attempting to prevent Meng Hao from igniting his soul lamps. How could he ever have imagined that the exact opposite had occurred? He had actually been the biggest factor in helping Meng Hao open his 33rd lamp, his true prime lamp. I can tell that once this 33rd soul lamp appears, Meng Hao murmured, everything will change significantly. At the same time that Xiao Yihan's second arrow rumbled toward him, Meng Hao raised both hands to perform an incantation gesture. Then he pushed out toward the black rain arrow. Although he slowed it down, he didn't stop it. The arrow stabbed relentlessly into him, then spread out, becoming millions of black drops of rain that filled his body. The black rainwater almost seemed self-aware. It burrowed into his flesh and blood, bored through his body, merged into his qi passageways, filled him completely with destructive power. However, that power caused his final soul lamp to emanate a brilliant glow which then began to absorb the quivering black rain. By now, Xiao Yihan could tell that something was going wrong. However, his arrows of darkness and light were already flying toward Meng Hao at top speed. A moment later, they stabbed into him. Boom! Blood sprayed out of Meng Hao's chest, which virtually exploded. Bones were visible, as was his beating heart. The wound seemed very serious, and yet, a smile broke out on Meng Hao's face, and he even started laughing. Xiao Yihan's face completely fell with disbelief. He was shocked, astonished, could hardly believe that he was sensing the aura of another soul lamp inside Meng Hao. This is impossible. His prime lamp already appeared. It's impossible for another soul lamp to emerge. Unless the lamp from before wasn't actually his prime lamp. But that's even more impossible. That blood-colored lamp was clearly his prime lamp. Even as Xiao Yihan's face fell, the soul lamp aura on Meng Hao didn't just seep out. It erupted explosively. The 4 arrows which had just struck him completely vanished, having been absorbed by the new soul lamp. Meng Hao threw his head back and roared, and then a beam of light appeared above him which was azure. That light caused massive transformations in heaven and earth. The starry sky trembled, and the energy of heaven and earth, which had been fading, suddenly grew strong again, surrounding Meng Hao, turning into a vortex of power that poured into him. This was the power he needed to ignite his 33rd soul lamp. Meng Hao's roar echoed out as the azure light above him grew more and more intense. Everyone watching was flabbergasted, and uncontrollable fear exploded out from deep in their souls. That included the members of the Meng clan and the invading cultivators. No matter the level of their cultivation bases, be they in the immortal realm, the ancient realm, or even the Tao realm, as of this moment, everyone was involuntarily struck with awe. Even Xiao Yihan, who had started out as a boy and was now a young man, could not suppress the reverence that grew in his heart. That azure color, he muttered, shivering. Everywhere in the 8th mountain and sea, all regions were filled with rumbling sounds. At the same time, the Xuanwu turtle in the celestial pool on the 8th mountain lifted its head and howled. In the 9th mountain, the 7th mountain, the 6th mountain, in the entire mountain and sea realm, the Xuanwu turtles in the celestial pools on all of the 9 mountains trembled, threw their heads back and howled. The howls of the 9 mountains Xuanwu turtles shook the entire mountain and sea realm, and everyone in it. In fact, in the starry sky of the 8th mountain and sea, Patriarch Reliance, who was floating along comfortably, also shivered. Suddenly, he felt as if he couldn't control his own body, as though his blood was somehow being awakened by something. He also lifted his head up and howled, unexpectedly. His howling combined with the howls of the 9 Xuanwu turtles, joining together, as if there were a 10th mountain and a 10th turtle. The sun and moon flickered and stopped orbiting. The 9 mountains shook, and the 9 seas churned. The azure light above Meng Hao grew more and more clear, until in the end, it was possible to see an azure flame there, within which was the figure of a cross-legged cultivator. That cultivator wore a long azure robe, and although he resembled Meng Hao, if you looked more closely you would be able to see differences. Apparently, that azure-colored flame contained a bit of aura. That was the aura of a paragon. Meng Hao's 33rd soul lamp flared to life, and shockingly, it was the will of Paragon 9 Seal's blood inside of him that transformed into a soul lamp. It was a Paragon soul lamp. Paragon soul lamp, Xiao Yihan thought, heart trembling. His eyes went wide with disbelief and shock as he suddenly recalled a legend, something that he had once read about in the ancient records and had assumed was an impossibility. Xiao Yihan's scalp went numb as he watched Meng Hao. Then he looked at Meng Hao's head and the azure paragon soul lamp hanging over it, and realized that he could sense something on both Meng Hao and the soul lamp. It was the aura of the mountain and sea realm. He backed up slowly, and then without the slightest hesitation whatsoever, turned tail in retreat, vanishing without a trace. Even as he fled, Meng Hao suddenly looked up and said, 33rd soul lamp, ignite. He waved both hands, causing his cultivation base to erupt with power as the azure soul lamp floated up from the top of his head to float above in the starry sky. Soon, the only color that could be seen in the starry sky was azure. Because of that azure light, all of the other soul lamps dimmed, even the blood-colored soul lamp. Not only was it clear that this lamp was the sovereign over the others, it also caused Meng Hao to emit a stifling pressure that suppressed everyone whom it swept over, making it extremely difficult for them to rotate their cultivation bases. It was as if the appearance of this azure soul lamp had caused something to awaken in Meng Hao, the aura of the entire mountain and sea realm. It came from the legacy of the League of Demon Sealers and was the pressure that came from the Lord of the Mountain and Sea Realm. Although it wasn't very powerful at the moment, the more profound Meng Hao's cultivation base grew, the stronger the aura would get. In the end, even a single look from him would cause a 6 Essences Tao Sovereign's cultivation base to be thoroughly suppressed. This was the Lord of the Mountain and Sea Realm. An image appeared in Meng Hao's mind, an image of the mountain and sea realm. He had the intense sensation that he could stretch out his hand and take the entire realm into his hand. Then he decided to do just that. He stretched out his hand, and it felt as if he were holding up something invisible. That motion caused the 8th mountain and sea to tremble, as well as all of the other mountains and seas. Even the sun and moon shone with brilliant light and trembled with anticipation. It was only a brief moment, but that was all it took to almost instantly drain Meng Hao's cultivation base. He immediately pulled his hand back, and gradually his cultivation base was restored. 33 soul lamps circulated around him, emitting soft light. All of them were continuously absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, and constantly growing stronger. The ancient realm, Meng Hao murmured. As of this moment, he truly was in the ancient realm. The next step would be the experience of slowly extinguishing all of his soul lamps. After reaching the Great Circle, he would break through as an all-heaven Tao immortal into the next realm, the Tao realm. Meng Hao could already sense that he, despite not being in the Tao realm, was already able to gain enlightenment of essence, even to acquire it. Furthermore, he had a gut feeling that these essences pointed toward his demon-sealing hexing magic. I'm a member of the League of Demon Sealers, and my essences will be my demon-sealing hexing magics. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. I just wonder if, after extinguishing my 33 soul lamps, I'll be able to acquire 9 essences. If I do, the realm that I've broken into, will it still be considered the Tao realm? Or is it possible that I could reach that realm which Paragon 9 Seals only managed to step halfway into, the Tao Source realm? Then I myself could become a source of essence. Meng Hao's face shone with enlightenment. Although he was actually speculating, he at least had a direction to aim in. Since I'm an all-heaven Tao immortal, and no one like me has ever successfully completed traversing the ancient realm, then I must surely travel a different path from others, and thus be able to increase my chances of passing through the ancient realm. To all heaven Tao immortals, the ancient realm is actually an entire set of ancient tribulations. For me, that means 33 ancient tribulations. His eyes flickered as he looked at his first soul lamp, and had the feeling that, with a mere thought on his part, he could easily extinguish it. At the same time, all of his soul lamps seemed as though they were somehow connected. Meng Hao looked away, flicking his sleeve and causing his 33 soul lamps to enter his body. Then he turned and looked back at the Meng clan and all the invaders and traitors. As soon as he looked at them, they began to tremble. It was at that point that, all of a sudden, a muffled roar echoed out in the 8th mountain and sea. It came from far off, and gave rise to powerful ripples, and a tempest that swept across the entire 8th mountain and sea. All of the cultivators were shocked, and in that moment, the Heaven God Alliance was thrown into astonishment. The sound came from the border region between the 8th mountain and sea and the 7th mountain and sea. Suddenly a huge rift opened in the barrier between the 2 mountains and seas. Lightning danced and the wind screamed as numerous figures shot through the rift, radiating killing intent. In an instant, it was clear that the number of cultivators was vast, and they were all entering the 8th mountain and sea. These were none other than the cultivators from the 7th mountain and sea.